certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Johnny and I grabbed for our microphones at the same time. That's funny. That's a funny thing that just happened. Welcome to the program. 5-0. The Minnesota Vikings are 5-0. And it feels like it happened forever ago because we played at 8:30 in the goddamn morning. And yes, to answer your question, the Bloody Mary streak did continue. I did make one before the game. I did consume one before the game. And we won again. So next week, the same thing happens. Although I will say, it is really nice to wake up on a Monday morning and not be hungover as shit. To those of you who are, I apologize. I'm not gloating. I'm not rubbing it in your face. But 8:30 game, outside of the traditional pregame Bloody Mary, it's too early. I can't get hyped to start drinking at 8:30. It's just
you don't want to just start pounding them back at 8 in the morning?
No, I didn't. I had the one because it's the rules. But then other than that, I had a cherry Coke Zero and a berry bubbler. Those were my consumed beverages during the Vikings game. But we got the win. I feel great on a Monday morning. I got all of the stream set up. I got everything done before I went to bed last night. So everything was all taken care of. I slept until like 5:35. Oh, it was wonderful. I got my ass down here. I got my hair done. I got my ass down here at about 5:55, about 3 minutes before we started. And we were all ready to go. It was nice. Tonight after the evening show, I think I'm setting up all the streams and getting everything ready to go the night before again. It's great for sleep. It's awesome. I love it. It's so nice. We have a great show today. We have a lot of things to tell you about. And then a good show thinks about its audience, but a good show also knows when to do good content. And I'm sorry to the OGs who are like, I don't like the internet stuff. Like, I don't know about Johnny. I love it.
I'm fine with it.
I love it. I think it's great. I think it's awesome. I'm tired of pretending I don't love it, and I don't think it's awesome. I don't think if you talk about it for, 20 or 30 minutes during a 4.5-hour show, I don't think you're breaking any laws or, well, I mean, I got to be careful what I say. But, yeah, I don't think you're hurting anything. I think you can take it easy and just enjoy what we're doing. Also, if you're a fan of a show, you should never just go, I don't like this before it ever happens. And I don't think you should go, I always like this before it ever happens. Like, you should listen to the thing and see if there's a lot of stuff in shows I grew up loving where if you would say they're going to do this on the show today, I'd go, oh, that's gay. I don't need to listen. But then you go listen to the clip and you're like, it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. That's amazing. Likewise here. And also, I feel like the thing we're going to get to today, and I am struggling about where to put it. I don't know where we're going to put it in today's show. I don't know if I want to start out with it, but I do want to get to it at some point in a timely manner. Someone on Kiwi Farms, I want to make sure I have the name right here, House Cat. House Cat made a thing on Kiwi Farms. It is a full... It's called the Nick Rekieta Degeneracy Timeline Chart. He did a thing where he made a whole chart and goes by year, major events, notable events, swinging events, court events, like all of this, like his descent into madness. Like he made basically a timeline documentary.
This is impressive, but I think it should be acknowledged that if anyone does this, unless they're being paid, might have autism.
And you know what? God bless, what is it called? House Cat? God bless him, because he did say, he goes, a lot of autism went into this. A lot.
That's just like I said, this dude's doing it for free. Like, I mean, if you're getting paid, $20 is $20, but fucking that's a lot of work to do.
He's been working on this for a long time. He's been teasing it for a long time. And the one we're going to look at is the revised version. So he made one and he made revisions already. He still has one thing wrong that I do need to correct, but he's been very good about going, if anyone has any corrections, let me know. He has this thing about, like, that happened in May or June or something, I don't know, where there was this DM conversation on Twitter between Nick and I, and then I blocked Nick or Nick blocked me or something. There was never a Twitter DM exchange. That never happened. The night I left, which was not left, but the night I announced I'm not coming back, was April, whatever that Friday was. I believe that would have been April 11th. And that night, Nick went on a fucking tirade. It was the 11th. And I think that was the night that Nick streamed for like a minute and a half and then was like almost in tears and then fucked off. That's when I said, I'm not coming back. I'm getting divorced. I'm done. Nick went on stream for like a minute and a half and then bailed because everybody was crying. So, because of me. And then after that, Nick had told me to K myself, and he was unhinged and just losing his fucking mind, probably on coke. And
I'm not going to say you shouldn't talk about this because of the reasons other people do. If you keep doing this, Nick will play this clip in court as proof. See, Your Honor, it was so much more.
Yeah.
We were lovers. I was distraught.
I loved him, and I couldn't do a show. I did a show on Monday just fine. I was fine. I was good. But
I was happy. I got a raise.
Yeah, right? So then he wrote this big rambling thing where at the end of it, like, do the world a favor and K yourself, because he was heartbroken. I forgive him. Like, people with broken hearts, it's...
Hurt people.
Hurt people. And I just wrote, okay, addict, and then blocked him on my phone. Like, I blocked his phone. It was on Signal that he was doing that. He wrote that on Signal. I blocked him on Signal, blocked him on my phone, and then just deleted the number because I wanted to get some sleep that night. He was just kind of a jaded lover and just kind of these big, long, dramatic things like a fucking theater kid. So that was the only thing where I was like, well, for me, that part, it's not wrong. There was, messages and blocking, but it was on Signal, not Twitter, and it was April 11th. Not a big deal at all. Just he wanted revisions, so there it is. So we're going to go over that at some point today, and kind of the overarching theme I want to kind of impress upon people when we go over this is how little I knew about this guy when I started hanging out with him. I didn't know a lot of this shit. And if I had known this shit, I'd have stayed away. Because it sounds like a guy who is a he sounded like a guy that you and I would make fun of religiously for being like a try-hard degenerate. Like, I thought I was going to just have some, have a little fun, do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. It was so much more than that. And this guy was already like off the fucking rails, and on the rails, but he was out of his fucking mind by the time this all rolled around. I didn't know anything about the guy. Like, I'd never watched a stream of his. I'd never consumed any of his content. I'd never, I watched Alex Stein fucking come in and hammer him and beat the shit out of him on the Simpcast April was on. And at the time, I was like, why is Alex being a dick? But then you look back on it and you go, oh, Alex was right.
He must have sniffed something out.
Yeah, Alex was right about this guy the whole time. So we'll go through the timeline. We'll pick out certain events. There's certain events I can't talk about on the program. But there are certain events. I'll just read the stuff where I'm like, I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this. And had I known about these things, I'd be like, this is a guy you want to stay away from.
Yeah, and everybody, again, you're going to have to wait for the documentary to hear about the Easter Bunny incident.
Yeah, the Easter Bunny incident is, really just a goddamn nightmare, if I do say so myself. So we'll get to that at some point today. Maybe we do it. Maybe that's an overtime thing. Maybe we just, maybe we put it somewhere in the middle of the show. I don't. It's
wherever it seems to fit.
Wherever it seems to fit, only because some of you get so fucking cunty about, like, I don't want to do internet stuff and blah, 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 blah. But also I find this very fascinating, and I'm not going to hurt my own show just because some people, are just like, I'm allergic to it. It's like, well, dude, this is a show where we talk about like we didn't do drama. If you're an old school radio person, like, I don't like the internet drama. What do you think Randy Rothstein was? Like, what do you think Kat and JJ shit was? What do you think Derek Lee shit was?
That was local drama. This is the only difference. You knew those people. You were already invested.
That was the exact same thing. It's the Vikings hangover show, says Cockdiff. Fuck Deshaun Watson. Yeah, your Cleveland Browns had a rough one, but shit, man, the Vikings won. The Vikings are 5-0. We're on pace to have an undefeated season.
But how close was that 5-0? Be honest. How many times did your butt pucker?
Really, the last drive, I was like, but this is where the culture of the Vikings is changing. Like, because of this team this year, even when New York was on like the 26-yard line, we were up by 6. I was like, something's going to happen. Like, we're going to close this thing out. Because, it was 3rd and 10. They only had 2 plays to get that first down. And I was also just like, I just feel like we're gonna do something here to make this thing go, to kick some ass here, to win this game. Go. So I don't know.
By the power of a Bloody Mary.
Yeah, dude, things are changing in Minnesota, man. Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores, they've got the culture changed. The offense struggled a little bit, but I know the diagnosis of why the offense struggled. The offense struggled because Aaron Jones got hurt. The offense was running great, and then we lost our running game. You lose your running game, you're going to have problems. Ty Chandler is not an every down back. He's not a first guy. He's not a number one guy. So, yes, I felt good. I never felt like we were going to lose. I felt that the game was in hand. Put it that way. I do want to throw out a few thank yous. Ryobi threw in $10 over the weekend. That goes towards today. Today's goal starts out at 340. Let's see if we can knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo are great. Los Federales says, Aaron, are you ever going to improve the stream presentation quality? Like showing super chats on screen? Interesting you should ask. Los Federales. Interesting you should ask. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. Go Vikings! The Vikings had me scared yesterday. I hope the Vikings win the Super Bowl. Look at that. It's on the screen.
And it's ginormous.
It is ginormous. Maybe we should here.
We can scale that down in the future.
We're gonna bring that down here. Maybe give that a little. There, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. There you go. How's that? Hey, Los Federales, how's that? Is that good? Go Vikings. The Vikings had me scared yesterday. I hope the Vikings win the Super Bowl. And then I was worried when we did this. This is an app called Chat Ninja. Thank you again to Alex Stein for telling us about this. I was worried that it wouldn't do Rumble Super Chats.
You were worried it wouldn't do Rumble.
I was worried it wouldn't do Rumble Super Chats. And then Ep didn't, left us $1, and it says, Bay Aaron, go Cowboys.
Oh, Chat Ninja, huh?
Chat Ninja. It's you know what? I'll send you the video that Alex sent me.
Thank you, Alex Stein.
And then we'll get that all taken care of. So
I'll
thank
start
you guys
using that thing, because then I can put all three. I could probably put all three together with that. I've been trying to figure out a way. I can get YouTube up pretty easy if I want to, but
it does recognize Twitch.
Sweet, so I can put all three together. Nice.
Yes, you can do all. It puts
Guess
all
what
three.
we're doing today?
Well, guess what, guys? You throw in your money, you throw in your dollars to support Steel Toe. We'll throw you up on the screen. Why not? There you go. And I do, yeah.
That's only a little dangerous with Rumble.
Well, I see them before I put them up.
All right, then.
Like you have a Chat Ninja doc in OBS.
Okay.
And like I can see these in advance before I put them up there. So go ahead. I don't know. We'll probably have some kind of like, $5 and up gets put on the screen. I don't know. Because maybe if they're, are like a shitload of $1, you're like, okay, we can't, can't keep doing that.
And certain things we can't put on the screen.
And certain things we can't put on the screen. That's true.
I love people that yell at me like, oh, I thought you were all about free speech, but why are you taking the chat off the screen and you're telling people in YouTube to watch what they say? Like, because it's literally on the screen and people just show up. If someone randomly walks into this screen and sees a bunch of the stuff you guys type, they might not necessarily know what the show's about.
That's one of the weirdest, most manipulative fucking see-through internet troll things you can possibly do. Is like, I thought you were free speech. It's like, but wait a minute. Why don't you say what you mean? Don't be a fucking pussy. Say what you mean. Hey, you won't let me say shitty things and then put them on the screen and read them. That's what I really wanted. Don't try to hide behind free speech, because first of all, reading a YouTube chat is not a First Amendment issue. I'm sorry. but also, I thought you were about free speech. It's not like he's censoring COVID materials or, Gaza.
I'm not preventing you from saying what you want. I'm just not being your mouthpiece.
Exactly. So what that person would like is they would, hey, read the thing where I shit on you and I don't like you. No. Well, that makes me mad. I know. But don't cope and hide behind the First Amendment. Get a show and then say all those things. No, but like you said, nobody.
This is really easy to do. Hell, we fucking pull it off.
Right. I'm barely hanging in there by my fucking fingernails, but we're there. Somebody says, not to mention the Jets' defense is pretty good. That's true. The Jets' defense is good, but at the same time, our offense started to sputter once Aaron Jones went down.
I mean, the Jets' defense was good-ish. Was it good enough on that day? Apparently not.
And Andrew Van Ginkel with a pick six, the defense playing as well as it did. I mean, there was a lot that went into it, but point is, we got the win. We're 5-0 going into the bye. Everyone can get healthy, and then October 20th we'll be playing the Lions at US Bank Stadium, and hopefully the Lions can lose to the Cowboys next week. And we've got ourselves a nice 2-game lead. Okay, let's get into some shit. When do you guys? When do you want to do this? I don't feel like jumping into it.
It's your show. You do what you want, man.
I don't know, man, but part of me wants to do it for overtime. I think that would be great. I also know that a lot of people would tune in to listen to our breakdown of this, but then again, you can rewatch it later too.
Yeah.
I can put a thing up in the description. Here's the timeline with which we go over the timeline, so to speak. So throw us a few bucks. Let's knock out today's 335 that's left. Again, the Super Chats and the Rumble rants are up on the screen now when you send them in. Also, PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, etc. And here's the thing about begging for money. It is the only bad part of this show. It's the only thing you can honestly criticize. The begging doesn't happen if we stay ahead of shit. So if you guys chip in your bucks, if we keep this thing, humming at, $300 by 7 o'clock, $200 by 8 o'clock, $100 by 9 o'clock, we don't mention it. We thank you for your donation. We move on with the show. It all works. So the amount of begging is controlled by the audience more than anything else. So thank you for your generosity. This show runs on your generosity. And I think, you know what? We'll hold on to the Ricada. Because here's my deal. We'll hold on to the Ricada timeline thing until overtime, because I really, I get disappointed in the audience. I really don't like to hear the bitching about internet stuff, because it's funny content. It's good content. It grows the show. It helps the show. I've been fighting a multi-year battle with people. The only thing I will agree with them on is just don't get too deep. Don't get personally involved. As they say on Kiwi Farms, don't tip the cows. That's it. Don't tip the cows. So I'll do it for overtime, because really I want to have a good show today. I want to have a fun show. I don't want the bitching.
Then all the people that love the internet drama, then you definitely want to.
Here's what I'll do. I'll do it for overtime if it's a normal day and we've got to beg hard and rattle the cans for the last 5 minutes to make the money. If you guys want to hear that timeline and you want to go over it, I'm guessing it'll be a 15, 20-minute segment. If you want to hear it, chip in. The second we knock out today's goal, I'll start doing it. How's that work? How's that sound?
Sounds good. Sounds like a great goddamn deal.
I think that sounds like an awesome deal. All You Can Eat Negro says, this show sucks. In general, it has for years. Why change? Right. That's my thing, is you're never going to make everybody happy, but I try to keep the old school people happy. And I just feel like sometimes people don't appreciate it. Well, welcome to being a parent and a show host. You do your best to try and make everybody happy, and nobody's happy. All right, let's go. Let's start with this. I was fascinated by this yesterday. This is a month old, and I'm sorry I missed it. I shouldn't have missed it. I can't decide if this is one of the coolest fucking things ever, or if this is the creepiest shit I've ever seen on YouTube. And this is an idea that nobody should ever copy. Have you ever heard of Paul Harrell?
I don't believe so.
He's like a YouTube gun guy, I think. I think he's a guy who does the gun channel. Yeah, he does gun stuff.
Okay.
So this Paul Harrell guy has a video. He's got 1.48 million subscribers.
Well, good for him.
Well, that's the good news. The bad news is he's dead. The good news is 1.48 million subs. The bad news is he's dead. The weird news is, the weird news is he made a video a month ago. Well, he made the video a long time ago. But he instructed, I don't know, family, friends, people who run his YouTube, whatever. He instructed them to post this video after he died.
Did he have cancer? Or
yeah, he had pancreatic cancer.
Whew, I was about to be worried for a minute that he was in good health in the prime of his life, and I was going to be like, oh, shit.
Right. By the way, McBuster says there is no way I would have ever known about this show without the YouTube algorithm. So just Minnesota locals are considered old school fans. Well, the Radio Days fans, the local fans. Yeah. That's the other thing. It really helps the show to talk about this stuff. So if you're a fan of what we do, just indulge me, I guess, on that kind of stuff. Coltrane says the only guns I follow is Hickok 45. Guns and Gadgets and Garen. Well, I don't really care. I didn't want to turn this into a discussion about gun channels. This Paul Harrell guy got pancreatic cancer, released a video, and told them to premiere it on his death, and they did. It got 16 million views like a month ago. And I know I'm really late on this, and I'm really sorry, but I just wanted to go over this for you, for me, for the audience. Let's check this out. This is Paul Harrell death video. I want you to tell me if you think this is like a cool idea, or if this is a bit rich or whatever, because internet celebrity is concerning me. Internet celebrity is becoming us embracing unhealthy celebrity, if that makes sense. It's
because anybody can be one, or just because...
Well, and people feel a lot closer, and I feel like we're normalizing Robert De Niro in the movie The Fan. You know, I feel like we're romanticizing the obsessive, overconnected fan, because you always see these moments with big YouTube creators where they get these fans and they love it. And then they fuck up. And their fans feel so close, they feel so like intertwined with them that they shit on them and they criticize them for their fuck up. And then the spiral becomes that creator then goes, well, fuck you. You're not my family. You're not my friends. You know, you're just fans of my blah, blah, blah. And then the spiral downward and the losing subs and the disappearing from the internet, like that whole, that whole phase begins. Because these people develop, and this is an overused word, but they develop this parasocial relationship. The person slips up. These people feel like they have the right to criticize this person because they've slipped up. And then that person gets too close to their fans and starts shitting all over them for being concerned. Look, I think healthy celebrity is like Hollywood, athletes, TV personalities, things like that, where they do their show, they have their fans, they go home, and they live their private life privately.
As best they can.
As best they can. So when they go do their show the next day, there's nobody in a live chat. I think live chats sometimes ruin talk show. They help a lot, but they can also ruin them. There's nobody in a live chat while, Fox and Friends is on the air telling Steve Doocy that he fucked up by buying a hooker or some shit. And then, not Steve Doocy's never bought a hooker that I know of. But then, the host doesn't then go on this diatribe about how people should mind their own fucking business. And then that person gets lampooned to death. And then, I just feel like internet celebrity breeds like this weird parasocialism that I don't think is good for us. And it leads people like this to make a video that they're like, hey, release this when I die from pancreatic cancer. And I just feel like those kind of videos, like if we go back 10, 20 years, those were the kind of videos you made for your family. I
keep seeing this, and I just keep thinking of the final will in Beer Fest, and I think that's the way you make a video.
Oh, yeah.
Say good night, Popo. Good night, Popo. Boo.
See, now, yeah, I thought about the final will and testament in basketball. Where Ernest Borgnine is going, these chaps I wore in rootin' tootin' rhythm. Like, I just imagine that kind of thing. Now we're just doing this for millions of strangers on the internet, and it's kind of weird.
But my question is, do you have family you could be doing this for, sir? This seems like it should be more of a private moment.
Right. It's just a guy with cancer sitting on a log with a crutch telling everyone he's dead, and it's like, well, that... I mean...
He stole my bit. How am I going to do it now? Guys, we have to pick a...
No. You'll do it with a walker.
Fuck. I'm going to have to do it from a wheelchair.
Hey, you can sit on a stoop. You can do an urban version.
Oh, shit. I got an idea. I'll do mine at like the top of a really, really high ramp, and then we just push the wheelchair forward. We don't have a landing planned. We're just throwing me up.
No. We're not going to kill you on the video. The video is like you're supposed to be like a celestial being. You're supposed to be in heaven, just hanging out.
Oh, aren't you hopeful?
Yeah, you don't die on the video. Jesus. You gotta, a little bit of class here. You're taking the concept I'm talking about, the concept where I think it might be going too far, and you're pushing it even further than that, which I'm not sure is a good idea.
I can't pull a plug, so I was just thinking of the best way.
This guy didn't K himself. Like, you're trying to do this.
I know he didn't. Again, I'm still on the Beer Fest one.
Right, but this is, what you're doing right now is giving people an insight into your psyche, and it's troubling. Because this guy's sitting there like, I just want to talk to you about how I died. You're sitting there go, watch this motherfucker, I'm out.
Yeah.
This guy let God do it.
lazy.
Well, I mean, some people would consider it noble. So let's check it out. Paul Harrell's death video. We're a month late on this, I know, but I just want everybody's judgment on it. Super chat away, because we can now put them on the screen.
Hi, everyone. Let me get right to the point. As I'm recording this...
I'm fucking dead.
Hi, everyone. Let me get right to the point. As I'm recording this today, it is 20 December 2023. And I'm recording this and giving Brad instructions to publish it upon my death. So if you're...
4 days after I started swinging. Dude, honestly, that's how I see the world now, is like
Pre and post,
like BS and AS. Before swinging and after swinging. I don't know when April.
BS and AS. I can't even.
I don't know when
jokes write themselves there.
I don't know when April started, because she used to go hunting, So I'm not really.
Well, she was hunting.
Thing is, though, about the hunting, I think that was innocent only because of the sleep schedule and the drug use and whatnot. So it was like, opportunity wasn't really like, everyone did enough foul shit that I'm not going to start accusing her of foul shit I don't know about,
Right.
If that makes sense. Plus, she was always like, she'd leave at hunting time and like get home at hunting time. So it's like, I don't think so. I will say, I think that part was honest. I do.
If you're watching me, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Now, a few months ago, I sat right here on this log and told you I'd been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and I told you we'd caught it early and that we were still going to be here for some time. Well, we did catch it early, but not as early as I had thought, and it has spread faster than I thought it would. You may have seen me recently using this crutch. When I told you I broke my hip, well, I did break my hip. But it wasn't because I was in any kind of accident. It was because the cancer spread to my bones, and the bones just crumbled, and my hip fractured, and I fell down.
So this is just the most depressing fucking video of all time. You see what I mean about, like, I feel like you're telling me too much as a stranger on the internet?
You're trusting that I want to know more than I do. And if you do want to know this much about a person, again, I'm like, you have family or something, right?
Yeah.
You have like stuff outside of, because this is one of those, regardless of whether it's him or the people on the other side, you guys are too invested in this screen time you have. There's other things you can do. I actually felt guilty up until this moment that I literally watched Deadpool and Wolverine like 3 or 4 times since like Friday.
Well,
Saturday.
Do you think we're going to have a cultural pulling up moment?
God, I hope so.
Where we
I
stop.
kind of feel like that movie was in some ways one of them.
But like our cultural pull up moment where we don't do this stuff and we stop living so much of our lives online, and I don't think we're going to. I think we're just kind of going. It's all been set into motion.
I certainly hope we have that moment, but people like you and me won't be alive on the internet anymore if we have that moment.
Well, I mean, I take a lot of my personal life and I keep it behind the scenes. I'm just talking about like shit like this, like making the most depressing video of all time. Like what's wrong with, I don't mind like a 30-second video that's, maybe a death announcement, but even then, I think you should let the people who are left behind handle that part. Just doing these reaching out from beyond the grave videos are fucking creepy. Real
they're
quick,
not creepy to me. I kind of understand it, but yeah, I think like something a little shorter be better in its brevity. Like, hey guys, if you're seeing this video, unfortunately, I have passed. We've been dealing with everything, but it didn't turn out. I thank you for all the time on the air and the show, and thank you for being fans and supporting what we've done.
Not like
that.
Hey, the cancer spread to my bones, and now my bones are weak, and my hips shatter, and it's agonizing pain. That's why I'm sitting on this log.
Every time I piss or come, it's just nothing but blood. Blood.
Kind of took that to fucking level 400 on me. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
Holy fuck.
He's getting sick.
I do want to put this up there just so people know that we can do this now. $1 from Coltrane says, Tribute Buck, monetize this dude's death. LOL.
Yeah, he wanted one last stream of donos to help out the family. I can't fault him for that.
You know what this guy's last words were actually?
What was that?
Hit the goal.
Hit the goal.
Hit the goal were this guy's last words. And right now we're 335 away. So we're a long ways away from the goal. But remember, get it down to 300 by 7, 200 by 8, 100 by 9, and then we don't have to worry, and I don't have to shut down the shop. So Coltrane, thank you for the $1. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get in there and contribute to the show because it doesn't run on doing funny shit, unfortunately. It runs on your contributions.
No, I didn't fall down and fracture it. I fractured and then fell down. And my time is drawing very short. So, there's some things I have to ask of you.
Oh, Jesus. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Streamlabs, Venmo, PayPal. Let's do this.
And then also, in a non-YouTube related, could you go into my garage? There's a toolbox, and in the third drawer, you're going to find some literary items and some photos. I need you to not look at those literary items or the photographs. I just need you to put them in the barrel in the corner of the garage, soak it in lighter fluid, and set it on fire. There's also a laptop under an old classic Camaro. I want you to take that laptop. I want you to cover it in hydrofluoric acid and leave it burn in a 55-gallon plastic barrel like they do bodies of Crazy Eights in Breaking Bad. I would appreciate that.
One, for everyone who is
You're like a
Patreon
dream
supporter,
come true. 2, just want to be with you. 3, girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. 4, repeat steps 1 through 3. 5, I'll make you fall in love with me. If ever I believe my work is done, then I'll start back at 1. You see, this is also why you don't release a death video to strangers on the internet, because then
we can be pricks.
A couple of retards who aren't even meaning to do anything mean. We just can't help it. Like, none of this to me that I'm doing right now is malicious. It's just I feel pressured to say wildly inappropriate, funny things about this video.
I keep thinking he looks like Henry Winkler, and I want him to do something like Fonzie-esque.
Dude, listening to his voice and like this video, you know who I'm hearing and seeing?
Who?
Al Neff from the old radio station.
Oh, fuck, Jesus.
Right?
Why did you do that to me? We changed his hair, and you're right there.
You give him the mustache and the hair. Like, I'm seeing Al Neff from WXYG The GOAT. And he sounds like Al Neff, too. Do you remember Al Neff would bring in quote-unquote interns that were like 19 years old and had like blue hair and piercings and like clearly damaged chicks? And he would hit on all of them. But then also like lost in the shuffle of all this when Gary would say, oh yeah, Al's brought this intern in to help with the GOAT. And she was always like a daddy issue looking chick, you know, skinny, young. And Gary would say this and like everybody would operate and say hi to this person. And I would be the only one raising my hand goes, we don't have an internship program, guys. Like, we don't do interns here.
Wow. Well, hold on a second.
So really what happened was Al Neff just started bringing these young daddy-issued, multicolored hair bitches into the radio station so he could hit on them all the time.
What?
Yeah.
What are you implying that he was maybe compromising the security of the job site for possible pussy gain? I don't.
No,
I mean, like, what's the worst that could happen? What, do you think they might, like, steal or break something? Fuck, why? How?
You're being too subtle. I'm insinuating he was a creep.
Oh.
Yeah. Mine's a lot more simple than that. He was a fucking weirdo. That's what I'm trying to say.
But he drove an old school Mustang. I don't know.
I rest my fucking case. Everybody I've known who's driven a Mustang has been a fucking creepazoid. So thank you.
I didn't realize I just made that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know what? These guys who drive Mustangs, they never try to, manipulate and swindle young girls into their,
into their pants.
Impressionable, dumb young girls into their, degenerate lifestyle.
They never present them with a table full of sparkly things, so they have to bend over just enough.
In fairness to Al Neff, he never got a woman busted for coke and destroyed their lives.
That we know of.
Well, true. Let's go ahead and thank LOL for their contribution. Says, thank you for your donation. Did he just give me the line?
Yeah.
LOL just gave me the line. There you go, guys. As you can see, we can put them up on the screen now. So thank you very much. We are 3:30 now away from today's goal. If you want to contribute to the program, please do. All the links are in the chat. We want to be at 300 by 7 o'clock, and then you don't have to hear us beg for money. That's pretty fun. Let's continue on with this guy.
So, there's some things I have to ask of you.
Oh, boy.
Have you ever done
for
a
everyone-
Blumpkin?
It's not asking a thing of them. That's just asking them a question. That's invasive.
Well, I feel like it's the opening question because we're about to.
Could you go into my home? There's a black duffel bag. Don't look inside of it. Take the black duffel bag, give it to my buddy Rob. Rob will know exactly what to do with it. Wash your hands and wipe down everything you touched in the home. That's for your good, not for mine. And then leave everything else as you found it.
Anyone who is a Patreon supporter, thank you. But don't immediately turn off your Patreon support. We have hopes that a couple of the crew, primarily my brother, are going to
discover a way to cryogenically freeze my body and bring me back later. So wouldn't that be funny? Like, you're trying to find a way to keep yourself alive, but you find it to be a priority to tell people to keep their Patreon memberships. This is what I mean of like why this is weird and we should pull up culturally and not do this. You're dying of pancreatic cancer to the point where your bones have weakened, to the point where your bones just snap, your hip breaks, and then you fall down. The cancer is literally making you do shit in reverse that it happens to normal people. And you're making a video going, I got to make sure I tell people to keep their Patreon subs after I'm dead.
Guys, stay premium members. Like, I know you don't think I'm going to be doing shows, but we have high hopes. We're talking to Elon Musk between animatronics and some other creepy stuff. We're hoping we can kind of, at least, if nothing else, like Crypt Keeper puppet master me for this. We're going to keep going. We're going to live on. We're going to survive.
Hold on. I have a request. This is time sensitive. I have to do this. I'm sorry, guys.
All right. So, like, moppy-haired freaking Carhartt guy here.
So, okay, my thing with the Patreon deal, it's like keeping... The one thing about death, the sweet release of death, is you don't have to worry about money and Patreon anymore. You're good. You're free.
Yeah, but he's got a small village he's apparently taking care of.
Yeah, apparently so.
continue making content on this channel. So if you haven't heard from us by next month, yes, then cancel your Patreon support. But we have hope that the channel will continue. 2, people pirate other people's material.
Oh my God.
Oh God, you have a soapbox now. Jesus, die already.
Oh my God.
Can this cancer speed up now?
Jesus. This is kind of a weird video to make. So this guy, like we said, this got 16 million views. We missed it when it came out a month ago, but I saw it in my algorithm yesterday. This guy made a video back in December when he got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer to release upon his death. And while I don't reject the notion of doing it out of hand immediately on its face, it's got to be like classy and like you got to hit the right notes if you're going to do a release after my death video. This guy's come on so far and asked people to stay on his Patreon and don't pirate his shit. Like, number one, who gives a fuck? You're dead. You don't care anymore. Number 2, it puts me...
Don't use AI to resurrect me. Nobody's gonna. Don't do it.
It puts me in the weird position of feeling bad that I'm making fun of and criticizing your death video while at the same time watching your death video and clearly finding things that I can criticize and make fun of. So you're almost daring me to feel shitty about myself.
See, for me, every time he gives me a reason to do it, I'm just absolved that much more of guilt. Like, oh, so you're baiting me. Let's go.
Right.
This format, and now that I'm dead, I'm not going to be able to do much about it. And I'm sure people will pirate my material.
The best part of the whole video.
Please don't put money into the pockets of thieves. If you're going to watch anything I'm doing, make sure you watch it on my channel.
Oh shit! You know what? Going after the Clippers did to Keanu's channel. She's fucking dead now. She's done. Nobody's watching her. Not that anybody was before, but you're going to war with the Clippers, bro. Terrible idea.
You made a posthumous video going to war with the Clippers, and it killed you.
May I say, watch My Lost Interest, watch Stalin 19, watch Will Heron TV, and watch Alyssa clips. Oh, watch Misery Loves clips. Am I missing anybody?
I don't think so.
Okay. If I am, I apologize. So, yeah.
We got all the important ones.
We got all the important Clippers. Fuck everybody else. But this guy's doing it. This isn't fair. Like, the Clippers can't defend themselves. You're dead. You know? It's kind of a slimy way to be.
And 3, if you've been around a while, you know that there have been people who have taken it upon themselves to lie about me and denigrate my character.
Holy shit, are we really using our death video to settle old scores?
All right, before I die, I'm going to have the last word on the trolls. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Fucking keep your Patreon. Don't watch other people's clips. And if you lied about me, I hope you fucking get my cancer. Chubbs McGurk, no, we're not going to eat butter on the show, but thank you for the $1.99. He says $48 more to eat a stick of cold butter. That's the new thing, like Steel Toe. This is a weird thing, but it's better than what they usually do, which is just seethe and get angry. Like,
Right.
Steel Toe hater people are now making, like, stick of butter jokes, which I'm like, you know what, guys? You're finally listening to me.
It's
You're
like constructive.
Yeah,
playful.
you're finally hearing me and doing more playful shit to make yourselves happy. I told you that if you listen to me, you'll do this better. I approve of that bit. That's a good bit. The butter bit is a good bit. The other stuff, it just seems like I laugh at you and you guys make yourselves miserable. The butter thing is better.
Everybody laughs.
Yeah.
That with Caleb, that Caleb guy being the biggest offender of it, but there's been others.
He
And
named him.
Imagine a guy shit talks you in your death video. Like, talk about a vindictive motherfucker. You're rotting from pancreatic cancer. You're making a release this after I die video, and you're shitting on a guy by name.
Look, I'm not here anymore, but Citizen M is a fucking prick. Like, I mean, what the hell, dude? He literally gets the last laugh now because you're fucking dead. All right? You're fucking dead. So he's like,
Yeah. I make a video, and instead of like, I love my children, I just want to, here's a message to my kids and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you know, Nick Rekieta got my ex-wife hooked on coke and then got her locked into a degenerate lifestyle. That piece of fucking shit. Like, I'm still like settling scores like after I'm gone. It's like, I would think that your death video would be the one video where you're like, I'm at peace. I forgive everyone. Not this guy. He got pancreatic cancer and decided to burn the world down around him.
this is beautiful.
Dude, if he's got cheese pizza, he's like, I went into Patrick Melton's hard drive and here's all the cheese pizza I found. Like, that would be the funniest way, the only way this video could get better.
they had to make some rebuttal videos and so forth. Yeah, not going to be around to do that, and I'm sure that people will take this opportunity to denigrate my character. So,
Do you see what the internet does to people? Do you see why you guys have to get off of this thing once in a while? This man had 1.48 million subscribers. This man made a shitload of money doing YouTube videos. You understand, I would sleep the sleep of the saved, and I would be the most spiritually uplifted man on earth if I had this guy's numbers and his money. I have a great show. I can barely make the fucking money to keep everybody around and keep the fucking business going. That's my only problem I have. This guy has all that, but he can't leave the fucking internet alone. He can't stop watching Clippers. He can't stop watching people who talk shit about him. So now he's using his fucking death video to bemoan the fact that he's not going to get to talk shit back to these people. Like, dude, that's the good part of dying.
That's your win, sir.
Right.
That is your fucking win. You've been released from this crap. You can move on.
Your victory over these people is that you're fucking dead.
By now that you know me well enough to know what you should or shouldn't believe. And don't just believe whatever nonsense people tell you. Okay, now with that, there's a couple other things I want to say as well.
Oh, fucking
And
Jesus.
that is, to everyone who has watched, hit the like or dislike icon,
Oh, no.
commented, shared, subscribed, and donated on Patreon. Thank you.
Okay.
All of those things.
Hey, you know what? Let's start with that next time.
And end with it.
Yeah, well, I guess
That should be the whole video for like, hey guys, I'm dying. To anyone who has liked, disliked, commented, thank you. And then just move on. Like,
You're right.
Boop, we're out.
You're right. The rest is for your family. Although I just did say next time start with that. I didn't realize how bad of a fuck up that was on my part. He's not really going to get a take 2 on this, is he?
Well, you know, in your next life.
That would be funny if, like, 2 weeks from now, a new video comes out from this guy, and he's like, look, I felt like I was kind of a dick in the I'm Dead video, so I decided to make a follow-up. Like, this guy becomes the Tupac of YouTubers, and, like, content keeps coming out after he's dead. They keep remixing his announcements.
Guys, we found a whole Ghost album that nobody knew about.
Right. Changes his name to Machiavelli.
Support the channel greatly, and I can't even begin to articulate how beneficial and appreciated those things are.
But you sure can shit all over the fucking Clippers and the people talking shit about you. You sure can let everyone know what a fucking asshole they are. Dude, how do you not? Do you love this?
This is very, very entertaining. I'm also worried that you're taking notes on what to do and not do for yours. Because I know I am.
Yeah, dude, I'm really sorry we caught this a month late. If people are, I'm not checking out the chat, but if I would have caught this a month ago, we could have done this the day like it came out. But better late than never on this shit.
I mean, I feel like the joke, what, too soon? Like, nah, we gave it some time. He gave it a couple of months after he made it, and then we gave it a month after it was released.
Like, am I just too jaded, or is this wrong?
This is totally wrong.
This is wrong.
This is wrong for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
How long it's gone on, the amount he shared, and the people. Like, it went wrong with the whole start. Like, hey, guys, I'm dying of cancer. So we made this video. And now I'm going to get into the deep, deep details of what it's doing to my body, because that's a real upper positive subject.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go, oh, by the way, this person sucks. This person sucks. Don't watch other people's material. Piracy's for losers. Like,
Right.
All right, dude, just feed the trolls. Let's go.
I do want to shout out to Housecat from Kiwi Farms. He's the guy who made the chart that we're going to go. Oh, my goodness, this is a big one. He's the one who made the chart we're going to go over on Kiwi Farms if we knock out today's goal and do overtime. Thank you, Housecat, for the $10. He says, thanks for the correction. I goofed and forgot it was text, not XDMs. Well, you know, Housecat, it is part of, remember, it's part of court record. Remember there was that document that MN Public Records came out with where Nick told me to K myself, and then I wrote back, okay, addict, and then blocked Nick on Signal. It's in fucking court documents. I love that. He says it will be fixed. Sorry the chart came out late. Could have saved you from Baldos, long drives, laundry, and SpaghettiOs. Love to the farms. Love to the farms, indeed. My favorite thing to do on the farm, like I said, I don't read my own thread. That's for them. That's their private room. They can have their fun. I don't need to read it. But I read other threads. And one of my favorite things when I come up in those threads is I always get this lately. Aaron's a retard and a piece of shit, but, or no, not piece of shit. Aaron's a retard and a gay F word, but. And then there's always something mildly redeeming after that. I'm like, you know what? I will take that.
But was he wrong?
I accept. Thank you very much. And thank you, Housecat, for the $10. That puts us at 320 away from today. Remember, if we knock out the 320, we're going to go through Housecat's Kiwi Farms, Nick Gricada descent into degeneracy chart that he made. And I think it's totally worth it. We want to be at 300, though, by 7 o'clock, just to keep the begging monster away. You know, just to keep the shit we have to do to stay on the air shit away. So $20 in the next 10 minutes keeps the beg monster away. Thank you very much to Housecat for that $10. And as you can see, we can put all your shit up on the screen now. So Streamlabs.
We have that power.
Yeah, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you, guys. All right, let's get back to Paul Harrell's I mean, again, if you're just joining us, this guy made a 6-minute and 50-second I'm dead video. He was a gun YouTuber, and he got pancreatic cancer, and he wanted to make a video to announce to his audience that he had passed away. The only problem we're having with this is that he's using it to like settle scores against Clippers, to name people who are shit-talking him. Like, it's really, forgive me for using this term, it's a toxic way to announce your death.
Wait till you hear how he handled his funeral.
All right. I got to be honest with you guys. I'm a little upset at the lack of flowers and free will donations. But, you know, I guess I'm dead, so what the fuck does it matter?
I also would want to say that
Say something positive.
my goal in doing all of this
Is $320 away from today's goal and a half hour of overtime.
was, yes, to have fun, do some things that were fun, but primarily to put out useful information, or if not useful, at least interesting information. And what I
And while
really
we're talking
hope
about COVID,
is that as you're
that's
watching me,
misinformation.
you've seen some things that have made you say, oh, I get it, okay. Things that have made you change something you did in such a way that has helped you. I would really hope that seeing the reviews we've done of things have saved you some money and kept you from buying things that probably wouldn't have been a good fit for you. And if those...
See, again, like, this is all fine. It just doesn't belong in an I'm dead video.
this barely belongs in a I'm going on vacation video. All right, so let's and you're taking a little bit more of a permanent trip, so I feel like maybe not.
You're right. This doesn't even belong in a we're not going to make videos for a week video.
We're gonna be off for a bit.
Like, too much. Hey, even in your death, champ, let's practice word economy, shall we?
things have happened, then we've met our goal.
We haven't met ours.
The final thing I would want to say is my sincere apologies. I had hoped that I would continue in this format for the next 10 or even 15 years. And
Well,
even
you got fucking cancer, dude. Now you're making
Now what? I'm
everybody
supposed to feel bad because you're dying?
Yeah. Now you're making everyone feel even worse. Like, I just want to say, my bad for fucking croaking. Well, dude, you had cancer. It's okay. Again, none of this belongs in a death video.
I'm sorry I went and got old on you.
Yeah.
I see you in the dark, surrounded by a swarm of enemies. Sir, that's the death scene from Blade. Let's not do that. Let's not.
2 mice fell into a bucket of cream.
Oh,
What the fuck, dude? This is not necessary.
you like
Even once I
the
was-
everyman. You like the turbo everyman.
Forget Shay. You like Robin Hood.
diagnosed, I'd hoped that we'd be here 2 or 3 more years, and it's turned out to be only a few more months. And my apologies for that. It really makes me feel like I've let everybody down.
Oh, fuck, dude. Come on.
Oh,
Jeez.
nah, the chlamydia and the other stuff we found on your computer, that's what let me down.
You find chlamydia on computers now? God, the
No,
internet's
but
getting advanced.
I was listing them as 2 separate things. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't verbalize the apostrophe or whatever. The comma. God damn it.
I know that the cancer is bad, and I know that all of these things are alarming, but you should see the John Wayne Gacy amount of gay porn I have in my garage. It's troubling, to say the least.
Behind the candelabra has nothing on me.
So,
How many of you are familiar with Aaron Hernandez?
there's not much more to say than that.
Then why does this go on for another 2 minutes and 52 seconds? I ask
I
you.
feel like there's a few things you're going to discuss.
So, I guess the final line, I have not really rehearsed this, is
No shit. You think
This is gonna
the
be-
look? I know people on YouTube like to wing it, but I'm just saying that maybe if you have a death announcement, maybe you might want to just maybe some bullet points. You know?
Yeah, I mean, a video you can never make a retraction on, probably want to make sure that thing's relatively ironclad. Got most of it all worked out ahead of time.
Right?
I'm really glad to have had this opportunity to do all of the stuff that we've done. I really hope that it's been helpful. I really appreciate you watching,
And I
commenting,
just shit my
and
pants.
participating.
Sorry, I just busted my
And-
kneecap moving.
I have probably very few regrets in what we've done here. And I think we've been, for the most part, successful.
Not even
I hope
one?
you agree. So, as always, don't try this.
Maybe holding my running cell phone up to my pancreas all day, every day was a bad idea. Other than that, I think we fucking nailed her.
At home, and thanks for watching.
I am heartbroken to announce that what you heard is...
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Couple of things. This looks like a militia about to go to war with the United States federal government. Number two, why is there a box of Pop-Tarts sitting there alone?
A really, really old box of Pop-Tarts?
Really old
It looks like it's somehow propping up your laptop. Like your laptop is so, like this setup is so low key that the hinges on the laptop don't work very well.
Jesus.
What the hell?
Paul Harrell has passed away. It was his wish that I maintain his legacy through this channel by continuing to put out high-quality educational content with a flair.
Unfortunately, all I had was this shitty bare wall that somebody punched through and this old box of Pop-Tarts. I'm in a survivalist bunker, so there's...
But don't worry, we still got guns. Notice the gun sitting next to the box of Pop-Tarts.
We all know and love from him. I ask that you give the crew and myself...
This guy's got powder burns on his arms. Paul's coat is lying on the ground.
some time to process the death of my brother and find the best way to honor his memory. I thank everyone in advance for your patience and understanding, and we will get channel updates as we move through this together. I would ask everyone to keep any personal politics or religious beliefs out of any postings regarding Paul on any of our social media. In keeping with Paul's mystery, I cannot tell you what his beliefs were or where he ended up. All I can tell you is that he is now where a man belongs and will remain an inspiration to us all.
At Hedonism 2. No. By the way, House Cat, your super chat disappeared on my thing, so we won't be able to put it up on the screen, but I'll get to it in a little bit.
Thank you.
Some of you know me, but many of you don't.
What's with the fucking guest features on Paul's death video? Why like that now all of a sudden it turns into a fucking 50 Cent song? There's like a bunch of feature artists on the
fucking internet oversharing now a genetic disorder. It's gone down 2 lines.
We're sitting
We
here
got
like
the fucking adults and the kid now. Like everybody got to fucking share.
I just wanted to announce that Paul was dead. I didn't know we were gonna get like the mega grift on top of the death video.
God, enough with the trauma bragging. Can't you turn it into accomplishment or cancer like the rest of us? Oh, shit.
My name is Brad Nelson.
Never mind.
And I've been Paul's editor / post-production guy / manager for many years now.
And I figured with that old bastard dead, I can finally get on camera.
Ever since his channel was very small. I had the great privilege of having Paul in my life and having him as a friend. He's a very generous and kind guy, and he told the best.
Unless you're clipping his shit without his permission, then he's a downright fucking prick, and he'll call you out on his death video. Jesus.
Campfire stories. He's positively influenced many people's lives, including my own, and I'm very grateful for that. We are going to be continuing his legacy by uploading videos on this channel eventually, and continuing to educate people the way that Paul did. But you can continue his legacy as well by sharing your knowledge with other people.
Oh, okay, good.
And your enthusiasm for firearms and the outdoors.
Don't talk about Patreon.
And just by being curious and striving to learn new things.
Okay, good.
Like Paul did.
Honestly, now that this video's over, maybe this guy should have done the death announcement.
Yeah, if you'd had someone do it on your behalf, that would still be better. I mean, write a script, sure, but putting out your own video is a little much.
Especially like you're doing your own video just shitting on people. You know? That's the part that got me, was it was all like, fuck this guy, fuck these Clipper assholes, fuck this, like, dude.
If you're going to do that, then the video has to just be that. I'll give you that. Like, you can have, if you want to be that petty, fine, but then that's all it is. Like, hey, guys, if you're watching this, I'm dead. If you've been supporting me, awesome. I love you. You may leave now. The rest isn't for you. Right. And so let's begin, MSO, and just start calling everyone out. Hobo chili recipe. We've got some words. Like, just fucking go off.
J-Bra, suck my fucking dick. As a matter of fact, all the fucking aristococks, I'm just faking liking you, you pieces of shit. I hope I can cough on the fucking camera and give you my disease. You're shit.
That doesn't work. I've tried.
Oh. Housecat with $5 says, Ricada version. If you're watching this right now, I'm dead. I would really hope the reviews on my life made you change things. Like and subscribe. No, I think the Ricada version would be, if you're watching this, I'm dead. Now let me autistically explain to you for 15 minutes why Josh Moon is a fucking asshole and Sean is fat.
And everybody is wrong.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm not even actually dead. That's bullshit. All right, guys, that puts us at 3:15, so we're already behind this morning. This is a great start to the week. Please throw us a couple of bucks. We need to get to 200 by 8 o'clock to keep the beg monster away. Like I said, we didn't do any begging first hour until, I'm already getting existential dread that Monday's going to start out like shit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's christen the Venmo and the PayPal this morning. Let's get those in there. Also, we are able to put the Super Chats and everything on the screen now. So that's kind of fun. And then everyone like Kevin Brennan and Alex, they're all telling me, they're like, oh, no, if you do that, you're going to get so many more Super Chats and everything else. And I'm like, I hope so. Because
we'll see.
I hope so, because it's taking longer and longer to get to these goals now. And yikes. Gray Duckling with $20 says, gotta test this out. See, this is another problem we're having. The size of the message definitely determines.
Well, yeah, but if they pay more and they type a long, like if they type a long thing, they have to pay more for it. And so then those are bigger.
There you go.
So,
well, thank you, Gray Duckling. There you go. He's testing it out. And guess what? He's finding that the test works. So we are at $300. We are at about 7 o'clock, so we did get there. Now let's get to 200 by 8 o'clock, and again, we won't have to be our beggy selves. So yes, Streamlabs, PayPal, those are still great. Rumble is still. We can put the Rumble money up there too, as well, which will be great for Rumble Link Fridays. And then we've got what is it? The PayPal, Venmos, the Super Chats, all that stuff. We can't put the Venmos and the PayPals up there, but hell, maybe we can figure that out too. I say Gutierrez with $2 says, thanks, Chrissy Mayer, for the Perry Caravello saga. I don't know. For the Perry. Oh, when we covered. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember. Yeah. God, that escapes me. Housecat says, by my autism, also was on bed rest equals ankle surgery. Well, thank you for not making a 7-minute video about how terrible it was. People are saying the font is terrible on the Super Chat thing. Yeah, no, I'm going to fuck with the thing.
We just got this thing in like 5 minutes before the show.
No, I got it in last night. But yes.
Giggity.
But yes, we are we are able to put those up there now. So thank you guys very much. And even 300 away from hammering out today. Want to get to 200 by, again, the end of the hour. So yeah, that Paul Harrell thing, man. Like I said, I know that we were a month late on that. But if that video is any indicator, I don't think people should be doing it.
Definitely not that long.
No, I mean,
you can't feed the trolls either. Like,
no,
I'm sorry.
Because now they're going to be even worse.
Right.
And now you're dead and they don't give a shit. And now you can't say anything back. And you let the trolls know on your deathbed that it bothers you. You never let these retards bother you. First of all, they can't do anything to you in real life. They can just say mean words. And if you just let them say their mean words, that's what upsets them more than anything. So don't.
I mean, sweet Jesus, man, your life's coming to an end. You have very little time left. And you're aware of it. You had grandiose plans to go into the next decade, and now you've got less than a year, and you're going to, oh, well, I'm going to worry about this ass hat and that ass hat and tell them how they're pieces of shit because they said mean things about me on the internet. Guess what? You're dead. It doesn't matter. How about you let it go?
Exactly. Orange Boy writes, dad jokes for donos. Well, now that we put them up on the screen, you can do whatever you want.
That's literally the definition of word economy because the more it is, the longer the joke is, the more you have to pay.
It's all on you guys. Thank you for your contributions. I appreciate it. You know, it's been a long time since we've had a good old-fashioned Kamala Harris word salad, retard brain, dog shit deal go on. We've got 2 of them today.
God damn it. Why does she keep talking to the public?
Why do you not love this?
Because I'm terrified that this is going to be the next 4 years.
Well, I've got really good news if you're a Trump fan.
Well, I'm not a Trump fan, but I'm not a Kamala's fan either, so I get.
If you're a Trump person, though, the polls are looking very, very good.
Thank Christ.
They are looking very, very good. Shit's starting to narrow up. Shit's starting to tighten up. And Trump's winning a lot of the big swing states. Kamala Harris's general election, the national election poll numbers are starting to go down. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that she just keeps not doing anything.
Right. Like the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you can be nothing else, be consistent, in fairness.
Right.
Yeah. So the Kamala Harris thing goes like this. Joe Biden is getting the shit kicked out of him. Kamala Harris, who's never been looked at as a stateswoman or intelligent or anything else. Like, people have been shitting on her the last 4 years. But, you know, it's like that old Louis C.K. joke. It's like you have an old Dodge Dart that's been sitting in your backyard covered in bees, and it hasn't run forever, but now that's your only way to work. So now you got to love it. That's how the Democrats are with Kamala Harris. She went from the word salad wine mom lady to now all of a sudden, oh my God, she's an inspirational leader. Oh my God, it's great. Kind of like before that debate, even though we all knew Joe Biden was senile, to the Democrats, Joe Biden went from, oh my God, he's an elder statesman and he's such a good president, to,
you don't know how sharp he is behind the scenes when the cameras aren't rolling.
Right. It went from that to, this guy's old as fuck and he doesn't know what the hell he's doing and he's got to get the fuck out of there. And it's just like, it's all so see-through. So now with Kamala Harris, you've got less than a month left until the election. I believe the election is 4 weeks from tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
And like now it's like they're trying to hold the wheels on the vehicle just for another 4 weeks before it falls off, because they can't let her do one-on-one interviews with good journalists, because even people who are on her side trip her up. And you can't, like, you know, have her give a speech on some, you know, big issue facing the country, because, again, she'll just give you a word salad answer that sucks ass. She's just not good. So
and a lot of us that have been paying attention go, okay, so why have you been waiting to do this? Like,
right.
That's the other problem that they can't really address. Even though she wasn't the president, you are still technically the incumbent party. So it's really hard to be like, hey, guys, I know things are tough, or this problem or that problem is facing our country right now, but we have the solution, and we're the ones who can fix this problem going forward. Yeah, but you've been waiting for what? Like, let's not even talk about who caused the problem. You've been waiting to fix it for what?
Right. And, well, then you have Tim Walz saying shit like, we can't do another 4 more years of this. Oh, and then he's friends with school shooters. And it's a disaster. So the polls are starting to tighten up. There's 4 weeks left. And then this weekend at her big event, Kamala Harris's teleprompter went down.
Oh, boy.
And she had to start just talking naturally. Now, if you watched Donald Trump, he returned to Butler, Pennsylvania this weekend.
Yeah, and Elon Musk joined him.
Elon Musk was there. J.D. Vance was there. A bunch of people were there. And Trump, if you watch one of his rallies, like, he goes off teleprompter by choice dozens of times throughout his speech. Like, I've
heard the tech guys even ask, should they bother setting it up sometimes?
Right. Like, you can tell when he's going off the cuff and when he's reading the teleprompter. So he can do it. He's fine. you shouldn't be allowed to run for president if a teleprompter breaking turns you into a dribbling, drooling retard. Like that's, I feel like that doesn't even need to be spoken. There's a lot of things with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that we didn't think we had to write down in the running for president rule book that now for next time around we have to put in the rule book.
Does anyone remember that Sarah Palin's teleprompter blew or broke midway through her big announcement to the Republican Party that she was John McCain's running mate or whatever? Yeah. And then her handlers went, "Wait a minute. She lost." They're like, the teleprompter went down halfway through. In the documentary, that was a real moment.
The convention speech, yeah.
Yeah. They're like, the teleprompter went down. Fuck, I hope I'm that good without a teleprompter. Everyone was like, oh my God, that was where they thought they had a powerhouse in Sarah Palin. And then she fell apart immediately after that.
Right.
And this is just worse because she fell apart before in the Kamala Harris part. We don't even get the teleprompter broke and she was so inspirational and then it degrades from there. We just have, hey, the teleprompter broke and it turns out Mushmouth here couldn't get anything done.
We're fucked. This is Kamala Harris over the weekend. This is a Kamala Harris twofer that we have today. We have Kamala Harris with a broken teleprompter, and then the clip after this is Kamala Harris giving her in-depth analysis on the Israel-Gaza situation.
Oh, boy.
Both of them are great.
Remember his number? 32. Today we got 32 days until the election.
You can tell that the teleprompter is broken because she is taking huge breaths, looking around. She's got that stressed look on her face. I just feel like if you've been in politics your whole life, you should be a very good public speaker. And if the teleprompter goes out, you should be able to have some basic shit for patter that you can do.
And it's just a different vibe in your audience. Everyone's seated. No one looks super pumped. I'm yearning for the moments where we were watching, that black guy and that white chick just practically IF each other behind Trump that whole time.
Right.
You've got nothing like that going on. You got this old guy here looks like he's trying to read your teleprompter for you. The fat guy in the yellow at the bottom looks like he's about to have a coronary.
This chick is on parole for a bar fight and her grandpa has to go with her to shit so she doesn't get in trouble.
It's a real Black Snake Moan situation.
Lazarus, what are you doing there?
So 32 days. 32 days.
Now, if you understand, so her teleprompter's broken now. You understand 32 days is 2 days longer than a lot of our months. But what you don't know is that it's 1 day longer than some of our other months.
Oh, Jesus
But
Christ.
if this were in February, it would actually be 4 days longer than one of our months, unless it was every fourth year, which is a leap year, and it would be 3 days longer than one of our months. Isn't that special?
Why is it every time she talks to me, I feel like I'm reliving a moment where I was in, preschool, and this was the teacher.
And class wasn't done for another 4 minutes, so you had to fill time?
And I'm still just going, man, can't we just go back to the napping part?
Right.
I'll wake up and eat another orange slice. Let's just do this.
Or a book report you didn't do, and you have to go up there and bullshit it for 5 minutes in front of the class, and you just realize you've killed 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and you have no idea what the fuck you're going to do the rest of the way.
Oh, it's like my first time all over again.
Kamala Harris really is the puppy that lost its way question in Billy Madison.
Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days.
You said that.
And we know we will do it.
Holy shit.
And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead.
That's the end of the clip. She can't fucking ad-lib. She can't give she can't think of an inspirational thought in her fucking head.
Admitting you're the underdog while also being the incumbent is just akin to going, look, we know we fucked up the last 3 or 4 years.
Not only that,
we know you guys aren't really happy with where things are at.
But not only that, you're so not the underdog. The media and everybody is sucking your dick and 150% on your side.
Yeah. You won that debate because you had those moderators working for you.
Right. Like you and the moderators were working together to make sure that you guys had a great first debate. So I don't know where you get this underdog shit from. Schweitz says, holy shit, that's a great impression of Kamala. Thank you. Thank you. My Kamala Harris impression is it's hard to beat. That's for sure. Anonymous says, Aaron and Kamala are both like Ron Burgundy. They'll read whatever is on the screen. No. Not again. I mean, you can test out that theory by contributing via Snapchat, Rumble, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, etc. We are at $300 this morning, and we need to get to 200 by 8 o'clock, or it gets awfully beggy in here. And personally, I like to just do a good show. The begging is up to you guys. I don't want to do it. I hate doing it. It's the worst part of my show, but I can't let the lights shut off on the old steel toe. So if you're happy the Vikings are 5-0, our death video coverage was fantastic. We're right in the middle of Kamala Harris mockery. And if we knock out today's goal, we're going to go over House Cat's fucking magnum opus Nick Rekieta degeneracy timeline, which is full of shit I didn't even know. Because, again, I didn't know anything about the guy before I started hanging out with him. And if House Cat had made this timeline back in September of 2023, a year ago, I would have told Chrissy, yeah, let's not bring that fucking weirdo into our world,
I don't know that we
please.
need that guy.
This guy sounds like a walking fucking time bomb. Like, if you read the chart, like, even before I ever met him, I was like, you could have looked at this information and gone, this guy seems like a weird, try-hard, pervy guy. This sounds like a guy running from his nerd self to become something he thinks other people want him. This is strange.
In your defense, without knowing that information, I mean, his first performance actually was remarkably good for the audience he had.
Well, yeah, I was going to say for the audience he had, in terms of like a stand-up comedy performance, it was fucking dreadful.
But I mean, like, for the room he was in,
yeah,
knowing nothing, you're like, hey, this guy knows how to do a room. Like, he figured the mood and he did it. I didn't realize now, looking back, I was like, no, that's the speed he has, and he was just in the right environment.
Oh, someone said I said Snapchat, not Super Chats. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
My bad. Don't send me Snapchats, please. Let's grab a couple of people here. 199 from NJ Ranger says, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Absolutely, NJ Ranger. Thank you very much. That is not shitting on the show at all. That's actually incredibly helpful. $1 from Coltrane over on Rumble says, Kamala had a 28% approval rating in 2023, and they talked of replacing her on the ticket. Fast forward to Biden showing his brain function on TV, and now she's the greatest thing. Well, they kind of did the same thing with Biden in 2020. Remember, he was a guy who couldn't get more than 2% of the vote.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he's got this huge lead that comes out of the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night.
Yeah, well, I mean, just him becoming the nominee was impressive. All right, couple of 199s. Thank you, guys. But we're $300 away. If you want to contribute, throw in. Still nothing on PayPal or Venmo this morning. Good show so far. Don't want it to devolve into a beg fest, so if you feel like contributing, we do appreciate it. Any way you'd like to is good. The links are all in the chat. Okay. Here's Kamala Harris on Israel.
Okay.
This is a big one. Like, this is a chance for you to score some points and show people.
Show us your statesmanship.
Yeah, show us you're not a mush-brained fucking idiot. The only problem is this is one of those issues where people can really separate themselves and show their knowledge and everything else. It also happens to be one of the issues where Democrats and Republicans are 100% in lockstep, and that is, if you don't say everything's awesome about Israel, you're an anti-Semite and you love terrorism.
Yeah, this is a layup.
Yeah.
This is easy for you. This is fucking softball stuff. No problem. Knock it out of the park. We're back Israel. We support Israel. They're our friends.
This is actually one thing where I'm probably closer to Democrats than I am Republicans, but the Democrats don't have any fucking balls on Israel. So Democrats will say shit like, well, you know, Israel needs to care for the hostage, or not the hostages, the civilians in the Gaza Strip, and perhaps Israel's like, they'll do light criticism of Israel. They'll still vote yes on every funding bill. They'll still think that Israel's our greatest ally and we should back them. but they'll criticize them every once in a while until
say things like we need a ceasefire, but they won't do anything.
Until a Republican goes, well, you don't think the Jewish people have the right to defend themselves? You don't think that they can blah, 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 blah. And then the Democrats go, oh, no. Israel's the best. Israel's the greatest. Israel's our best buddy. So nobody has the balls to go, we've given these fucking people enough. They make us look like shit all the time. They drag us into conflicts, and we follow them headlong into their bullshit. And then people hate us for it. Maybe
you could do that, but my friend Jeff left me this lovely email with a video attached. I would hate for me to say it's one click on the forward button. I don't understand these computers. I have to get my nephew every time to restart it.
Mr. President, this girl looks like she's 14 years old on this plane you're on. Would you care to explain? Or do you just want to sign the funding bill? So Kamala Harris goes on about Israel, and I'm sure this is where we hear that America loves Israel and they're the greatest and blah, blah, blah.
Work that we do diplomatically with the leadership of Israel is an ongoing pursuit around making clear our principles, which include the need for humanitarian aid, the need for this war to end, the need for a deal to be done, which would release the hostages and create a ceasefire. And we're not going to stop in terms of putting that pressure on Israel.
What she's trying to say is can't stop, won't stop.
Now do Ukraine.
Right. But like every answer she has for every question is just this, like it's a question any Midwestern person could give in their garage.
Right.
You know, like none of it has specifics. It's all just like the talks are talks. And when we talk about the war coming to an end and the hostages being freed and peace reigning forever and war is duty. Thank you.
And in the region, including Arab leaders.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
Dude, can we go back to the video with the guy who was dying? Jesus Christ.
What the fuck did she... But that didn't...
She didn't say anything.
She didn't say anything. Like it's
Words came out of her mouth, but there was literally no direction. It hurt me.
The quote was, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like, it's like her whole thing when she speaks is she starts a thought and then she interrupts the thought with another thought. And that thought does nothing to service the thought that came before it. And it's just a series of incomplete positions mashed together as a sentence. And I will tell you this. There is a very real possibility that she's our next president of the United States.
Again, I don't believe, like, there's no way, either A, there's no way she's running the country, or if she is, like, dude, that's like putting the drunken clown in charge of the car. Like, the rest of us aren't going to be able to get out at the end because he's going to hit a wall.
Yeah.
Like, all right, we got to stop this one.
Lander says she grew up in a middle-class family, Aaron. How dare you? Yeah, and her vice president is friends with school shooters. So
and he grew up in a Nebraska home where people rid on their bicycles outside until the lights came on.
He grew up in a Nebraska town where people drank horse cum like men.
And then he went to China.
But not for Tiananmen Square. Remember, he's a scatterbrain. What did he call himself? Called himself something, lunkhead or something.
Country bumpkin?
Like that.
I don't know.
No, he called himself like a lunkhead. Like, I'm a dope. I'm a dummy.
Luddite?
Yeah, well, Luddite. It was somebody in the chat will get it for us. Mr. Beat's an asshole. He writes, she's not wrong, though. How do you know she isn't wrong? I don't know what she said. Coltrane with $1 says Walls won't be back in Fox.
I think he means
LOL.
on.
Yeah, I think he means on
He
Fox.
put a link.
We'll check that out. Couch for Sale with $2 over on YouTube says the voice in her earrings keeps distracting her. She does keep wearing those earrings. Maybe they're talking to her in her head earrings. I'm not really sure. People on Rumble now are saying things about that Tim Walz said about himself that are just clearly not true. And I think you guys have caught a little bit of a case of the sillies, if I do say so myself. By the way, those contributions put us at $295, way behind for right now. The begging gets bad if we don't get to 200 by 8 o'clock. We got to keep on track, guys. Show's great. Show's fun. Show's very entertaining for you. We just need to make our end of it, or that part becomes impossible. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We can now, as you can see, put the chats on the screen. That's a lot of fun for everybody. Or if you want to contribute to PayPal or Venmo, that's great as well. See, now I don't think any of these things were actually said. XJX said Tim Walz called himself a knucklehead gay F word.
Maybe he's calling us the gay F word and he called himself a knucklehead?
No, I don't think he called himself that.
That would be, again, if that's what he's saying, though, that's where, again, commas are important.
Commas exist for a reason. Lander says he called himself a lesbian. No. Mr. Beat says, I think he said he's a sodomite. No, I know he didn't go on the news and say, I am a sodomite.
Oh, but if he did.
That was not what he said. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to start a fight. I just don't believe that Tim Walz went on television and said, well, actually, while we discuss these issues, I just want to say I'm a sodomite. Like, even Pete Buttigieg, who is indeed a sodomite, would not go on TV. I love
that you almost rhymed that unintentionally. I don't want to cause issues. I don't want to start a fight. But Tim Walz did not admit to being a sodomite.
That's like an Al Sharpton speech. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not want to start a fight, but Tim Walz is a sodomite. I'm not putting his house on Zillow because I don't know if he bites his pillow. I don't know if the ticket has class or if the governor of Minnesota has cum in his ass.
I don't think I can talk to Tim anymore. I hear from the record he takes it in the back door.
Now, some people say that we should probably red flag it because vice presidential candidate Tim Walz is what? I'm late for something? Okay. All right. That sounds good to me. All right. We're going to pack it up a little early. I don't want to sit down with Tim Walz and have a beer because I'm afraid if he shakes my hand, I will catch the queer. I don't think that's how it works, Reverend Al. It's not being very progressive. I know that. All right, let's click that link. Let's see what the Tim Walz thing was that Coltrane sent us. Here we go. And then we'll move on to some other shit today. We're done with, I think we're done with election shit for a while.
Of course I care for whom Tim Walz is lusting, because when it comes to the gays, they're disgusting.
Oh, no, that's not.
Do you personally
Sharpton, how could you?
dislike homosexuals?
Of course, they're disgusting.
Oh, no.
That's not going to work.
When it comes to Tim Walz, I may not be trusting, because in my asshole and nut he will be busting. And then I know that I'll have to wear shades, because I will be diagnosed with terminal AIDS.
Okay.
I know my face and smile will not be beaming because my anal cavity will be filled with Tim Walz horse semen.
I announced this, and it might be quite a shock, but it turns out Tim Walz also has a horse cock.
Oh. When we make love, Tim Walz plugs my nose, so I open my mouth to breathe and have to swallow his loads. How did this show get to Al Sharpton being in a tawdry gay affair with Tim Walz?
I don't know.
And how is that not drawing money from this audience?
I have no idea.
We're rhyming. This is very creative.
This is awesome. People should be support. They should be joining in with their super chats so that now you guys can be on screen with this stuff.
I know that Tim Walz has what the kids call the Riz, but old Reverend Al had to taste all his jizz. Thank you. Now enjoy the rest of your Christmas mass. He was on Fox News with Miss Shannon Bream, but that was right after my face was covered in his cream. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, after they listen to his rhymes. It's very important. All right, let's go ahead and check this out. This is Tim Walz's interview with Shannon Bream on Fox News.
I want to talk about abortion, too, because this came out.
That's always that's how I start Thanksgiving, by the way.
Oh, boy.
Everyone sits down and I go, I want to talk about abortion real quick. So what do you guys think? Because the cranberry sauce is made out of aborted baby placentas. And
look, I don't want to be a one-trick pony, but I'm a blonde white lady, so let's talk about abortion.
Let's talk about my college sex life, a.k.a. abortion.
At the debate, it's been a winning argument for Democrats on many ballots, but I want to clarify what the law is there in Minnesota. Abortion.
Dude, how fucking funny would it be if when Republicans, like Republicans who aren't like pro-choice, but they don't want to be like, get caught in the pro-life argument. So they go, well, I think there should be exceptions for R wording or incest. How great would it be if a Republican from like the Deep South just went, all right, y'all, as y'all know, I'm pro-life. But there's certain loopholes that we should allow, like the R word, incest, or your daughter is knocked up by a colored fella.
Oh, Jesus.
And then, as horrifying as that speech would be to watch, watching the poll returns come back and that guy win in a landslide would be even more jarring.
Well, in his state, I'm sure it would go over well.
Yeah. Please welcome the new senator from Mississippi.
A website that helps women find access says abortion is legal throughout pregnancy in Minnesota. There is no ban or limit on abortion in Minnesota based on how far along in a pregnancy you are. You signed a bill that makes it legal through all 9 months. Is that a position you think Democrats should advocate for nationally?
Look, the vice president and I have been clear. The restoration of Roe versus Wade is what we're asking for.
But that law goes far beyond Roe v. Wade.
To make her own choice. The law is very clear. It does not change that. That was been debunked on every occasion.
But
wait, let's
agree. What you signed is there's not a single limit through 9 months of pregnancy. Roe had a trimester framework that did have limits through the pregnancy.
Do you think these guys understand after all these years of these gotcha interviews, do they not understand that maybe just addressing this and being done with it would be a lot better than just pretending they didn't ask the question they asked?
Right. But they're not going to do that because, again, they like using this issue as a crutch pitch issue. There's no actual, measures or anything on the ballot, but the Democrats have been saying for the last few months that, women's reproductive rights are on the ballot. Because if Donald Trump gets in, apparently, I guess we're going to the fucking Handmaid's Tale. Which, God, at this point, I can't wait.
Which is funny because we can't because abortion is now not a federal issue.
Yeah, it's a states' rights issue. And the people on the Republican side, they're happy. They finally got what they want.
Right.
Because they're like, hey, in the places we control, we don't have to deal with this anymore. If you guys want to be godless heathens and murder babies, well, you're already letting people live on the streets anyway. Yeah. So it's not like you're going to devolve further into the ninth circle of hell, or maybe you will.
Go bananas.
Either way.
The Minnesota law does not have that.
This puts the decision with the woman and her health care providers. The situation we have is when you don't have the ability of health care providers to provide that, that's where you end up with a situation like Amanda Zaworski in Texas, where they are afraid to do what's necessary. This doesn't change anything. It puts the decision back on to the woman, to the physicians, and we know that this is simply something to be brought up to be very clear. Donald Trump's asking for a nationwide abortion ban.
Wait,
but he
isn't.
He's not.
No one's asking for a nationwide abortion ban. If you ask Donald Trump, he's very happy with the way things went before.
Right.
And he says repeatedly, I think it's a states' rights issue. I think the Supreme Court did a very nice job. I don't know why I'm getting...
Yeah, I think that was a Walz and
wrong
Trump
way,
together.
asshole.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But
yeah, he's happy with how it went. He doesn't want to change anything.
It's so interesting, too, because, like, for the Democrats, they so want to keep this as an election issue. But their opponents keep saying, no, we're good. We got it. We got what we wanted. We're set. We're solid. Don't worry about it.
It's almost like the whole reason they never codified it the whole time they had the opportunity since like the 70s or 80s when it first got installed is kind of like because they liked using it as a pitch issue to run elections for.
He
Again,
said that
we don't see this
he has
as a
said
winning
repeatedly
campaign.
that he will not sign a national abortion ban. Are you calling that just, it's a flat out lie?
Yes, of course. And Senator Vance has in the past said so too. Now, look, they may see this as an election issue. We see it as a right of women to make their own bodily decisions. And
they're the ones making it an election issue. Like we said before, they're happy. They got what they wanted.
They're happy. They don't want to do anything.
Right.
They're very, very happy. And again, we called it out, and you're saying that's a lie. So apparently they want to make it an election issue. Actually, from what you're saying, they want to hide what they're going to do because they're trying not to make it an election issue.
I love the people who are saying, like the party that's saying abortion is on the ballot is the one saying that the other side's trying to make it an election issue.
Sir, have you not paid attention to what you just said 5 seconds ago?
Ali, did you hear what you just said?
that's what the states like my state have the ability to put that in. States like Georgia.
I didn't know we had a whole state run by mice.
Look,
did you know
we put
about
that
this?
law in there. So 9 months out, you're like, hey, it looks a little lopsided. You can just grab it by the ankles and
No.
be done.
Hold on. Did you know there was a mice state?
I didn't know there was a mice state.
I didn't either, but he just talked about it. It's kind of like that White House horse we keep talking about.
Okay.
Like go back just a little bit here.
Now, look, they may see this as an election issue. We see it as a right of women to make their own bodily decisions. And that's what the states like my state.
Dude, you've never heard of my state?
I've never heard of my state.
You know who's
but I heard it. It started out as a cream county with a few mice. But one of those mice, you know, he wouldn't give up. He just kept swimming and he churned.
He churned that cream into butter?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And then a show house slathered it on his body and went on.
Mice state. I never knew that there was a mice state. Amazing. And then he started a TV network and started fucking children.
Oh.
It's a different mouse. He's all business.
And then we bought Fox.
Oh, wait, they do own Fox. No, they don't own.
Yes, they do. They bought 20th Century Fox, the movie studio,
right,
not the network.
They don't own News Corp. That owns Fox News. Right.
They own the movies, though.
Yeah.
That in. States like Georgia force women to cross the border, and then we have a death.
It's good for them. Get a little drive-in. You want to kill that fucking baby? Earn it.
Dude, I'm not like super duper in favor of this. I do believe women should deserve some autonomy over their bodies, but I also feel like when it comes to reproducing another life, there should be limits on that, because at a certain point, it's like, well, I mean, the R wording and the incest, I feel like, is a stupid pitch point issue, because that's not what a majority of these pregnancies are. A lot of them are either A, you trusted him, bad idea, or B, you just took a hot load. Again, bad idea. So,
I do have people coming up with more Kamala Harris poetry.
All right.
House Cat says, when it comes to Kamala, she can't read the prompter to you. When it comes to Tim Walz, always give a hawk to her. Thank you for Def Jam poetry. You're welcome. Anonymous does not like our aspect ratio already. We are triggering the fuck out of his autism with $2, and he says he's charging this one back already. Charging it back. Says nice aspect ratio, nerd boy. Charge back, engage. Hey, nerd boy, that's offensive. I mean, we can say whatever we want on this program. You know, we have carte blanche to, say what you will. Nerd boy, I mean, hate speech is not something we're going to tolerate on this program, Anonymous. So, nerd boy, I think we can all agree, Johnny, a little bit beyond the pale.
Yeah, just Take it easy. It's just brand new.
Yeah.
It's still got the new chat smell.
Yeah.
Give it time.
I don't think Nerd Boy is something that I think even our most ardent listeners and some of our meanest listeners are going to look at this anonymous fella and his Nerd Boy chat, and I think it's going to receive really show-wide condemnation, if you ask me. But thank you, Anonymous, and I understand you need that $2 badly. I appreciate it. Somebody writing in the Rumble chat, Landers writes, it's pretty fucking simple. Don't let Tyrone blow his load in you. Yeah, but it's in there so deep.
And it's one of those things, like, for the guy and the girl, for some of them, like, in the moment, it's just like you want that to happen.
Right.
And then so she asks for it, and even if she's not in her right mind when she's asking for it, you can't resist the demand. Like, what are you going to, is she's begging for it? You're not going to do it? Like, come on.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do? She wrapped her legs around my hips. She's literally just...
She's fucking biting her lip and saying, don't you dare fucking stop. Like, how am I supposed... What, I'm supposed to just be like, no, for the betterment of our lives going forward, I'm going to think about what happens after I come.
I'm literally on the doorstep of the greatest feeling known to man. You know what I'm really good at in those moments? Rational thought.
Now time for some introspection.
Yeah. You know, let's really, in the split second I have here before I start shooting goo into this woman, why don't I weigh the pros and cons, make a little list, and then decide if this is going on her tits, face, or vagina. Wild card, asshole. That was quick.
It's not in the hair. That's the one thing we can all apparently agree on.
Unless you don't care about her. Bobby with $5. Thank you very much over on PayPal.
Thank you.
Approachable or dong? I always forget. I think it's dong. Dong with $5. Thank you very much. So that's 10.50. Another 5 from House Cat. Thank you very much. 280 away from today. Hey guys, if you're feeling crazy generous, drop $80 on us, and we'll get to $200 before 8 o'clock. We can still do that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. It's all up, pinned to the top of the chat. We can also display your Super Chats and your Rumble rants now, which is a lot of fun. So go ahead, drop some money in, click one of the links, whatever. Let's get to 200 by 8 o'clock, and then the begging stays away, which is great. Buffalo Jockey says it's pretty simple. There's no reason to care if a woman gets an abortion or not. Just be thankful she got one. That's never going to start an argument. Never. Sam Show says, I agree with Anonymous, though the gay F word is more appropriate. Or more apt, I'm sorry. Lab Glass saying, fuck that guy, make it full screen. We'll get the aspect ratio down. Don't worry about it. Landers says, I am somewhat thankful for abortions, though, because it keeps the... Jesus. I am somewhat thankful for abortions, though, because it's keep the black population under 13% for decades, so there is that.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. Hulkamash says, Aaron can't say no to gas station food, let alone pulling out, even if it was a hot load. I mean, the guy can't say no to a chuck wagon sandwich. What is he supposed to do? Not come in her pussy? Are you gay? Fucking gay, bro?
Dudes came up with vasectomies for a reason.
It's not chuck wagon sandwiches, by the way. I'm not a total piece of shit. It's what's the one at Holiday? There's a burger at Holiday, a pepper jack bacon burger.
I don't know. I don't do Holiday. I usually
disgusting.
end up with Quick Trip.
No, I know. I'm not proud of it. Mr. Beat says you should act more like Gino and talk down to your audience and call them pores. Never. This audience has kept us on the air after radio for over 4 fucking years now. I mean, I cannot call them pores.
If we called them pores,
else.
It's because we helped make them that way.
Right.
They support our show. We love them.
I can't shit on this audience and call them pores at all. This audience has kept this show on the air for 4 years. It's been a great success. If we got to ask for money, we got to ask for money. The fact that they've kept us on this long is really, I mean, truly, I hate to say this. I know it's going to rub a lot of haters the wrong way. But the fact that we went from a radio market of St. Cloud, Minnesota, got canned from that because of a cancel culture type of deal, controversy, took it to the internet and have kept paying people and have kept on the air for 4 years. Nobody's ever done that before. Like, anyone who shits on us, anyone who thinks that we're the worst thing ever, no offense, we've done something no one else has ever done in a market our size. It's never been done, and I'm extremely proud of it. So thank you guys, all of you. So no, I cannot call the audience pores or anything like that. You guys are awesome. Let's go to House Cat with $5. Says he's doing more sharp than I love these. Rakeda always loves going to hedonism too. You can always tell by his white creamy poo. Love to Ricardo and Romaine on Instagram. Do you know about Ricardo and Romaine? I didn't know about them till later.
I didn't know about Ricardo and Romaine.
I didn't know about them till later. They're like they're performers at the swingers resort that Nick went to.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and who knows what the fuck happened there. Like I said, if fucking House Cat would have come up with all of his shit before
early on
October of last year, I would have stayed the fuck away. I would have steered fucking clear. Orange Boy with $9.99 says, how do you make a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it. You know what's going to be funny is after today, our audience will have gotten the super chat thing removed. Because people will be like,
they're going to drive you nuts with dad jokes that you hate to read.
Exactly. Hendy with $2 says, here's a fake dono. Let's get a fake dono rally going. Hey, if you guys want to throw in fake donos, fake donos are some of my favorite donos.
Why would you think that's a fake dono? He doesn't even have a profile pic. I'm sure he's a real person.
Here's $1 from Buffalo Jockey. He says, you went from a shitty central Minnesota radio station to begging for money. You're definitely a big hitter, New Boot Goofin. But I do think what we did is rare. I mean, you could take any radio program in central Minnesota and they could ask for money the same way we do, and it wouldn't work. And like the small price we have to pay to be able to stay on the air is that we have to raise the money that way. I'm sorry that it rubs people the wrong way, but I'm fine with it. It's the shittiest part of the show. I hate it, but we get to keep doing this for you guys, and you guys keep throwing the money at us. We appreciate it. By the way, 265 away from today. Wait a minute. I definitely want to hear the Rakeda timeline. Also, Johnny is a much more engaging co-host than Matt. No offense. Well, I mean, everybody gets to have their favorites. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I like that little bit of competition on my program. Keeps things fresh. Thank you very much for that $5. Kimberly. 260 away from today. Well, there you go, guys. Get her down to 200 by 8 o'clock, and we're fucking aces. Thank you so much. This little rally has been brought to you by the very kind audience of Steel Toe. Well, should we see if this Tim Walz interview gets any better?
Yeah, I'm sure he already had his oops-a-doodle moment. They got him on the abortion thing. I'm sure he'll pitch out. We got 4 minutes to make this happen, or 3 at least.
Yeah. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, etc. Thank you guys very much.
Amber Thurman. So let's be very clear. Trying to cut hairs on an issue on this is not where the American public's at. They want the restoration.
Oh, Tim, we're not cutting walls, or we're not cutting hairs. We're cutting babies' lives short.
And by the way, I don't know if you know this, Walls. It's a very, very divisive issue. A lot of people land on one side of the fence or the other. Not a whole lot in the middle, but there's a lot of that are like, hey, let me murder kids if I want to. And then there's a lot that are like, hey, that's baby murder, you child murdering maniac, and that's wrong.
Those really are the two positions on abortion.
Yeah. If you boil it down.
Yeah, it's just a lump of cells in my gut. Get rid of it. Or you're murdering a baby. There's a lot of room in between those two positions for fighting.
Of Roe versus Wade, Vice President Harris said she would sign it. That's what we'll do when we're elected.
But to be clear, the Minnesota law is
women.
far beyond Roe v. Wade. And about the Amber Thurman case in Georgia, her family has, and it's tragic, she is a young mother who left behind a young son. But what her family has said is it was a complication from an abortion pill that she received, and she didn't get proper care when she went to a Georgia hospital, which had multiple opportunities to intervene there.
Oh, so that wasn't even, so they're lying about that? That wasn't even a botched abortion? So they're fucking
It was a botched abortion.
But it was like...
The thing is, they're saying she had to go across state lines for her botched abortion. What the problem is she took an abortion pill, and it botched, and she had an issue. And they didn't treat it properly when she went to the hospital. So her death could have been avoided. But again, it wasn't that she couldn't get her abortion in the state.
Right. So it didn't have anything to do with, like, they're trying to make it sound like it was like a back alley abortion death kind of a thing. Ew, so they're using this dead chick and they're not even telling the story right?
Are you surprised?
That's fucking gross, man. I mean, I guess, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't.
Dude, they've been punching. They've been pushing a story, left and right has been pushing a story about this baby in Tennessee that got rescued in the floodwaters and stuff. And there's a video of this dude rescuing a baby. I covered the video on Friday. There's a guy's like, they're putting that out there like they're doing stuff and FEMA's out here helping. It's like, that was me and my guys and no one's helping us. We need helicopters. I don't know why the government isn't helping us. He's like, those are me and my guys that are out there with a civilian fucking helicopter rescuing people that are leaving SOS trails, and they're sitting there pretending like they're doing shit. He's like, all of these politicians are lying to you. So yeah, I'm not surprised they lied about the abortion story too.
Good point.
Her own attorney, the family's attorney, says it wasn't the Georgia law, it was the hospitals. What he claims is malpractice, not treating her when she clearly showed up in distress and still had the byproducts of her pregnancy because of that rare complication from the abortion pill. So just to be clear on the Georgia law and how her family and her attorney sees it.
Well, there's also the abortion pill works in two pills. There's a pill that ends the pregnancy, and then there's another pill. And I know I'm not describing these as like they medically do, but this is just my knowledge of it. There's one pill, I believe it's the misoprostol, which ends the pregnancy. And then there's another pill you're supposed to take that kind of cleans everything out. It forces everything out. And maybe that didn't happen. I don't know.
Either way, again, it's not that she didn't get her abortion or she had to travel state lines. It's, again, one of these things where they're like, oh, look at this 1 in a million rare case. It's proof why we should just codify Roe v. Wade. And it's like, no, the Supreme Court made a ruling that it was a states' rights issue. You can't just codify that.
Indicated that had she not go to North Carolina after the debate the other night, that she would have been in a better position. So look, these are the situations you're going to get into when you take this decision and put it in the hands of politicians like Donald Trump rather than women and their doctors. We trust women, we trust doctors, and we know the outcomes of that are better.
Okay, let's clarify more changes that you signed in Minnesota as well.
He does not want to talk about the Minnesota shit, does he?
No, because he's kind of been, if you pay attention to him, a communist socialist dictator kind of a governor. He's kind of like made laws and rules that leave convenient loopholes so he can penalize his own citizens, and conveniently enough, always the rural ones.
You're saying he's Mao light.
Yeah.
Several things were repealed with respect to reporting infants who may have survived an abortion attempt. Language that used to be part of the statute was taken out. We'll put this on the screen so people can see. It used to require medical personnel to, quote, preserve the life and health of the born alive infant. That language has been repealed. It's no longer part of the law. Also struck from the law was language about reporting infants that are born alive, what treatment they receive, and whether they live or die. Why was it important to you to get that protection out of the law?
Because it's devastating to my case.
It's really hard to murder a baby if you make it illegal. Like, if the thing's out and it's kicking and screaming and you got a whole bunch of people like, give it a chance. But I'm like, but I got this whole like weird erector set thing set up, so if I flick a marble, we kill a baby. Like, come on, let's do this.
Why did you remove that from the law? Well, it's very simple, Shannon. You see, when a baby is kicking and screaming and then you kill it, for some reason, people get mad.
And they ask weird questions like, why did you do that?
They asked fucked up questions like, why did you kill that baby that was born alive and then not change your facial expression, you fucking sociopath? And quick follow-up question, again, why?
Was that really necessary? Nah, but I liked it.
Yeah.
Minnesota law aligns with every other case of what physicians are required by their ethical responsibilities. And so it changed nothing other than aligning with all care that physicians provide.
All Care Towing, 320. If you need an abortion, don't call them. But if your car aborts on you, they can come pick you up. That's why if you have a car abortion, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. AllCareTowing.com. They have the trucks and wreckers for motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty equipment, and nobody is quicker to pick up your vehicle when its heart stops beating on you like All Care Towing. 320, and they don't wait until before 6 weeks. They wait until before 6 minutes. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If an abortion All Care Towing read doesn't drive donations, I've lost my touch.
In any circumstance.
When your baby needs help, call All Care Towing.
Oh, don't. Yeah.
No, not that baby.
No,
I mean
not
like
that.
Your car baby.
Your car baby, yeah.
Medical case. And so it's alignment, as it's always been. It's the cases we've seen in Minnesota. The outcomes we get in our healthcare results are the best in the nation. And all it did was align with existing law.
But you do acknowledge it takes out the language about preserving the life of an infant who was born alive.
Every doctor has an ethical responsibility to provide what they can in each situation. That is the way the law is written now. It's the same for any person who shows up. And again, this is a distraction from the real issue here is women being forced into miscarriages, women being forced to go back home, get sepsis, potentially die, like we saw.
They're not forced. Nobody goes, go home and get sepsis.
She wasn't forced to. Again, like we said, that story you keep misrepresenting was a 1 in a million case where a person developed a medical malpractice case because, again, the doctors failed. She got everything she needed. She didn't have to cross state lines to get it. It wasn't. Oh. I'm sorry. I don't understand the whole. What doctor wants to kill a baby that's born alive? Unless it has some sort of like seriously like, oh, it's going to die slowly and painfully in the next few days.
I'm really more troubled by the fact that in some of these states, I was not aware of this, that they tell you, excuse me, I know you want to get an abortion. Instead, we need you to go home and get sepsis. I didn't know that does go too far. I think we do need to reinstall Roe v. Wade if what we're doing is telling women to go home and get sepsis. See, I didn't know that.
Look, I didn't realize you were a sinner, so go home and rot from the inside out because it's what God wants for you.
Let's go to some of these super chats. Thank you very much to Orange Boy. Says, what's blue and doesn't weigh much? Light blue. You know, sometimes we get super chats like that, and I go, I'm trying too hard. Silver Wolf with $5 over on Rumble says, shut up and take my money.
Oh, we will. Thank you.
You've got it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, most people that go from radio to podcasts have things like advertisers and put content behind a paywall rather than relying on donations for revenue. Not radio shows our size, my man. Sorry. I mean, maybe bigger market ones, sure. Not ours. It's pretty amazing that we've kept this thing going. Landers says, fucking ban Orange Boy. No, I can't. I can't just ban Orange Boy. It's mean-spirited. 260 away from today. All right, it is 8 o'clock. We did need to be under 200 by 8 o'clock to kind of keep this thing on pace so the fucking wheels don't fall off today. Having a great time. Really enjoying doing my show today. Want to do House Cat's Ricada timeline for overtime. I think it would be a lot of fun. But we do need your contributions. We are behind at the moment. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. As you're finding out right now from S-Word Jockey on Rumble, we can now put these up on the screen. A little added fun for you. With $5, says every interview these two do winds up as a Wile E. Coyote scheme. Oh, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Yeah, well, I mean, they have it fits their intelligence level.
I just feel like he just keeps stepping into that rake and hitting him in the face on that interview. Like every time she asked a question, you might as well have that sound clip. And just like he's just like, I set this up and I just hit myself in the face with it. You're talking about the state I run, and I'm acting like I know nothing about the state I'm in charge of.
But isn't that's kind of how they roll, though? I mean, every time they've tried to stop Trump or every time they've tried to get some momentum going for themselves, it's always Wile E. Coyote lighting the match, sitting down on the Acme rocket, lighting the fuse, and then launching himself headfirst into a stone wall. So, like, why would the interviews be any different? All right, guys, $255 away from today's goal, a goal that is 100% necessary for us to stay on the air. We're starting to claw back. We really are. I think we're probably about a week or so away from being back to even. That is, if we knock out all those goals. We are behind now as we're halfway through today's show. Haven't quite gotten to the $100 mark yet. If you'd like, contribute to the program. If you've got a big chunk to donate a big chunk. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rant. The first 2 hours have been pleasant. You haven't been asked.
I'm curious about this timeline thing.
You guys want to know about the Ricada? This is the only offer, by the way. Like, I'm going to do it for overtime today. I figure that's kind of the carrot. Like, here you go, guys. Mm-hmm. I'll give you something extra if we knock out today's goal. I just won't do it. Like, my thing is, I'm offering it for overtime. If people don't want to pay for that, then I guess it's not something they really want to hear about or see. So we'll skip the damn thing. I don't want to. I love it. I think it's great. Somebody worked really hard on it, and it's very informative. And I'll certainly have some stories to tell because of it, but we will see. We just need to, we're a little bit behind. Help us catch up. If we can get to 100 by 9 o'clock, hey, that's awesome. Keep going, guys. Remember the guy we talked about at the beginning of the show today who filmed his own death announcement for his YouTube channel? This is news that nobody wanted. In an interview with KSI and Logan Paul, Mr. Beast confirms that he's filmed content to keep his channel alive after he dies.
That's even worse.
Yeah. This is not something anybody asked for. Like, I know that Mr. Beast is huge. Like, my son watches his videos, you know, the little game show videos he does, the little locking people in cubes. And then he really does. Mr. Beast has made it an art to treat people like lab rats for a couple $100,000.
Yeah.
He does a very good job with it. But if there was one word I could use to describe Mr. Beast's content, it would be disposable. Like,
okay.
Nobody ever goes, oh, here's this great Mr. Beast bit. I mean, outside of like when he fixes blind people's eyes and shit. Like, that's pretty cool.
Oh, I thought that was all he did. Like, just like he did like emo feel good content. Like, hey, we're helping people.
No, sometimes he locks people in plexiglass boxes and then makes them do stunts so they can try to win $250,000.
So then, why does anyone have a problem with this guy? He's just a game show. That's all it is.
It really is. It's just a guy who has a shitload of money, and he goes, basically, he's the millionaire in the movie Rat Race.
Oh, God.
You know? He's just like, what can I get these fucking people to do to get some of my money? This is awesome. You know? Like, eventually, as society continues to decline, Mr. Beast will be the one who initiates the first ever Hunger Games. Like, it's just going to be something that entertains the fuck out of him. And the minute the government allows private citizens to fund something like that, Mr. Beast is not only, he's going to film it, he's going to release it, it's going to be a whole big thing. He'll be the first Hunger Games guy, for sure. But he says that he has recorded content to keep his channel alive after he dies. Now, does Mr. Beast have any kids?
I have no idea, but now I'm hoping not, considering what he's chosen to do with his life.
Because if he doesn't, there's no reason for him to keep his fucking channel alive.
I'd say if he has kids, he has less reason to do it. Don't you have something you should be doing with your time, like spending it with them instead of worrying about what happens when you're dead?
What are your thoughts on your... I'm not seeing anything here. Oh, no, he doesn't. He did a video 4 months ago. Will Mr. Beast have kids? If you don't have children, like, you don't need to have content ready for after you die. There's nobody for the money to go to.
The cats.
I
all
guess.
of the cats.
Yeah, you could be like one of those old ladies who gives all her possessions to her cats. By the way, over 900 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow wherever you are. And also, throw us a few bucks. We're a long ways short of today's goal, and we'd like to knock it out. Thank you very much to Joshua with $10 over on YouTube. Hey, Johnny, what's blue but looks like red paint?
I don't know. What's blue but looks like red paint?
Blue paint.
It's actually hurting me.
Do you hate him? Do you hate Joshua 029?
Now I really hate him. How
about you? Are you done super chatting dog shit? Me? I'm in my prime. Thank you, Joshua, for the $10. We appreciate it. 2:45 away from today. Keep them coming. We are well short of what we need for today. And we appreciate everybody throwing in their 10s and their 20s and their 50s and their 100s and whatever. Yeah, Mr. Beast having content for after he dies, no thanks. I'm good. It's just, Mr. Beast is such an easy guy to replace. Like, Mr. Beast is great now.
Right.
But Mr. Beast is not the Tupac of YouTube.
No, he's a cog in a machine, and we can replace him pretty quick.
We used to call Mr. Beast PewDiePie. And then PewDiePie said, oh, you know what's great? PewDiePie went, I'm going to have a wife. I'm going to have kids. I'm going to have a family. I'm going to back off this internet shit. Not going to live on the internet. That's the way to go, man. That's the way to go. You know, I see a lot of these people who obsess about streaming, obsess about the internet, start these fake beats. Like, I look at, like, Keanu has obviously gone down a pathetic road. Melton's falling apart. You know, Carl's desperately looking for material for his show because it's stagnating. And I look at all of them and I go, the thing they have in common is they don't have children. And I think when you don't have children, streaming becomes all you have, and you just sit there and obsess over it, and you obsess over other people. But you also build this room for yourself with no windows where you think everyone else is obsessed with it as you are.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good. And then you realize that you have people like me. I have children. I have shit I need to do during the week, during the weekend. You know, I'm sorry, I can't indulge your fantasies. Like, I can't indulge your obsession. And then the childless people get more mad at you for not indulging their obsession. It's just wild. I'm saying,
why aren't you following this drama? Because I'm building a fucking marble track run set with my daughter right now. It's a STEM thing. It's all fun. We're making them glow in the dark. Like, I mean, you've got shit to do when you have kids.
Right. And when you don't have shit to do, because you don't have kids, you do things that to you look normal, but to everyone else, that's why Keanu has completely destroyed herself, is because everyone's looking at her going, you know, you're insane and you're crazy and you're a two-faced bitch, right? Like that's what they say about her. And you don't see it. You don't have that perspective. And that's really the saddest part. And then you think like, I'm just getting everybody. No, the people you think you're getting, they're busy. They're not even paying attention to you. I'm sorry. Squirt out a kid, make yourself useful. That's what I'm trying to say. Susan M with $10 says, why do bears shit in the woods? You know what I like about that one, Johnny?
It's open-ended.
It's open-ended. You can come up with your own answer to Susan M's question. Thank you for the $10, Susan. I appreciate that. A whopping 240 away from today.
If movies are to be believed, bears shit in the woods because they found somebody's duffel bag full of cocaine and they're all hopped up on it. It gets their system moving.
Yeah.
They're just crazy bears running in the woods.
Damn it. Would you be more careful? I heard that bears shit in the woods because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
It's the medulla oblongata.
I think there's something wrong with that boy's medulla oblongata. By the way, speaking of making my point about childless internet personalities, did you hear this sad story about this Taylor Russo?
No.
Taylor Grigg? Dead at 25. She was a famous TikToker.
Ugh, I hate that that's a phrase.
Yeah. But it's just...
Famous TikToker.
But these,
was
again...
it skin cancer?
Vanity, I think, more than anything. Oh, no, she has a husband? That's terrible. No, it's not terrible that she has a husband. It's terrible that she died and, left people behind. Amassed over 1.4 million followers on TikTok, has died. The 25-year-old influencer's husband shared the news on his social media Saturday, saying her passing was so sudden and unexpected, adding, this past year, Taylor has dealt with more pain and suffering than most people do in a lifetime. I don't know anything about her. They didn't release a cause of death. And usually when they don't release a cause of death, it's usually,
something they did.
Right. However, this woman had medical issues. Back in August, she addressed the medical issues she's been facing, telling her followers she's felt like she's been fighting for my life every day, saying she was going through undescribable pain, sometimes wishing she was dead. The noted plan is for her organs to be donated. They have a GoFundMe set up to help. Taylor went on to say she was eventually diagnosed by a doctor after not knowing what was wrong with her, although she never detailed in her post exactly what she was going through. Well, why would you say a doctor diagnosed you?
And if you have a serious medical condition that eventually led to your death, are you allowed to donate organs? Because I know I'm not.
That's the thing.
Because I'm like, hey, guys, I got all these organs. And they go, yeah, you do.
This is a weird...
You can keep those.
That's a weird story. I'm not going to sit here and say this dead 25-year-old TikToker was lying about medical issues or anything, or that it was mental illness related or anything like that. But it is weird that you're like, I'm not telling you how she died. Meanwhile, we got the gun YouTuber who's sitting there spilling his fucking guts on his death video where he's like, and the haters can suck my dick and clippers are fucking gay, dude. Keep your fucking Patreons because we're going to keep this shit rocking after my death. We don't know what, we're not going to announce what killed her. Although she went on her TikTok and said, my doctors diagnosed me with something. I'm not going to say what. Oh, it's just kind of red flaggy to me.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, for me, it was when you said she was a famous TikToker.
You know what? I got actually some info on her funeral. They're actually not going to put her in a casket. They're actually just going to stand her up and they're going to have a video playing of her life's highlights.
Okay.
And they're going to stand her up going like this.
And then at the end of the funeral, they're going to put her like this with a selfie stick, and you can get your picture with her one last time.
You see, it's a TikTok. It's a TikTok joke. It's gonna point up. Like this. So I didn't say it was a good TikTok joke. Just said it was a TikTok joke. Uncle Lucky with $4.99 says, Johnny, do you know why have yellow babies? Two wongs don't make a white. I don't know why he felt the need to tell you specifically that joke.
I don't know. I just, but thank you.
Thank you for responding to his super chat in the form of a question. That's the way to do it. 383 Novocaine becoming a member for 28 months. He says, get the fucking message. I know I pinned the message. Now get it out of my way so I can read 383 Novocaine's membership renewal, for fuck's sake, YouTube. All right, I've got it. The message has been pinned. Can we start the story now? Holy shit, is that sitting there for a while? I might just undo it. I literally have the message pinned thing just sitting here.
And it won't go away?
It won't go away, and I just want to read 383 Novocaine's membership renewal. It's the only thing I want to do. There we go. Cash flow has got real tight. My grandson decided to swing a dog leash in the house and broke my 75-inch OLED TV one day before the game and had to get another. Oh, that sucks. Did you cut his hand off as punishment? I mean, did you let him know that kind of thing is just simply not okay? We have officially cracked the $100 mark for today. Let's get a move on. 235 away from today's goal. We'd like to be at 100 by 9 o'clock. That lets us know we're going to knock this out today. Go ahead. and throw in on PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. We could use your contributions. We could use a rally, quite frankly. I saved the big news for later in the show today.
Okay.
Because I didn't know what people were willing to stomach so early in the morning. By the way, congratulations to the Cowboys beating the Steelers last night, 20-17. Nice work. The Kansas City Chiefs play tonight. And they're hosting the New Orleans Saints. And I don't mean to get dramatic. I know it's only week 5 of the season. But this is a very important game for the Chiefs. And there is something that if we don't see it, we will know that it's over. We will know tonight whether or not this whole thing is done, it's crashed and burned, if we should all start lighting sage, if perhaps we should all start saying a little prayer, maybe. Because I don't know if you know this or not about the Kansas City Chiefs, Johnny, and I don't mean to get all sports on you guys, but Taylor Swift hasn't showed up for the last 2 Kansas City Chief home games.
Yes, I knew this is what it was going to be. Who
look,
cares about football? What the heck is Swift up to? Is she's still taking that horse?
It's not just that. Travis Kelce had a birthday event for his 35th birthday.
Right.
I don't mean to tell tales out of school. T-Swizz wasn't there.
Oh, no.
She wasn't at his birthday event. And she hasn't been at the last couple of games. Johnny, we could be heading
She's going to have a new album coming out.
I'm telling you right now, you know what I think's happening? I think the media is creating this division to rig the election.
How?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. Because they're going to get everybody so sad thinking that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift have broken up that they won't have time to go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump. Because as we know, most Trump fans
are huge Swifties.
Massive Swifties. And they're going to be so bummed that these two are potentially broken up that they're not even going to be able to go out and vote for Donald Trump, which is then going to guarantee a Kamala Harris victory. So
I think she's out getting a Roe v. Wade.
Oh, you think?
In my opinion,
you think she got a Travis Kelce baby and decided to go and?
She wasn't ready to carry it across the goal line yet. I mean, she doesn't know if she can handle that linebacker running out of her.
So she decided
to punt. Handled it running into her.
She decided to take the long snap and punt the ball back to the other side. Travis Kelce says Taylor Swift will be at Monday's game after arriving at his birthday celebration. Kelce car jam. Okay, a likely story. Oh, yeah, she's just homesick. She's right upstairs. She's taking the dog out while I'm on the air. She's here.
She didn't want to, but I asked her, is this how you honor the husband?
We did Kelce, Aaron, and
Put the
Crowder.
fucking gloves on and feed the goddamn dog his medication.
Taylor Swift said, I'm not going to your car jam. Watch it. Fucking watch it.
Watch it.
Steven Crowder is such a fucking douche that video is actually the most likable I think he's ever been. That was the one time when he told a woman, watch it, fucking watch it. I was like, let her know, Steven.
There you go, buddy.
Let her know. You make millions of dollars a year. There's fucking rules around this joint. As you know, there's this crazy buzz. I love how TMZ writes, as you know. Like, hey, you're not a complete and total shithead. You know that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are, they're figuring this thing out. But there is crazy buzz when Taylor is not at every Travis game or event. There's trouble in paradise, but not the case. Travis said Taylor will be cheering him on Monday night when the Chiefs take on the Saints in Kansas City. Oh. So don't worry, guys. The long national nightmare that you were worried about is apparently not going to happen.
Travis Kelce is renegotiating his contract with the forces that be behind the scenes. And once he does, they will release his girlfriend and let him have her again.
Travis Kelce, if he did sign a deal with the devil to land Taylor Swift, the devil in exchange took his ability to fucking play football because the old man has definitely lost a step this season. That's for sure. He is not off to the greatest start.
He's been pumping Swift so much, he's out of energy.
Andy Reid's been going, and you're going to stop playing around with that pet shop girl. Women weaken legs. Somebody becoming a member for 26 months says 26 months of begging, can't wait for the 27th. Oh, boy. Well, I tell you what, we are way behind today, so if you guys are feeling like rallying up, we could use you. We are is it 230 or 235 away? We're $235 fucking dollars away from today's goal, and that is a miss we can ill afford. That's for sure. So, hey, we can put your super chats and your Rumble rants up on the screen, or you can give to PayPal and Venmo, and we take that right away. We appreciate it. Just throw what you got at us, and let's get this thing done because we are behind. Right now, I mean, we're supposed to be hitting about $100 by 9 o'clock, and we're at 235 at 8:23. Flop sweat commence in about 15 to 20 minutes. Let's get to our next story. I'm going to try and distract myself. You guys just do your part. Throw the money in. The show continues. I stop doing this pathetic part. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All the links are in the chat. Everything you need to take a break from whatever you're doing. Throw us a few bucks to keep us on the air. There's 900 of you checking out the show. We've got great overtime planned for you. Throw us a few bucks, guys. We would appreciate it. It would calm my nerves a little bit, and we can get this thing going. We got a Spirit Airlines video.
Oh, boy.
This is going to be fun. If money comes in with this, I'm going to be so fucking happy today. If I have money and Spirit Airlines bitches, I'm happy. If I do a Spirit Airlines thing and I'm having a great time and I come back and look and I'm like, we're 235 away, I'm really going to just go like, I'm not good at this. I'm not supposed to be doing it. It's just not for me because this is always the best. Spirit Airlines pals claim that a male attendant singled them out and they were kicked off a flight over their outfits. Now, I almost always side with the airlines on these type of stories. And I'll tell you why.
First, they probably aren't telling the whole truth.
Well, first of all, it's Spirit Airlines. The amount of trash that they have to deal with on Spirit is remarkable. So again, hard time believing that these women were just poor, innocent victims. Also, I find it hard to believe that a flight attendant is going to want to take the effort and time that it takes to kick people off of a flight just because, look, he's a male flight attendant, so he's probably gay. But I don't think he got bitchy and saw two bitches wearing risque outfits and went, I hate these girls. I want to get them the fuck off this plane. When you Occam's razor this type of shit, it just doesn't.
If there's one thing I detest, it's people who are flamboyant with their sexuality. Put those away, honey.
Right. Gay guys do like tits. A lot of gay guys like tits.
They love tits.
They love to. Who doesn't love tits?
Tits attract men, and then they try to turn them.
But also, what we're dealing with, I believe, in this story is white women. And one thing I know about white women is they lie about being victims constantly. I know that's controversial. I know people are going to be mad at me. But if you have ever tweeted #BelieveAllWomen, you're a fucking retard. You know what women do a lot? They lie about being victims. And you know why they lie about being victims? Because it stops them from having to take responsibility for shitty things they've done. Now, do most women lie about being victims? Probably not.
But I don't know. Let's not put too wide a net on that. But
do they lie to an uncomfortable degree? Yeah. I mean, how many examples do we have to see throughout history for us to go, I'm thinking maybe these crazy white bitches tell stories to get themselves out of shit and they don't really care who they hurt. I mean, I've run into at least one, actually two.
Really? That seems low numbers because I've run into more than one and I don't hit as high as you do.
I'm talking about I've been involved with two women who have lied about very serious accusations about other people. And you find out later on that they lie, And you're like, holy shit, like the fact that human beings have the capacity to just fucking tell these horrible stories that you'd think would be very traumatic to hang on to, and that they're lying about them. It's like, dude, and all of it, the lie is always to cover it. It's always to cover up shame. It's always to cover up a bad decision. And it's always to cover up something that they think might cause people to judge them. And so, given my experience, I'm going to say that these broads on this airplane,
not as innocent as they may have.
Not only not as innocent as they say, 1,000% their own fucking fault that they got kicked off a plane. Number one, people on Spirit don't know how to act. Number two, it's a lot of work to kick people off of an airplane and a super pain in the ass for your job.
Right. There's going to be some paperwork.
Number three, white women are a fucking problem. So let's go ahead and check this one out. Before we do, let's go to Dive Bar. Dive Bar with $10 says, rally these nuts. I wish.
Thank you, Dive Bar.
Yes, thank you, Dive Bar. I hope we rally these nuts on today's program. We are 225 away from today's goal. So match up with Dive Bar there. Match up with Dive Bar there. And throw in $10. Honestly, 22 of you throw in $10. We're done. It seems pretty fucking easy. So let's just have everybody do their part here on Steel Toe, and we'll knock it out and do a half hour of overtime. Thank you, Rally D's Nuts. All right, let's go ahead and check it out. Let's see if these poor women,
victims of male hatred,
oh wait, no, I got a rally to continue here. Hold on a minute. We got to go over to the PayPal, and I just got a notification. I want to throw a quick thank you over to Schweitz. He says, this will be the start of a dono rally. All right, $20 from Schweitz. Very cool. Hey, guys, 205 away from today's goal. Let's get a $105 rally in the next half hour. I think that's doable, and it'll put us right back on track. Thank you guys very much. There's all the links. Contribute. We appreciate it. And thank you, Schweitz, for that $20 shot in the arm. Now just 10 20s. Yeah. We'll do it. All right. So these girls say that they were booted by a male flight attendant because of the crop tops they were wearing. Now, I don't know about you, Johnny, but I have seen people dressed like absolute skanks on planes.
Yeah, especially on Spirit. Like, there have been quite a few people who've worn outfits that can't contain as much as they put into them.
Right. And so, again, it was a flight from L.A. to New Orleans, so it was flying trash to trash. Let's see if these girls are the victims, indeed, of this vile, evil, mean, gay flight attendant. But then again, I repeat myself. Or if they were being fucking bitches who don't know how to behave on a plane.
We don't need any camera. Please turn it off. Are you part of the situation?
Okay, but the camera holds you guys accountable.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, there's nothing that says you can't wear a crop top.
And if you do that, then you're moving me and my toddler from a plane to go back home.
What the heck?
So you're going to do that as well.
Over what?
Humans that way.
Ready for red flag number one? Red flag number one, they turned on their phones at the end.
Midway.
Not even midway. They're about to be kicked off the plane. Anytime you show me a video that just shows you being a victim, my immediate response is, what did you do? Because I don't believe for a minute that you want me to believe that Spirit Airline just walked up to your seat and said, you need to leave the plane because you're wearing a crop top. I'm sorry, I don't believe you.
Those puppies are out and they're barking at me. I can't take it. You got to go.
Yeah. Fuck that. That is absolute origin. And then when you turn your phone on and you go, it's kind of like that heel wrestler move, like when the ref wakes up.
Yeah.
And the other wrestler's lying down there. And then you have, there's brass knuckles sitting on the side of the ring, and the bad guy wrestler goes, what? I don't know what the fuck. What are you talking about? Me? No, I didn't do anything. Like, you're going to sit there. And you're going to tell me you didn't do anything wrong, and these Spirit people just came over to you because you got such luscious tits falling out of your shirt that they're going to kick you off the plane.
And no offense, man, but from this camera angle, you don't.
Look, I'm pretty liberal on my acceptance of tits. As long as they're not fat girl tits, I'm a happy guy.
But I'm just saying those aren't bad, but I mean
they're not the biggest tits you've ever seen.
We're not breaking any laws to get that cleavage out into
Right.
You're not seeing those shits from space. I don't think so. We're good.
A business cannot treat humans this way. I'm not down.
I never heard these in my life.
Really backing up.
Yeah, and I took my sweater off too. And if her human body is not okay, then
What the heck?
The rest of ours.
Dude, just chill.
Do you hear her like trying to Nelson Mandela this shit? She's like, and if the human body is not okay, then I don't understand. Like, she's giving a freedom speech. She's like, if the human body is not okay and I can't take off my sweater, then what? Like, she's about to do a what's this world coming to because she can't pop her tits out on a plane. And again, I have a hard time believing that you can't dress like common white trash on Spirit Airlines.
I have a feeling that you made this worse. Like, maybe they asked if you could cover up because it seems a little indecent, and then you became an asshole. I feel like someone drove this bus right to the cliff of get me kicked off the plane, I fucking dare you. And then when they went, okay, dare accepted, you went, oh, what a poor victim I am.
Bingo.
I just have tits.
I agree with you 100%. They probably said, hey, do you mind putting your sweater on? Like, there's kids on the plane and your tits are out. And they were probably like, fuck you, I can wear whatever I want. Blah, but they probably got belligerent. And then they went, all right, fine, then you're out of here. It wasn't the offense of having your tits out. They love it because white women also love that kind of sexual attention. You know, they love parading their tits out and pushing their tits out. And then when someone goes, hey, I know you're purposely like pushing your tits out. You pervert, how dare you? You just want to fuck me. You like, why are you you're just staring at my tits? No, I'm not just staring at your tits. You're literally shoving your tits in front of people.
Excuse me, my eyes are up here. Yeah, but the bullseye on your shirt's down here. It's really weird how you bait me into that and then you beat me over the head with it.
Right.
But what's the problem? I don't understand. He's gonna go back to the gate over you not wearing a sweater?
No, he's going back to the gate. You're right, Johnny. I know exactly what happened here. He's going back to the gate because he asked you to put the sweater on, and then you were a fucking cunt about it. You were being unruly. And then when you all calmed down, then you took out your phone and you started filming. By the way, you notice that nobody else on this plane is getting their back. They're all just kind of staring at them like, thanks a fucking lot.
Yeah, because you're going back to the gate, which means you were loaded and you were in the queue to get the flight moving. You've added at least 30 minutes to everyone else's journey now, and nobody's happy about it.
Nobody likes you. People would get your back if they felt you were being treated unfairly.
And if they were going to fucking boot you from the plane solely for the way you were dressed, then you really, really need to kind of reevaluate, like, your life, because they wouldn't have let you sit down.
White women...
I mean, people saw you before this.
White women treat victimhood as a fucking currency, man. They really do. They really do. Say what you want, you know, well, when you're talking to this audience, say what you will about minorities, but like black women, Latino women, they don't play that victim shit. Like they will, I mean, they got their own problems. Like they'll get right in your fucking face and they'll get after it, but they're not going to play victim.
Oh, yeah, they'll never say it's because they're black.
Well, that kind of victimhood, sure, but not the
recipe.
Not the poor me victimhood.
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah, what the fuck? They can't tell me not to record it.
I can't say don't record it because that's them accountable for...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They all agree. They're on our side.
What?
That this guy is trying to kick us out of the plane because she's wearing a crop top. And because I'm wearing a crop top. And now they're arguing. So
This is us being kicked out of a Spirit flight because we're wearing crop tops. A male flight attendant felt uncomfortable with us wearing crop tops and kicked us out. No refund, no new flight. Blow this up. No. And by the way,
yeah, I really don't believe that.
They're also like, everybody's on our side. Nobody's speaking up for you right now.
Yeah, they don't look like they were on your side there, ma'am.
They're not.
I was kicked out from the flight from Spirits because I'm wearing a crop top. She's kicking me out. I'm coming back to the gate. Me and my friend, because we are wearing crop tops.
Okay. Yeah, I doubt that. I severely doubt that. I've seen a whole lot of fighting with people not dressed half as well as that, and they got on the plane until fists were thrown. So I feel like there's more to this story.
Not only that, let's play devil's advocate. Hooah! Let's play devil's advocate and say that is the case. Let's say that is why they were kicked off the flight. Let's just go with that. It's their fucking plane. If they say cover up your fucking tits, guess what you have to do? Cover up your fucking tits. They have full authority to ask you to do shit on the airplane. Why do you think people hate flying so much? You're at the mercy of the TSA when you get there. You're at the mercy of the gate people when you get there. And then you're at the mercy of the people on the plane when you get there. That's why people hate flying. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't get their back on this one.
The boyfriends did.
Landers says, I can't have my balls hanging out. You don't hear me bitching. Attaboy, Landers. That's how you do it like a pro. Sam Show says, given how much taxpayer money goes into those planes, they aren't their plane. Hey, you know what? I would agree with you, but now do football stadiums. Sorry, as Carlin would say, they got us by the balls. Thank you very much. We got a few coming in via PayPal here. Abe with $40.
Holy shit. Thank you, Abe.
Thank you, Abe. And Shannon with $2. Thank you very much, Shannon. That's going to put us at 165. Uh-oh, this rally might work. We might be heading towards 100 by 9 o'clock. Let's take a look here. Chip, thank you very much for renewing your membership for an 8th month. He's got the butter bit going. I appreciate the butter bit. That's funny. The butter bit is funny. You guys getting all angry and hostile that I'm not dancing to your tune. That's just so boring and gay. But the butter thing, I endorse that full throat. I think the butter thing is funny. Like, you eat a stick of butter for money. That's a funny bit. Thank you very much to Michael with $20 on Venmo. He says, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Kimberly with $4.60 says, didn't Keanu and Chrissy get kicked off a flight for their clothing as well? Yes, they did.
Yeah, but weren't they also, like, dressed rather skimpily? But they also didn't throw a fit about it either, did they?
No, they just took some, well, I mean, they kind of, you could say they threw a fit. But they just took pictures and joked about it on social media and then fucking...
They didn't say, they're like, blow this up, we're being harassed.
I don't think they did. I don't think they asked for it to be blown up. I don't think so. Hey, guys, great news. $40. Or $40. $140 away from today's goal. Dude, if it was $40, I'd be fucking... I'd be sucking your guys' dicks right now. I would. I'd be sucking your dicks. But that was in the past. That was 3 seconds ago. That offer
has rescinded.
It has been rescinded. Yes. $145 away from today's goal. We're right on track to get to 100 by 9 o'clock. Keep that rally going. We appreciate it. PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Sam Show says, no. A funny bit is to keep reminding you that your ex-wife stole the butter dish and you're losing your mind because you're so immense. Wait, what does the butter dish have to do with me being immense?
I feel like Sam Show answered that question.
Oh, he says it's funny because she could have taken anything, but she knew what would hurt the most. She also took my goddamn waffle maker. You know that one hurt.
Oh, dude, what kind of waffles? Like Belgian waffles? Like the flip over?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's gotta suck.
Belgian waffle maker out the door. Fucking hurts, man. That one stung. She left the panini maker, though. Would have hurt her too much to take it. Would have been too many memories with the panini maker. Yeah. and too heavy, yeah. She's not at the gym anymore. Like when she was with me, we always went to the gym. You know, the muscles have atrophied, so you can't get the fucking that panini maker. And plus, it's not like, she didn't bring a man with her or anything.
Turns out lifting and leaning on the shelf doesn't build it quite the same as weight reps do.
And even if she did bring a man, the only person she knows with male chromosomes is Nick, and you know that those noodle arms ain't lifting shit. And when I'm calling you noodle arms, gay, bro.
Plus, they said, like, dude, totally start working out with people other than Nick. And she said, I'd never do that.
I would never do that. He deserves someone who would work out with him. He would never work out. Remember, he's allergic to sweat.
So that's why he was so red in that stream. It was the sweat he was allergic to.
So gay. Jay Bra says, I know she left the SpaghettiOs. Oh.
I had plenty
man,
of that already.
I don't have SpaghettiOs in my house, but that doesn't mean I'm against spaghetti. I think they're delicious. I love them.
Dude, I love the ravioli in the can. Like, I'm a sucker for that.
You're a canned ravioli guy?
Yeah.
Tridio with $5. Let's put that up there on the screen. And by the way, to the people complaining about the resolution, we will fix that. I know how to. It's just we just got to dick with it a little bit. Did she leave the can opener for you to open SpaghettiOs, or was that a casualty of the divorce too? I don't mean to get technical, but I believe SpaghettiOs are now the pull top, aren't they?
Yeah, most of them.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way you're getting like SpaghettiOs that you got to open with a can is like you're buying in bulk. Like you have to have one of those big cans that have to. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know how you make a super chat joke better? You fact check it.
Right.
That's how you make it better. Tridio, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. We appreciate it, buddy. We're getting there, man. You guys have been on a great rally the last 10, 15 minutes. Keep it going, man. We're only 145 away. We can get to 100 by 9 o'clock, then knock it out by 10. You guys rule. Thank you for the generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. And as you can see, we can put it all on the screen now, which is great. And we will do House Cat from Kiwi Farms. We will do his Ricada timeline. That I can do. There's certain ones I won't be able to talk about. But the Nick Ricada degeneracy timeline, as he calls it. And this was very educational for me because I learned that this guy had been a mess long before I ever met him. And that if I would have had House Cat's timeline, I would have fucking steered clear of this guy. I mean, I learned what a fucking head case he was as time went on and you know, the drug addiction and the alcoholism and all that stuff. I learned about that later on once you were kind of in it. But to learn what was there already, if I would have known about it, I'd have fucking steered clear. And I probably would have told Chrissy, I'm like, you know, let's not book this guy. Like, he seems like he's falling apart at the seams. Like, he really seems like he's into some fucking weird psychotic shit. Maybe Alex Stein was right when he was on your show. Let's. And also,
I certainly wouldn't have danced and done karaoke while he was getting so close to me. Like, that was the one where I'm like, all right, I'm glad I can't get out of this chair because apparently if I get involved in this, I'm going to get hugged and snuggled. I don't want that.
Well, and not only that, but also, like, if I would have known these things about this person, like, if I would have I never watched his quote unquote show. Like, I never watched any of it.
That's all your friends. I mean,
he's fucking terrible. Like, he's tragically unfunny. He's got the timing of a broken clock. He forces these race jokes. He really does give off.
But can we talk about Nick's show instead of mine for a minute? Jesus Christ.
He really does, though, give off the vibe of a dorky, fucking nerdy, friendless kid who's trying really, the people who try to push the edginess envelope and it's just completely out of place. And you're like, dude, you're not this guy. Don't do that. I remember when he would come upstairs sometimes during a break from his show and he'd go like, I told this joke about Jacob Blake. I'm like, oh, what were you talking about? He's like, the Supreme Court. I'm like, it doesn't. And then he'd tell me what he said. And I'd be like, do I have to be on cocaine to get this? Because, like, it's fucking terrible.
The point is, do you ever remember when you order at Denny's? Like,
right. And, well, yeah, the Denny's thing and all that. Like, I'm not trying to, not shitting on House Cat. But House Cat, you were about a year late with this timeline. If you could have given me this timeline a year ago, you could have saved me a lot. Although,
I've saved lives.
I think moving on from that situation was probably for the best anyway. I mean, it was time. This gigger nets it with $4.99. Says you were friends with a guinea and a guinea rune for a year and never learned about better pasta options. I mean, I can make pasta, motherfucker. It's not like Italians are smart. They're fucking great cuisine contribution to this world is fucking boiling noodles and seasoning
Dude,
them.
I don't know if you know this, chicken Alfredo isn't hard to pull off.
No. Italian food, not the most complicated to make, really. Thank you guys very much. 140 away from hammering out this morning. Thank you very much for that. Continue. We appreciate it. The contributions are coming in steady. We got a nice rally going. You guys are the best. All the links are in the chat. All right. We talked about our friends at All Care Towing. Let's talk about Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Great place to go to watch the Vikings every week. How about the Gophers, man? The Gophers beat number 11 USC. Their season is back on track again. Makes you a little mad about the Michigan game and the Iowa game and the North Carolina game. But they got the win. They beat the number 11 team in the nation. That's huge. You can watch all the games at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar. They've also got, I think, is Bike Night. I'm going to talk to Cheetos about when Bike Night ends. But we've still got some good weather coming this week, man. So enjoy that patio. Enjoy everything Stoney's has to offer. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Check them out for happy hour or head there in the weekend when they've got live musical events. Thank you for the text. I cannot answer that question. Appreciate it. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And, of course, our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Midland Armory, of course, with a great selection of optics, knives, parts, and gear. If you have questions about what you need to get for hunting or personal protection, they can help you at Midland Armory. Just go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or go to MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com, and talk to Derek and Tracy from Midland. All right, Johnny, we got some stuff to get into now as we got these 7 o'clock hour stories open.
All right.
I actually want to challenge you, and I want to challenge the chat on this one. Not to a duel. King Kong Dong says, when did you mail out Stoney's? Waiting on my 2 from when you sent out, and I live in the same town as you. Yours are gone. Yours are gone. So they should be getting there today. I would say the very last of them were mailed out on Friday. Son of Periwinkle, thank you very much for the $1.99. I'm not discussing that, but to answer your super chat, without saying too much, I feel very positive. There. I'm going to shut the fuck up. I got people working hard on it, doing their job. I'm not here to get in their way. All right. Let's get into this story, and I want to see what joke first pops into your head. All right? And I want the first joke that pops into the chat's head as well. Here we go.
Tonight, a dead whale has washed ashore in Queens.
Oh, shit. Fucking somebody stop RFK before he takes its head.
Oh, that's where you went. Okay. All right. Let's see where the chat goes. I'm not going to do mine. This is just going to be me straight up playing straight man, straight up playing host. And you guys. Here we go. Cheetos just wrote me, morning, sir. Bike night is still going, but this Saturday is the last day for Stoney's Garage. So the
the patio.
The beautiful patio, the amazing patio. The great patio over at Stoney's. The patio bar, Stoney's Garage, this Saturday. Say goodbye to it. We've still got great weather coming this week. All right.
Tonight, a dead whale has washed ashore in Queens. The whale was first spotted Thursday floating in Raritan Bay. It is a minke whale. The water carried it to Fort Tilden. A second minke whale washed ashore in the area yesterday. The Marine Mammal Stranding Center in New Jersey is working to figure out what happened to both whales.
All right.
And in other news, Natalie's family is bereaved and wishes that we would give her space in this time.
There's a Natalie joke. Great. Whale washes ashore in Queens.
Well, I guess I'm not watching Nobody Loves Onion.
Oh, there's one. Oh. Sam Show, the same joke you made. Where's RFK? Yep. King Kong Dong, Fat Lady beached again. McBuster, Melton washed ashore. Dead game. Lizzo fell off a balcony. King of all Yetis with the best one. I didn't even know Melton was sick. I will say this, Yeti. Anytime you're that large, anytime you're that obese, you're always sick. Like, your existence is illness at that point.
Your body is stressed and taxed just by being alive.
Los Federales. Los Federales didn't even try for a clever whale joke. He writes, a dead whale washed ashore. Yeah, I fucked some gay F words and fucked some whores. Thank you, Los Federales, for really just blowing that bit up. Chevy fan says, Melton went on vacation again. Papa Shop writes, playing straight, man. Not well, apparently. Oh. Klopogram says, Whoopi Goldberg washed up. Nah, it was a white whale. Bone Cold Fleas Austin says, so Natalie or Patrick drowned in New York? Feel bad for the beachgoers who had to see that. Don't worry. Only on Natalie did they see a dick. Was it spying on the Russians again? Papa Shab says, poor Melton. King of all Yetis pointing out that whale isn't fat enough to be Melton.
I mean, either way, he's going to float. It's going to be sad for all of us. It's either a family member or it's Melton.
This is a funny one. Tim Pegweb says, wait, David Chandler is dead?
Oh, no.
A whale.
That's my whale. Don't do that.
It's not my whale anymore. David Chandler doesn't like me anymore.
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like me. I haven't seen him for a couple of days. He came in once, then he left.
Look, man, it's very sad. I don't know what I did to David Chandler to fall out of favor, but he loves you. I don't think he likes me anymore. I'm going to get past it. Guys, the only way to make me happy again is to knock out the 140 that we're short. Aaron plays the straight man as well as Richard Simmons did. But wait a minute. A lot of people thought that he was sorry. Coltrane says Aaron's bereaved now. He was feeling peckish for some fat ass. Jesus. Los Federales says rest in peace, Boogie 2988. Bone Cold says Melton made one too many comments about 10-year-olds and the mafia got him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man, on Kiwi Farms, he's like becoming their new favorite guy to just fucking shit on. And accurately.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't do that thing where he reads the threads about him.
Oh, they're fucking good, man. They are good. Helgi says we'll find out what happened to them in their pre-recorded death YouTube video. Oh, yeah, of course, everybody does that. McBuster says, Chandler, hot tub, watch the news. Oh. Someone says, that's what you did to David Chandler. I swear to God, I did not kill David Chandler and leave him out in the ocean.
As we know, he is alive and well. He shows up on my thing from time to time.
Yeah, he's Johnny's guy now. I don't have a David Chandler. I don't have a Sid. Well, I shouldn't say that. I talked to Sid a while back. Sid was not a fan of the internet culture. He did not like that people were so mean and gross and everything else. And I get that. I get that from old Sid. Love the guy. Bappa Shab says that Chrissy is a real workhorse.
I don't get it, but is there something to ride out here? Do we have a
Oodles of Toodles becoming a member for 12 months says, wasn't Melton. He's going live in 5. Yeah, I noticed that he's too chicken shit to stream our whole show anymore. He tried one time to not stream it, just to rebroadcast it, and we started making people started super chatting in the Melton, kid stuff.
Right.
And he shut it down. He cut it. He really, that guy's being exposed not only as inappropriate about kids, but also just a real chicken shit in general. You talk about, he's not even a paper tiger. He's a paper pig. He's just, it's kind of pathetic watching the downfall. Let's get into our stuff, though. We've got plenty to do. We just opened up the 7 o'clock hour stories. We've got about an hour until we got to rattle the cans, so let's knock this out. $140 away from today's goal. Triple N says, oh, Aaron, he's lampooning her equine resemblance. Oh, thank you, Triple N. See, I didn't know that.
Nah, I had no idea.
And now if Triple N hadn't told me, I wouldn't know that was a horse joke. Bone Cold says, hey, now, comparing Melton to pigs is an insult to the pig. Yeah, pigs know to respect children. So there's that. Another election year, we got another visit from Hillary Clinton, Johnny.
Oh, Jesus.
Hillary's...
Someone else who I wish we had a posthumous death video for.
Oh, come on. What do you mean? You mean it can't believe...
I just feel like she needs to stop being involved with the world. You guys have done enough. Clintons, you've done enough. Just go away.
Bro, it's not an election until Hillary Clinton gets involved. The party don't start till she walks in. And Hillary is walking in a big way. You know what I like about Hillary Clinton? Now that she knows she's never going to be president, she can kind of just say the shit she wants to say. Like all the...
Because none of it's terrifying.
Right. Like all of the evil, terrifying shit she actually believes in. Remember when she would run for president and Republicans would be like, you can't elect her. She's going to do this and that. She's fucking hiding in plain sight. And Democrats were like, you stop that. You're just saying that because she's a woman. And this. Well, now what we've learned since she lost an election and isn't going to be president is that she really wanted to do all of that evil shit that people thought she wanted to do.
What?
All of the wars, all of the bombings. And you're not going to believe this. Apparently, Hillary Clinton, very little respect for the United States Constitution.
Uh-oh. Well, that's what Democrats are all about, is the founding fathers and everything they stood for.
Well, I mean, why are we giving all that money to Ukraine? Don't you remember why?
Because we're fighting for freedom and democracy.
We're fighting for freedom and democracy. So clearly Hillary Clinton, if she cares about anything, she cares about freedom and democracy. Here's Hillary Clinton talking about speech on the internet on CNN. This is good. No, this is good because this gives us a glimpse what 2 terms of Hillary Clinton as president of the United States would have given us.
And it would only be really bad if she says something like, we can't let people say what they want.
And like that would be crazy, right? Because we have a First Amendment that says people can say what they want. Not only do we have freedom of speech, we have freedom of the press, freedom of religion, freedom to assemble. We have all of these wonderful freedoms laid out in the First Amendment of the Constitution. So let's see how Hillary would respect that as a world leader.
There should be a lot of things done. We should be, in my view, repealing something called Section 230, which gave platforms on the internet immunity because they were thought to be just pass-throughs, that they shouldn't be judged for the content that is posted. But we now know that that was an overly simple view, that if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. There should be
We lose total control.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Excuse me real quick. Quiet part, I'd like you to meet out loud. Do you two know each other? You should probably get to know each other. Fucking, she just said, if these platforms, if these private companies don't moderate their speech, we lose total control. Hey, Hillary, you know that's the draw for most of us, right?
That's kind of what we're in it for, because we don't like your total control.
Yeah. We're not big fans of the whole total control thing. So you going, well, if we don't repeal the part of the First Amendment that allows that allows the government to regulate, or that doesn't allow the government to regulate speech on the internet, then we lose total control. Yes, continue on.
I don't know if you're aware of this or not, Ms. Clinton, but a lot of us don't like your total control. And it's really weird how you weren't making all of these screaming rants about needing to quash the internet and these social media platforms when they were pumping out your misinformation, like the whole Steele dossier thing.
Yeah, no, her misinformation is very important.
It's cheeky and fun.
It's a good thing to do. But when other people want to go on social media and they want to post stuff, and by the way, it's not even stuff that's untrue. It's stuff that her side doesn't like or exposes some kind of clandestine shit. I mean, look at the stuff they've wanted to censor over time. Hillary Clinton's emails. Those were real. Those weren't people misinforming anybody. Hunter Biden's laptop. That was real. That wasn't misinforming anybody. In fact, in a display of continuing to project the things they are onto other people, Hillary Clinton is the only one who's published a fake news
article misinforming people.
The Steele dossier about the pissing in the beds in Russia with Donald Trump and the hookers and all that. She's the only one who's done it. All the times they've fought misinformation has been shit that's true. COVID stuff, Hunter Biden's laptop, Hillary Clinton's emails, Joe Biden with the files in the Camaro. All of these.
And after Elon Musk got Twitter, we totally didn't find out that, the liberal left arm of the government was like, hey, you guys need to stop putting information we don't like out there.
Right.
And they did it for all of them. They did it for Facebook. Literally, Zuckerberg has come out like, oh, if I could go back in time, we understand now that what the FBI was asking for wasn't appropriate. We maybe would have approached things differently. Like, yeah, isn't that great that now we can say, oh, if only we hadn't done the government's will.
Yeah. King of all Yetis says, Hillary literally started the birther conspiracy. Yeah. I mean, isn't that the thing that kind of brought Trump to political prominence, too, as he was kind of in on the birther shit?
Yeah.
Hillary
But he was also
it.
friends with the Clintons back before he became a Republican, too, which is interesting.
Yeah. Landers says, what? Democrats lie? Bullshit, Aaron. It's just funny to watch people just bald-faced go out there and go, you know what we really need to control is all of this misinformation. It shouldn't even be part of the First Amendment, which, yes, it should. You should be allowed to say shit that isn't true under free speech. Like, you're allowed to say shit. Like, you can say, oh, by the way, all of the politicians are aliens from another planet. You should be allowed to say that. May not be true, but you're allowed to say it.
And the rest of us are allowed to look at you like a weirdo when you do.
Exactly, but it's entertaining. By the way, over 900 of you checking out the show at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate you being here. We've got, 140 away from today. Hey, man, one more rally.
And we're done. We do the show.
One more rally, and then for overtime, we have that Kiwi Farms degeneracy, Nick Ricada de-evolution into degeneracy timeline that House Cat worked on really fucking hard. We'll do that. 140 away from knocking it out. Go to Streamlabs, go to PayPal, click one of the links. We also are displaying super chats and all that shit now, so you guys can do that with us too. Just 140 away. Like we said, one more rally. All of you jump in with 10 or 20, and we'll get it taken care of. About 50 minutes until we rattle the cans. So Hillary, yeah, they're going to get their way too eventually.
That's what I'm worried about. But yeah, all of them have been screaming, left and right have been screaming for a little while now that we have to control this whole social media thing because people are, I don't know, talking about stuff that we don't want them to. Like everyone in North Carolina that's like, hey, by the way, they're lying to you. The government isn't helping. We need to do it ourselves.
Yeah, and then the government's like trying to get them to stop. And then Trump's daughter was down there this weekend, like hooking up Starlink and shit. And then the FEMA was trying to slow them down in doing that because they didn't want, like, it really is like the Taliban or like Iran or China where they're like, we don't want you getting your social media shit out to people that we're fucking this whole thing up.
Because I think they're doing it on purpose. The big theory is opportunity for land grab for a lithium-rich area.
I have heard about the lithium thing. That one's very interesting. Is that they have like $300 million in lithium mining that they can be doing? I don't know.
All those horrible people living there just getting in the way.
Yeah, I think over time, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow or anything, but over time, they're going to get it. I mean, that's the way it works for like gay marriage, trans shit, regulating.
Yeah, but why spend a lot of money on buying the place out over time if you can let a natural disaster wipe it out and then you just don't do anything to help? So then everybody's kind of like, well, we've got to pick up our bootstraps somehow. How do we do it? Well, I'll give you bottom dollar for this lot of destroyed home you have. And they're like, well,
Well, there's also, I was talking about the internet regulation thing, the content on the internet, regulating that. I think they're going to get that over time.
Yeah.
because the same way they kind of got all the search and seizure stuff at the airport and all that, they're going to be like, hey, if you don't have anything to hide, why would you worry about this? And, enough retards will go with that. And also, we've seen that when people are really aggressive about getting something and the other side just goes, well, we just want to hold the line where it is, the side that's trying to plow through usually wins. If anything, I think the side trying to hold the line should be pushing for more radical free speech, because there's got to be some kind of equal force that meets the Hillary Clintons of the world who are trying to demolish it. It's not good enough to just go, hey, will you please let us just keep what we have? It's more you got to just go, all right, you think that you should be able to curtail our speech on social media? I think we should be able to say even more shit than we do already.
I think we should have a government-run propaganda station that just runs bullshit. Like the fact that the Yetis are still alive and we're finding Sasquatches and they're piloting UFOs. Just throw it all out there.
Breaking news, CNN has just bought InfoWars. No, see that could be the way to go. Thank you very much to Balls Deep for $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. $135 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. Let's do a half hour of overtime. We've got some really interesting stuff for you for today's overtime. Like I said, we're getting close. It's just one more rally. So I really appreciate that from you guys. Keep it going. All the links are sitting there in the chat. I have a story from Missouri where a bunch of people all dressed in black gathered on a roadway waving swastika flags.
Oh, Jesus. And let me guess, they all had face masks on, too, so we can't see a single one.
Oh, did you see this already?
No, it's just kind of this reoccurring issue where, we keep having these horrible militant people, just pop up somewhere. We've never heard of them before, but we always keep their faces covered, and they get arrested for doing horrible stuff, and like all criminals, we don't show who they are at all.
Right.
Because if there's one thing we do in our criminal justice system, it's protect anonymity.
And there's always 7 or 8 of them, and they're just standing there with just decked out in Nazi shit. We've never heard of them before. They don't have a social media footprint. They've never had organized a rally before. It's always right before an election, and it's always right when Trump seems to be doing well in the polls. So just a fascinating thing. Here's what I'm going to do before we hit play on this one. I got to pee. Right. You talk about your show. You hang out with the audience for a little bit. We'll get to the rest of this. We're only 130 away from today. We're going to get there, man. We're 130 away. We'll knock this thing out, and we'll do 30 minutes of overtime. I'll be right back in a moment.
Now I'm just thinking of training day. If you turn down anti-Semitism on the street, and your wife hands you a crisply folded Nazi flag. Well, actually, they were crisply folded, but that's just took them out of the bag. Okay, let's pull up my show prep stuff here. I have a couple of things left from last week that I'll be going over today. There was a bomb, a World War II bomb that exploded at a Japanese airport, so we're going to talk about that. That was from Friday. And then we're going to talk about a woman who was jailed after police mistakenly thought SpaghettiO sauce was meth. I don't know enough about meth. How do you confuse the two? SpaghettiO sauce and meth. I don't know how you confuse the two. Let's go to the chat here. Blow and finger popping break. What? No idea, Landers. All the quartz mines have been stacking tailings off on the riverbanks for years. Washed out easy. So I don't understand, Ed Game. You saying they built this to happen? Oh shit, on Tennessee side flooded, but it's Appalachian topsoil and tightly packed. Our shit on Tennessee side flooded, but it's Appalachian topsoil and tightly packed. So yeah, that makes it a huge problem. You can't absorb any moisture if it's tightly packed. So we need to, again, we need loose soil. All righty. Democrats loved Section 230, when they had control of Twitter. Right. They loved Section 230 when they had control of Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all that. Elon Musk threw a wrench into the works by buying out Twitter and then releasing all those documents. And then to save themselves, all the other ones had to go, oh, we really look back on being the government's whipping boy, and we regret it. Like, oh, I'm sure you do. Sure
it
you
is,
do. Mr.
yeah, it is
Zuckerberg.
interesting. Like, once Elon bought Twitter
and put a fucking flashlight on that thing.
Yeah, then all of a sudden we needed to curtail the internet and censor all that stuff. Plus, they say that like Zuckerberg's getting more base now. People close to him have said, oh yeah, he's a libertarian, he's in the freedom and all this shit. I'll believe it when I see it. But like if he runs Facebook that way and Instagram that way, I can see them coming down on him too. Because they don't have allegiance to people. They have allegiance to the position. They have allegiance to the message. And if you stray from the message, you're out. You're done. And you see it whether it's music, Hollywood, politics, whatever. You can be the same great guy you were before, the same great gal you were before. But the minute you decide to stray from that, you're out. You're done. They never heard of you. They never met you.
Wish you'd learned that before, didn't you, Diddy?
09 Canyon says, did they talk about Anna Kasparian already? Did she make new news? I heard her trash up Hillary Clinton over her position.
I haven't heard anything about Anna Kasparian. The only one that I was wondering if we'd talk about at all is the Washington Post chick who got let go.
Oh, Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah, she's insisting she's moving on to other things, but I think they let her.
You think they fired her?
I think they were going to, and she knew it. Like they were investigating her for some comments. She said she put a little post out about Joe Biden when she was at one of his things. She put out a little Instagram post where she put a frowny face and the title warmonger under him in the photo.
Ooh.
She insists that someone made that up and that it was doctored by the internet, but several sources close to Mrs. Lorenz, several sources close to Mrs. Lorenz have verified said photo. She did share.
Yeah, everybody goes to that. They always go to the I was hacked or it was faked or it was AI. They always go to that first now before they finally admit it. Let's go to Red Fox Mad with $4.99. He says, everyone hit the line button. If you can't find the line button, guys, the like button will do. Hit the subscribe button and send $5 or more to help us hit the goal. Let's go. Oh, thank you, Red Fox Mad. That puts us 130 even away from today. So like I said, rally up. We got 45 minutes to knock out that 130. It's very doable. Let's throw some dollars steel toes way.
Line button.
Let's go and hit the line button. If you don't hit the line button, I'm going to feel personally betrayed. All right, let's go to this story in Missouri. Let's find out if we got some feds or let's play the game called Feds or Nazis. Which, by the way, they can be both.
Well, there's an easy way to solve that. One question. Are they Ukrainian?
Here we go.
What do you want me to do for dinner?
Oh, an ad again.
I'm guessing
these news channels are really they're hard up for ad revenue, man. They are hard up for cash because more and more of them now every day I see they won't let you use an ad blocker. You got to watch their ads. I get it. I understand it. It's fair.
They have to play more of the ad before it pops
to
up?
An apparent racist demonstration over Interstate 64. Just hours ago, a group of people holding flags bearing swastikas were seen at the Mason Road.
See, okay. It's just so out of place. It's just so fucking silly that you gotta just be dumb not to see this for what it is, which is a bunch of guys who, all of them in pretty decent shape, all of them about FBI agent build, all of them disguising their faces so you can't see them, because if there's one thing Nazis are, it's ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this or not. Most Nazis can't even leave the house without wearing their Mortal Kombat Cormac mask.
Right.
Like, I mean, Jesus Christ, man.
This is silly shit, man. I mean, you just look at it and you're like, come on. This is a real group. I'll tell you why these are federal FBI agents. Because it looks like the kind of basic bitch, uncreative gimmick that the FBI would think neo-Nazis are. It looks like their idea of what they would be.
I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of Nazis are big white power people, and one of the ways they flaunt that white power is showing off the fact that they're white.
Yes.
And you guys are wearing a lot of black.
They love that white skin.
Multiple viewers reached out to Five on Your Side, condemning the hate.
And they're just standing there Sieg Heiling, and come on.
You guys aren't even trying.
And you notice that these stories always go nowhere. Like, there's never any uproar. There's never, because I think people know.
We don't have any follow-up. We never hear about this group getting arrested and then, and they got prosecuted and they got tried and they got sentenced. And let's show the people in the sentences, we can't because they're Employee of the Month at the Bureau.
Right, exactly.
Symbols. Town and Country Police monitored the demonstration.
America for the white man. That's what they went with. It's all such basic bitch shit. Like, if you're going to stage these and you're going to pretend that there's these neo-Nazi groups out there, first of all, bring a platoon of more than 7 FBI guys out there because this looks pathetic. And number 2, take 5 or 10 minutes to come up with some decent slogans and logos. I mean, Christ, it's embarrassing.
At least you ironed your flags this time and we don't see the creases from fresh out of the packaging.
Oh, what was that? That was the Florida one, right?
Yeah, where you could literally tell. It's like, dude, it's like you guys ordered these things yesterday and you got them out right now.
Yeah. There was a white supremacist group that never had any Facebook posts, never had any groups until a week ago. And they brought out swastika flags to hold outside of Disney. And literally you could see all the little squares.
From the creases they were folded.
From the flag getting folded and packaged. It was hilarious.
To ensure safety, the Anti-Defamation League's regional director tells us it's something he's never seen before.
Yeah, because
Right.
Trump wasn't in the polls taking a surge.
I've never seen this group before. I've never heard of this group before. Isn't that dangerous? No, it means that the FBI finally made it to town.
Something like this, it's important to denounce it as the awful hatred that it is.
I do. I agree with you, sir, and we should denounce it, and I do denounce it. I denounce the government trying to stage white supremacist rallies in order to stir up dissent amongst the American people. So there, I do call it out.
Just because our Constitution protects vile speech doesn't mean that we don't all have an obligation to stand up and say that this is wrong.
How did
This is wrong. Let's stop the FBI.
So wait a minute. How did the FBI know that the Jews would immediately start playing the victim if they did this?
Oh, it's never happened before. It was
I
a
know.
damn lucky guess on their part. I love how we're hearing all this talk from the left about we got to stop this misinformation. We got to stop this free speech on these social media platforms. It's really hurting people. And now we have this person like, I know we have the right to protect some pretty vile speech in this country, but we got to call it out. It's like, are you harping the same problem from a different angle? Oh, maybe we shouldn't protect vile speech.
And not welcome in our community.
St. Louis County NAACP also weighing in tonight. The organization is concerned about the impact situations like this can have on future generations.
It's not going to have any impact. These guys are going back to the field office on Monday, and you won't see them again.
They'll get a pat on the tush and a job well done.
And, when they had those Patriot Prayer guys or whatever it was, and remember when the feds arrested them at that march? And then while they've arrested them, they didn't take anybody's mask off. Everybody got to keep their mask on.
We never see any of the identities of these people, ever.
Never.
It's not the way we should be moving forward for a future pathway that's going to bring harmony and the type of humanistic behavior that this country should be performing under.
That's just it.
I agree.
But
so let's get rid of that organization that's responsible for it. And how about let's also maybe go after some of the people who support those organizations and what they do. You had their flag on the screen for a minute. I don't know if you know, buddy.
And that's just it. Then all these local groups get to do their grift too. So it gets kind of, it assists with all that also. All right, guys, we do not have a lot of time left. We have stalled out at 1:30, but it doesn't have to be that way. We can get this thing knocked out. You guys have gone on some great rallies today. I appreciate it. You've been staying right around where we need to be. So let's finish it up. And let's get that half hour of overtime, and we can do that Kiwi Farms chart that I'm really looking forward to. It's a one-time offer. That's what we want to do for overtime today. And, again, killed about 4 hours for you. Done a fine show. Throw in a few bucks. Excited. Hendy says, fake dono rally time. Yes, fake donos. Guys, absolutely get those fake donos in and make sure you label them fake donos.
And we totally won't put the ones in Super Chats and Rumble Rants up on the screen.
Yeah. All bunch of fake donos. Deutsch Chad says, I'm all for complete free speech, but bomb threats and similar threats should be looked into. Oh, yeah. No, you don't have the right to threaten people. You don't have the right to commit violence.
That's not freedom of speech. That's a call to action.
Yeah, that's not freedom of speech, for sure. Jfish says, Patriot Front has mugshots all over the place. No. I know that there is a group called Patriot Front and Patriot Prayer and all these other groups. I'm saying there was one event specifically, and I can't remember where it was. They arrested all of those guys, and they all had the face masks on. Now, when you get arrested, they take that off. They would not do it while cameras were around. They left those guys masked and everything else, and then put them in the back of a truck. And then that was it. Nothing.
We never found out who they were or what happened to them. It's kind of weird. It's like they made a big splash and like, oh my God, hateful people. And then it was over.
And again, not the first time they've done it. Like, we're not going to hear anything from these guys again.
Nope.
This will be the end of that. That's all. We got a really good story about Elon Musk's mother coming up, and we also have, you guys aren't going to believe this, an Atlanta Black Lives Matter ex-leader is going to federal prison for stealing the donations.
What?
Right?
That never happens. These are just people that are trying to survive, and they only get held back by institutionalized racism.
It never happens all the time when it comes to these groups. It's not like Black Lives Matter has basically become a giant grift for Patrisse Cullors and her friends. Why would that?
And it's not at all like that is reminiscent of what they've seen people like Al Sharpton do. So again, This never happens where people grift racism off of black people just to take their money.
Jesse Jackson got his sons a couple of Coca-Cola distributorships just by accusing Coca-Cola of racism. He did. Back in the 90s, he threatened Coca-Cola with an investigation and a boycott because he thought that their practices were bigoted towards black people. And then magically that investigation and that protest never came. But Jesse Jackson's sons both got 2 Coca-Cola distributorships to run.
Weird.
I know. It's just strange how all that stuff works out timing-wise. Like I said, $130 away from today. Let's knock it out in the next half hour. Fuck, man, let's knock it out in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Get in there with your 5, 10, 20, $30. Honestly, 6 or 7 of you with $20, we got this thing nailed cold. Send it in. Let's get the win. I'd love to not be Beggy right now, but I have, Johnny, as Johnny knows, I've been fooled too many times by a good number. About
and
40.
Saying like, oh, we can just ride this out, and then we get fucked in the ass.
We got to hammer this thing down. We're very close to getting our money for today, and when we get our money for the day, things run a lot smoother. So go ahead, contribute to the program, and this thing runs nice and smooth. So Elon Musk's mom is delivering the message that I think all Trump supporters should be delivering, which is fucking cheat, dude. Like, get your cheating in. Make it count. We've been saying it on the show. Republicans always think that they can beat the game straight up, and they want to call out Democratic cheating with elections all the time. It's like, the system is Democrat. You're not going to rat to the system on the Democrats and win. What you have to do is, it's my position in sports too, cheat harder.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what happened with Bush, and that's, again, where I'm kind of like, where they're like, oh, the Republicans think they can beat the game straight up. It's like, yeah, until George W. had his brother in Florida maybe have that whole chat issue happen.
Right. So, like, the Democrats got out-democrated by George W. Bush. Like, the Democrats can't be mad at George Bush because it's the same thing they did for Kennedy in Illinois. So,
and possibly Biden.
Well, possibly Biden. But May Musk, the mother of billionaire SpaceX, Tesla, and Twitter CEO Elon Musk, advised voter fraud as a way to beat Democrats in the upcoming election on social media Saturday. I love her.
I agree with her, but at the same rate, like, advocating it is a bad look. Like, I'm just saying in general. Then the haters on the other side, look, they want to break democracy and they're advocating cheating. And it's like, yeah, but you guys are literally trying to cheat. Shut up. They're advocating cheating.
As they're stuffing 8 ballots into a fucking box.
As they keep arguing unwatched ballot boxes is totally, like, legal. And what are you, a hater of democracy just because you want ballot boxes in places where you can keep an eye on them?
That's the weirdest thing to me is the ballot box thing where they're like, we're already giving you mail-in voting, which I don't think should be allowed unless you're going to be out of the country.
Unless you're a serviceman, yeah, go fuck yourself with your mail-in voting.
So you get to do mail-in voting as kind of a leftover from COVID. And so then we give you these boxes, and these boxes are just completely unmanned, unwatched. You get to put whatever you want inside the boxes. It does seem like a recipe for voter fraud if you wanted to commit voter fraud, and some people do want to commit voter fraud. So then these states and these counties will make these rules where they're like, we got to have somebody watch the boxes. And immediately Democrats will go, we're fucking against it. No way.
But who watches the box watchers?
Yeah, we can't have someone watching the box. It's like, what? That's weird. I feel like that would be unanimous. Why wouldn't you want somebody watching the ballot boxes? It just ensures that the elections stay safe and secure and fair. No, we can't. All right, fine. Then how about we bring them inside? No, we can't bring them inside. There's cameras in there. It's like, well, yeah, but then the cameras can watch the ballot box and make sure that nobody's dropping, say, more than one
20
ballot.
or 30 ballots for one person. Like,
right. It is like you can always tell what people are up to based on the things they object to.
Yeah, it's the classic liar, liar. It's detrimental to my case.
Right. So now all May Musk is doing is she's saying out loud that her side should cheat. That's all she's doing. She's saying, I think they're cheating. We got to cheat harder. And again, that was my position on steroids in baseball. It's my position now with elections. The 76-year-old shared a post from her son on his platform and advised Georgians who would like to see former President Trump elected to a second term to vote 10 times each. I mean, in Wisconsin, wasn't there that lady dropping 4 ballots into a mail-in ballot box?
I think so. There's been a couple of interesting stories about people stuffing ballot boxes, people who aren't supposed to be allowed to vote, saying that not only are they going to vote, they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. I mean, are they fake? These videos are a little too perfect where they just interview a bunch of like immigrants. They're like, so you're going to vote? And they're like, yeah, see, they'll ask them in Spanish, like, you're going to vote? Who are you going to vote for? You'll hear them say Kamala Harris. Like, I don't know, man. It seems too perfect, but at the same rate, I don't put it past them to cheat like that. So
this is what May Musk said. The Democrats had given us another option. You don't have to register to vote. On election day, have 10 fake names, go to 10 polling booths and vote 10 times. That's 100 votes, and it's not illegal. Maybe we should work the system too. And
I take it back. I stand behind everything she said. She worded it perfectly.
Now, I will say, not encouraging people to register to vote doesn't seem like a winning strategy. But what I really love about this, where she goes, maybe we should work the system too. It's not illegal. The readers added context, and it just says, this is, in fact, illegal. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate May Musk trying to help.
But she's not wrong in the first half of that, in the second half of that, excuse me. Like, they cheat pretty hard too, so why not?
Right, like, I like her attitude. I like her spirit. I like that she wants to win. I'm just not so sure she should have been so brazen about it. That's all. It just, maybe keep it as a surprise play,
I always wondered which side the tism came from with Elon Musk. I'm going to venture a guess it's the mom side.
just a little bit.
Little.
Chevmatic with $2 says, "Hey, Aaron, show me how them tits fart." Thank you very much, Chevmatic, for the $2. We are $130 away from today's goal, and we are running out of time. We have a half hour left, so let's get a rally going right now. Set my mind at ease. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get those Streamlabs, PayPals, Venmos, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants in. As you know, the Rumble Rants and the YouTube Super Chats can be displayed on the screen. Again, thank you to Alex Stein for that. Mike with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Mike. Hey, not too many more of those, and we're going to be calling it a win today, and we're going to be going over House Cat's Kiwi Farms degeneracy post. That should be really good. It taught me a lot. 125 away from today.
Taught me House Cats has horrible timing.
Yeah.
To speed this up by a year would have saved me a lot of trouble.
Like I said, if House Cats would have come out with this a year ago, might have saved me. I don't think it would have saved April, but it would have saved me. I mean, I was just trying to have some fun. I wasn't trying to go fucking full-blown degen. Little did I know that somebody, he'd already gone full-blown degen, and I had no idea. I didn't know that I knew him. And I'll get into this in the overtime when we get closer to this. But for the people from Kiwi Farms listening, I won't give the details yet. But, I didn't know he was being catfished in his locals chat by that Mandy chick that he was drooling over while I was, hanging out with him. I didn't know that. Because if I would have known that was happening, that was going on, I would have been
enough of a flag for you to be like, let's not.
Dude, what the fuck? And, shoving bottles up his asshole and,
okay, now I have information I haven't heard before.
Yeah,
okay.
It's just dude, get me the fuck away from this weird. It wasn't just I always thought it was cocaine, drinking, and degeneracy. I didn't know it was weirdo, dork, nerd, fucking, what is that, overcompensation shit as well. It was, I didn't know.
To find out he's not even really into anime. It's you fucking tool.
What the fuck, man? I didn't even realize he wasn't an actual lawyer. When I started hanging out with him, I thought he was a lawyer. Like I said, we used to go to Minneapolis for no fucking reason. And then he would take a phone call or look at a text that was probably fake. Or it was somebody else. And he'd go, "Oh, guys, I have to leave lunch. I got to go meet a client." He was going to, in my opinion, he was going to pick up his drugs.
Possibly.
Because he didn't have clients. I thought he was a lawyer who did lawyer shit when we started hanging out. I didn't follow his career. I didn't watch any of his streams. Thank God, they're fucking tragic.
Traffic court wasn't a sign, huh?
They're horrible. Well, the traffic court thing happened later. I didn't know about any of it. I just wasn't a fan, But, fucking.
So, yeah, let's get into this. And you guys got to hit that overtime to make it happen. So let's go.
Yeah, if we hammer out overtime.
Rally the fuck up.
If we get that 125 in here before the end of the hour, we'll get that overtime going, boys and girls. Thank you very much. You're not going to believe this. Sir Major Page. His first name is Sir. Middle name is Major. Last name Page. Does this not look like a guy, like a black guy wearing whiteface?
Yeah, actually, it does. It kind of looks like I'm watching that freaking basketball movie, White Chicks or whatever.
It looks like the Eddie Murphy sketch in SNL where he's pretending to be a white. I can't tell if this is a white dude or a black dude. I really can't. But that's Sir Major Page. He's 35 years old, from Toledo. Has been sentenced to 42 months in prison by District Judge Jeffrey Helmick after a jury convicted him of wire fraud and money laundering for defrauding donors of more than $450,000 that they collectively gave to his nonprofit, Black Lives Matter of Greater Atlanta. During the George Floyd era, if you just called something Black Lives Matter, it was a license to print money there for a while.
Right. And so is it his fault that people just threw money at him?
Not really.
I mean, he looks like he might have some genealogical ancestry, perhaps. But I mean, if this guy's like, hey, man, I'm out here for Black Lives Matter, and I'm just like, you want to give that guy your money?
Right. Yeah, let's, guys, trust but verify, for God's sake. Like, for me, when Patrisse Cullors bought a $6 million house with donated money, you're just like, wow, you guys aren't even, one thing I'll give you, you're not even trying to hide it. You're not doing some Better Call Saul shit. You're just jumping right in with both feet and just spending.
Well, when you just assume everyone's like taking advantage of you because of your ethnicity, then you think they're doing it right out in the open. Why shouldn't you?
Right, yeah. I learned it from watching you, whites. But they bought, like, she would buy the $6 million house, and then remember, she employed her ex-boyfriend, and like he had a security company, and they kept giving that security company a bunch of money to provide contracting services and advisory services and shit like that. And then that money somehow ended up roundabout through the payroll of that security company into the pocket of Patrisse Cullors. It was fucking genius. It was amazing.
Fact that she thought she could get away with it so easily.
Right? Well, didn't she? She didn't go to jail or anything, did she?
I know she got kicked out of the organization. I don't know if she paid any fines.
I think they found out that everything she did was technically legal because of the way they filtered the money. Like, you can hire a security company to do consulting work. You can be employed by that company and they can cut you a paycheck.
So you're telling me that the only problem that Tiffany Henyard had is that she didn't bother to look around and see what everyone else did? You could have got away with this chick.
She was using government money. She was using taxpayer money.
Oh, that's right.
She should have gotten donations. That's what she should have done. This guy was also ordered to pay a $400 special assessment fee. Yeah, I don't think that's really going to bother him. So in the wake of George Floyd's death, this guy's donations surged, with June 2020 witnessing approximately $36,493.80. July 2020, around $370,933.69. And August of 2020, about $60,000 in contributions. These funds were directly transferred to the account operated by Black Lives Matter of Greater Atlanta. However, the dude had his status as a nonprofit revoked 3 years in a row because he didn't properly file his taxes. There was no charity, but he was raising tens of thousands on Facebook and telling donors the money would go to fight systemic justice. According to the Department of Justice, 18,000 people donated to his page, and there's no indication the money went anywhere outside of Sir Major Page's own pocket. According to court documents, a significant transaction involving the purchase of a residence and an adjacent lot in Toledo for approximately $112,000 in August of 2020, attempting to mask ownership through a non-disclosure agreement with High Frequency Ohio. People saying that BLM stands for Buy Large Mansions.
Pretty much.
I mean, kind of. Further inquiries allegedly...
Black people lose money.
Further inquiries allegedly highlighted the transfer of BLM Georgia funds to Page's personal account for purchasing firearms. Well, he had to protect himself from those police that are out there murdering people. It was for self-defense.
So the point is, did he get them legally? Yeah, see? Gun laws work.
Prosecutors also say Page's social media activity, which showcased a flamboyant lifestyle, contradicted his public statements about the utilization of donated funds. Again, I can't believe it.
Wait, you're telling me that you're embezzling money from Black Lives Matter charity that you're running here, and you thought, oh, you know what I can do? I can post pictures about balling and floss and fly at the club.
Right?
Because, I mean, it won't come back to me, guys. It's on the internet. It, like, goes away after, 24 hours.
My new house, my new guns, my cars, my boats. Why not?
Look at this bitch I got stuck in my dick. All I had to do was buy her some titties.
I made her say George Floyd's name beforehand, though, so it was a work expense. Fox News reports that Page is a former actor who has appeared in small roles on TV shows such as American Horror Story and Constantine. He dubbed himself the world's sexiest albino model and actor on his Vimeo account. So that explains why he looks black but looks white. He's an albino.
But he doesn't have red eyes. That's not fair.
I'm telling you, man, sometimes you got to trust your gut. And like sometimes you shouldn't give money to some albino guy. I'm sorry.
Looking motherfucker.
I'm sorry, but if an albino guy just comes up to you and goes, I'm collecting money for George Floyd, you know, like I said, trust but verify. You don't need to just start guiltily.
I think he'll be fine. State of Minnesota gave his family like almost $30 million. We're good.
Yeah, BLM buying large mansions. Don't look up Paul Unslaved either. I don't know that guy. They were saying that that he was albino when we first brought him up there. Okay. Looking back at the Meteor Man with what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Thank you for sending that in, Clopogram. $125 away from today, guys. $125 away from knocking out today's goal and then doing that Kiwi Farms house cat Nick Rekieta devolving into degeneracy table that he made. We got a few stories from the 8 o'clock hour here, but we got to knock out that 125. Please contribute to the program. We're almost there. You guys have almost gotten us the whole way there to keeping this show on the air, keeping us going, and really minimal bringing up of it for most of the show. I mean, we've had to have times where we encouraged a rally, but you guys came up big and we kept that to a minimum. So thank you very much. We do have about 10 minutes or so until we got to start really bringing out the rattle can here. So if you could contribute, all the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We got them up on the screen now, which is great. Contribute to the show. Big chunk plays, 10, 20 bucks at a time. Let's get this thing hammered out, and then I don't have to sit here talking to you about it.
Just do a fun show.
We got a fun show. We got some quick hitters here since we've only got 10 minutes or so till we got to start begging you for that $125 unless you knock it out ahead of time, which would be great. We've got to go ahead and just do some of these quick hits. A few little morsels, nothing real big, nothing real heavy that we're going to jump into because we don't have enough time. There's a few moments from football this weekend that I think are worth checking out. Some people are calling this punt from the Texas A&M Missouri game the punt of the century already. Now, punting, especially if you're trying to plant one deep in someone's own side of the field, you're trying to put it inside the 5-yard line, it can become an art. There's a thing called the coffin corner kick where you're trying to angle the punt just right where it stays in bounds until the last second. You're trying to kick that thing out of bounds right at the 1 to avoid a touchback. Or you're trying to kick the ball with the right amount of spin so that it can maybe hit the ground at the 2, bounce straight up in the air, give your guys a chance to make a play on the ball, and down it real close to the goal line. Well, we're going to watch Texas A&M punting against Missouri just before halftime. Again, this being called the punt of the century. Let's take a look. Dude, if it's not the punt of the century, it's head and shoulders ahead of whoever's in second place.
Dude, that thing landed and rolled out perfectly. How the fuck did he pull that off?
It's like it had a magnet in it, just drawing it to the pylon.
Yeah. He's kicking like he's playing on PSP. All right, what?
You know what really sucks about that for Missouri is 4 seconds left until halftime. So you're kind of hoping you just take the punt, kneel on it, go to the locker room trailing 24-0. You have to now run a play.
Right.
Because if you take the snap and you kneel down, you're kneeling down in the end zone. That's a safety. But if you can, you got to run something here, and Texas A&M can add to that lead.
Jesus Christ.
God, that very rarely can you justify getting amped for a punt if you're a football fan. That you can get pumped for that one.
You can get pumped for that punt.
You can get pumped for that punt for sure. The punt of the century took place on the locker room, and it involved ice baths and butt sex, says Landers. Why? Jay Bra says, I was at that game. Oh, your daughter. Oh, my daughter's an Aggie. Okay. Well, I mean, shit, it's very rare that one of the, best plays to watch in a game is a punt, but.
Do you think that helps his, signing chances in the future in football?
No, but
I'm the dude who did the punt.
Someone wrote into the show, going deep is an art you've mastered. I mean,
thank you for the support.
Very publicly, the world knows that I've had some sex.
What? With who?
In the
Prove it.
In the last year or so. Thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. 125 away from today. We got to hit this, guys. We have gone radio silent on contributions for quite some time. We've got 8 minutes until we got to start begging you for money. 125 is the number, and we have a massive production for overtime. We have this entire table that House Cat has drawn up called Nick Riceda's Degeneracy Timeline. It starts in 2019. And again, I didn't know almost all of this shit that happened before I knew him. Like I said, I wasn't a fan.
He's not following him.
I wasn't following him. All I knew kind of about the court following stuff, but barely about that even. Those weren't circles I ran in or watched or anything like that. But somebody, House Cat over on Kiwi Farms, decided to track the entire thing in, by his own admission, a very autistic endeavor. And I want to do it. I want to cover what we can cover on this show. And I want to see how accurate it is for my timeline.
Okay.
Because from what I've read so far, I mean, there have been some minor little date adjustments, but for the most part, pretty good. Pretty good. So get your money in, man. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We have stalled out big time, and we're at 125. We need to hit our goals also for the next week or two. We need to make sure those get to 0 because we're just about caught up. It has been a fucking slog, but we're almost there. This is the oddest burglary story we're ever going to see because I don't even know if it's even technically a burglary. A man broke into a single woman's home while she was at work, hung her laundry, mopped her floor, emptied her recycling bin, filled her bird feeders, put groceries in the fridge, replaced her toothbrush head, and cooked her a meal. He also left her a note reading, "Don't worry, be happy, eat up and scratch." I don't know what scratch means. That might be a European thing for relax. It was in Wales. I don't know. You should almost be more creeped out by this than if this guy broke in and just stole your shit.
Yeah, because that at least makes sense. You've got needs and you decide that I don't matter. That's human nature. Okay, fine. This motherfucker broke in and fucking cleaned my place. Now I'm uncomfortable.
Right. And that also shows that maybe he wants to stick around. Maybe he's auditioning for the part of husband.
Just saying, if you fuck me regularly, I'll do this all the time.
Yeah, I mean, look, a blowjob once in a while, you don't have to worry about.
I got to see this lady.
You suck my dick every once in a while, all your laundry gets done. I mean, it's a pretty good trade-off. Everybody wins.
For who?
I think that's an everybody winning kind of a deal. The lady lives in Wales, and this is not the bee talking. And if I was her, I'd be packing up my stuff and heading to Mexico stat. No, wait a minute. It depends on how lonely this bitch is. Because if she's got problems and she's not meeting anybody and this guy comes around, I mean, yeah, the way he came into your life is kind of weird. He broke into your house. That's not appreciated. But he did all of your housework. I mean, I don't think we should just turn a blind eye to that. I mean, he's, like I said, he's auditioning.
I need to see pictures. Like, how low is she? I feel like you're not doing this if you look like Brad Pitt. Like, no offense. Like, you're not walking into somebody's place and cleaning it top to bottom if ladies are like throwing themselves at you.
If she looks like Susan Boyle, I don't care if he looks like a Fen from Game of Thrones. She should scoop him up. In fact, the man organized their home, so getting everything into one of those transportable storage containers shouldn't take long. The bro did so much while he was in the house. We haven't listed all of his good deeds yet. Plant pots had been moved in her garden. A pair of shoes had been removed from packaging and the packaging placed in the bin, and the fridge had been rearranged. He downed an entire bottle of wine while he was there, but he was working. You know?
I mean, Jesus, that's the most productive alcoholic I've ever heard of. If that's all, if your house is clean top to bottom, you did your dishes, potted your plants, fucking unwrapped your shoes for it. I mean, a bottle of wine.
That's allowed.
Fucking cost of business, man.
It took 2 weeks for the police to track down the burglar, Damian Wojnilowicz. And during that time, the woman said, quote, "I was living in a state of heightened anxiety I had never experienced before. I wondered if it was somebody who knew me. Well, it was somebody who wanted to be with you. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, you desperate so-and-so. If it was going to turn into a stalking incident, if he knew I lived alone and I had been targeted, I was too scared to stay in my home and stayed with a friend." He was jailed for 22 months on Thursday for carrying out the unusual... Wow, they don't fuck around in Wales, dude. He broke in and cleaned her whole house and made her a meal, and they put him in jail for 2 years. Holy shit.
They're arresting people over Facebook posts. I mean...
He's not a bad-looking dude.
All right, I take it back. Like, I don't know why he can't make it happen.
Something, I mean, could be the whole being crazy as fuck thing, but...
What makes you think that?
Mostly the eyes. Mostly the eyes. He looks a little bit like a cross between Alexander Usyk and Merle from The Walking Dead. I know that's a very obscure combination of people, but I'm going Usyk and Michael Rooker is where I'm going with that one. All right, we have to throw out a thank you, and then we have to beg for some money to see if we can get to overtime today. I want to throw a thank you out to Travis for $25.
Thank you.
Over on PayPal. All right, guys, here's your job. An even hundo. Let's rally it up and knock out that even 100. Remember, if we get inside of 50, we do the overtime on a little extra credit, if you will. All right, there we go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We've got 5 minutes left. We've got great overtime content coming for you. Now we just got to see if we can band together and knock out this $100. The links are in the chat. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Super Chats, Rumble Rants, which are now on screen because I've caught up to 2012 technology. You're welcome. So go ahead and get your donations in. I mean, this is an easy 10 for 10 kind of a situation.
And we're out.
10 people with $10. We've got this thing knocked out. Shit. 5 people with $20. Let's go ahead and contribute. We've got to get to this Kiwi Farms house cat thing. I'm really excited for it. It's the one time I'm going to offer to do this because if we don't knock it out, I'm going to assume people don't want it.
Right.
I'm not going to shove it down the audience's throat if they don't want it. So if we miss today, it means because I gambled on a good overtime thing and I was wrong. And then in that case, I'll have to cover my own miss, so to speak. So let's get in there with the PayPals, the Streamlabs, the Venmos, and everything else. Let's do it now. $100 away. Go ahead and throw in. We've also got, we probably have time for a couple other news stories. We might get through all our stories today, too. Maryland settles lawsuit for, oh, God. Maryland settles lawsuit for estimated $2.75 million to black women who failed the written and physical requirements of the state police test.
Wait a minute, what? So wait, you're too fat and dumb to pass the state police test and I owe you money? What the fuck is going on?
Hey, what's with the fucking racism over there? Jesus Christ.
It's not racism. You said they failed to pass the test because they were overweight and they didn't pass the test.
It's not what I heard coming. That's not what I heard coming out of you. I heard they were too black to pass the test.
No. I just said they didn't pass the test. Those are synonyms, but that's not the point.
Oh, man. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, look, April's old workplace is adding on and going to hire more people. Maybe they can hire her back. I think it's like my lawyer said, some of these women are willing to live in absolute shitty situations just so they don't have to work anymore. I think that might be the case. Red Fox Mad with, and then there's the link to the help wanted if you want to check that out. All right, guys, the rally has begun. Let's get this thing knocked out. We are $95 away from getting to overtime, or $45 away from surviving until 10:30. Yeah, and getting overtime done. So we got a couple of great stories for you for overtime. The only problem is we're 2.5 minutes away, and we've made fuck all money during this rally. So you guys got to throw in. We're $95 away. I mean, I don't want to have to cover today's goal, but fuck, it's not going. It is getting really tough watching these like go down and get to a reasonable spot and then just fucking dying. It's like hitting a really nice golf shot and you see it going to the green and it just stops right in front of it. So throw in, let's knock this out. It's a little frustrating. $95 away, just everybody together, everybody who likes this show, throw in. Let's get this knocked out. We've only got 1:45 left. We got to knock these out, or we can't provide the show that we provide for you on a regular basis. So just get us to 0. That's all we need. We're only $95 away. So throw in. I got the leg shakes going. I got the sweat starting a little bit. I don't want to be done already.
I don't either.
And I certainly don't. I certainly don't want to start the week $95 behind. That's going to be a fucking bummer. We got a little over a minute left. Please chip in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Come on, guys. I'm not going to get bummed about it. We're going to fucking rally. Let's do it. Let's fucking go. 1 minute left. Get it in there. 50, 70, 80, $90. Fucking throw in every fucking dime you've got. I don't care. Let's knock it out, guys. 1 minute to go. Throw it in. Show me you're alive. Show me you give a shit. Show me you love you some steel toe. Get inside of 50 at least so I can keep begging you for money while we do the rest of the program. Come on, man. I'm excited. I like today's show. I thought it was really good. We can do this. Hammer it out. Throw us a few bucks. 30 seconds to go. Somebody get in there. Wow, just Red Fox Mad. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, by the way, for doing everything you can to make sure that this program stays on the air and for appreciating what it is we do. All right, looks like oh boy, if you're a hater of this show, are you fucking happy today? Well, I think I'm going to keep going and do the overtime anyway. I just won't do the Nick thing because we need to make money. This show needs to make money, and we're out of time, and we made fuck all during that rally. We did nothing. So if you guys have pity donations, throw them in. I'm doing the overtime anyway. I need to make the dough. I need to keep these guys paid, and I need to keep the show going. So I'm not willing to start the week $95 behind. That's not something I can do. So if you hate us, if you think we're dog shit and you think we're garbage, you win. Congratulations today. I will not do the Kiwi Farms table. You guys don't want it. Clearly, you guys think it's fucking retarded. I'll just read it for my own amusement and keep it away from the show. Katie with $10 says, sorry I'm late. Thank you, Katie. $85 away from today's goal. Yeah, we're going to beg you for money during the overtime. We're going to wander around. We're going to just grab some random shit and talk about it, but I just need to get this thing hammered out. I'm gonna say goodbye to M. I've given him plenty of chances. He's just a dick. He's just a wretched autistic weirdo who lives in his basement. I just can't with that fucking guy anymore. Like he can do whatever he wants. I'm totally fine with it, but he's just so weird. Like he's just an autistic fucking weirdo. It's hard to believe he's a person, you know?
Well, like I said, with stuff like that, when you put out stuff like he does, where you never show yourself at all, I think of you as a
He's
person.
a chicken shit. Yeah, he really is a chicken shit.
You're a blue M on the internet. That's all you are.
Someone says Melton's too busy cleaning kid deck. Holy shit. Chevy fan says, LOL, free overtime. Guess the goal doesn't matter. Stop paying. I mean, Chevy fan, I guess if that's what you think. I mean, I got to
watch how long the show lasts when that's there.
Yeah, I got to keep my fucking program on the air. That's all I'm worried about. So I don't want to start the week that far behind in a shitty spot and have a shitty day. So I'm willing to work a little extra to see if we can make the money. Approachable with $5 says, okay, now everyone who's happy we're not doing the next chip in and knock out the rest of the goal. Our point has been proven, so we can finish it off. Yeah, that would be kind of big. If you guys want, if you guys really do hate this drama internet shit and you think it's garbage and you can financially support the show to make that point, then I will listen to that point 100%. If people are like, hey, I fucking hate this drama shit, then okay. Then let's knock it out and let's call it a win. Loopy with $20 says, I see. If you just throw in the money,
thank you for your donation.
That's just the default message that it puts up there. Thank you, Loopy. Housecat says, make sure you show the PNG chart, second spoiler, when showing the timeline. The other one looks bad. The PNG chart is beautiful and color-coded. Thanks. Well, I'm going to put the link in the chat to your chart because our audience didn't want to see it today. They don't want to do that content, so they'd rather watch me ask you for money, I guess. So I'm sorry, Housecat. I loved it. I appreciate the work you did. I thought it was awesome. My audience is sick of it, and they don't want to see it. So if they're paying me, if they're giving money and people are throwing in money now, and if they're throwing in that money to say thank you for not doing this, that's who I'm going to listen to. It's I'm a show that runs on money, unfortunately, not on morality. Red Fox Mad says, let's go, everyone. Please help us and donate to this amazing show. Thank you to Posterior Attention for $19.99. And it just says, as you can see there, thank you for your donation. All right, that puts us $50 away from today. I will say to Mr. Approachable and everyone else, message almost received loud and clear. If this $50 gets knocked out today, then I say message received. I understand. I get it. It's fun.
He's learning.
It's interesting shit. Like, I don't want to stop doing the videos of like that guy in his death video today.
No.
I don't want to stop doing that shit. That shit's good. That shit's entertaining. Meg with $10 says, I'm here for the drama. Well, thank you, Meg. I guess we'll find some other time for you. That does put us $40 away from today. There you go, guys. Finish it off. Let's get that $40 knocked out. $5 from Eagle of America says, love the show. Thank you for the $5 on Rumble. That puts us $35 away from banging out that goal today. Boy, you know, you got to give credit to the audience that hates that shit. Because they really did. So far they've held on to their money to not do it.
Right. And now they're throwing it in now that it's
the
point.
Now they're throwing it in to make that point. And like we've always said, one thing we will always honor is we will always follow where the money goes. That's what the audience.
Because we're good little whores.
Well, that's the audience's what do you call it? That's when you donate to a show, you get a little bit of say. It's like an investor credit, if you will, you know? Let me put the link up, though, in case people want to go see that. I got to go to the newest one, though. The newest chart. I believe that's on page 6,577. Holy shit, man. Here it is. He says that I should put up the ping one, the PNG one. Here's what I'll do. I'll put the link right there, and you guys can scroll down and find it. There you go. There you go. Arnold McDonald says, imagine doing a show because you enjoy it. Well, that's for fucking amateurs. I have to do a show that my audience wants. I do it. And by the way, I love doing this show. The only thing I hate is having to make the money. That's the only thing I fucking hate about doing this show is having to make the money. And I like times like this. I like these kind of listener-sponsored movements that happen. You know, when you kind of learn about the people who like the show and what they want to do. Small Town MN Gal with $2 says, damn it, I wanted to hear about the drama. Well, they outbid you. The people who don't want to hear that shit outbid today, and they won. $4.99 from Posterior Attention says, I paid to do it. Well, it's too late. That was 10. That's what the last 5. That's what the last
show.
Yeah, that's what the last 5 minutes was for. Well, that's what the last 4 hours was for. Marble Arms with $5. Thank you very much. All right, that now puts us $30 away from today. Yeah, people are like, oh, no, I donated to do it. It's like, well, yeah, we lost that one. Like, that one's over. Now the people who don't want to hear that shit are $30.
This is their turn.
Yeah, $30. Sure, you can basically put an end to this shit for a long time by knocking out that last 30. So thank you guys very much for your contributions. All right, let's do this. And by the way, I did put the links in the chat to House Cat's Kiwi Farms post. Check it out, please. He worked really hard on it. Let's go to this story that Johnny basically called, just basically called a woman fucking black.
No, I said she was fat and useless.
I don't know.
I can understand how you could get the two.
Loopy with $2 says, I gave 20 to hear it.
Again, you were a little late on that. We had the 4 hours for that to matter.
Tridio says, I'm pretty sure that those that wanted it donated more than those that didn't. 200 to 50. Well, yeah, but what did I say? I said if we knock it out.
We had to knock it out before overtime.
I said if we knock it out, we'll do it. I know you guys are having a fucking civil war, but we laid it out. I mean, if you want like a special video where I go over the fucking thing, maybe I pin one this week. Maybe I do one.
I say you make that a like a paywall thing.
Maybe we do a members only analysis of it. That could be something we do. That could be. Chad Buzamok says the super chats on screen look horrible. Fuck you, Chad Buzamok. I got time to fix that shit. I got them up there. So you're welcome. You're welcome. $25 away from breaking even for the day. Thank you guys very much. And we got 20 minutes to do it. All right. Let's find Johnny's racism here. So
tell me where I'm wrong.
Apparently, the state of Maryland got sued by, I don't know if they got sued by the applicants for the state police test or if they got sued by the federal government. Apparently, it was the feds. Female black applicants who failed Maryland state police tests likely to receive $2.75 million in back pay from a discrimination suit. And the discrimination suit comes from, now, this wasn't like black people came to the police department and said, we'd like to be cops. And they said, ew, no, you're too black and two girls. What happened was these women who happened to be black went to become police officers in Maryland. And what happened was they took the fitness exam and they took the intelligence test and they failed them.
Because they're black.
No.
If you put down the talkies and pick up a book, maybe we wouldn't be here right now.
So what ended up happening, they couldn't do the pull-ups. They couldn't do the book learning, so they didn't become cops. Now, on its face, in a reasonable society, in a just world, this sounds good, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is just the way it is. Well, unfortunately, we don't live in that world. And there was a lawsuit. The physical fitness exam, called the Functional Fitness Assessment Test, required applicants to complete 18 push-ups in 1 minute, 27 sit-ups in 1 minute, run 1.5 miles within 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, like a brisk jog for a mile. If you jog a mile, it's about 8.5, 9 minutes, right? So if you can jog a mile and a half, that's about 13 minutes. And I think to be a police officer, you should have to be able to, do some cardio, do some running. And 18 push-ups in 1 minute is not a lot of push-ups.
That's not hard at all.
No. 27 sit-ups.
Sit-ups one is a little more difficult, but
not for a minute. I mean, a minute is a long time, man. To do that amount of sit-ups, I almost find this 27 sit-ups to be easier than the 18 push-ups. 1.5 miles within 15 minutes and 20 seconds and reach approximately 1.5 inches past their toes while seated. So you literally have to be able to touch your toes to become a cop in Maryland, and these people failed this test.
I'm a queen, y'all.
Queens don't touch their toes. According to the DOJ's lawsuit, 81% of males and only 51% of males passed at least once. I'm surprised that 51% of females passed.
So you're telling me 81% of males. So we have a resounding amount of dudes that are getting through this.
Yeah.
Only half the women. Why is it our fault for pointing out that, I'm sorry, apparently women just don't make good cops?
Well, Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against the state of Maryland for requiring basic fitness standards in police testing. Not even necessarily for racial discrimination right up front. Instead, they sued for just requiring the fitness standards in general. Apparently, to Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice, you should just let everyone who wants to become a cop become a cop.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? They're just good people.
You want to see what happen? You want to see what the worst that can happen is?
Yes.
I actually have the worst that can happen for you. This is what
it's the
happens
clip,
when you
or something new. Oh boy.
Yeah. Here we go.
But watch these two female cops trying to arrest another female. Oh, that girl used to run cross country, man. Look at the two. Why are all the cops? She running in circles. Yeah. Why, like when it's a female cop and male cop, why are all of them fat?
Dude, this isn't even a high-speed running chase. This is just like she could start jogging backwards and go, come on. Come on.
You guys realize that, like, you're losing to another girl right now. I mean, like, you could make the argument, like, oh, he's bigger, he was stronger, and he wrestled. No, you can't keep up with like, dude, I could take that lady down, okay? She's not that big. What's going on here?
And you know both of these two,
crazy.
like, their lungs are just burning right now. Oh, look, this one's already slowing down. This one's already doing the...
She's already figuring out what she's going to say on the paperwork on how she got away.
You got it. Go ahead. You got it.
I want to see that one more time. One more time with it. Before we watch it, like, if you're a cop, there's strategy. You have to devise a plan. If she starts running, or I'm going to cut off over here, you run over here. Kevin, they don't have the physicality to arrest anyone. Hey, let's look at the video again. Look, she grabbed a purse from him and then threw her purse down. You know what? That girl that's running away should be a police officer. Is she running away in flip-flops? Okay.
Yeah, the chick running away in flip-flops, like, she literally is about 12 seconds away from being able to just start walking.
Right?
She could just, like, because these cops are about to pass the fuck out.
No, okay, got shoes on. You see that damn stiff arm? Like she going for a touchdown. She did that stiff arm. She did the Heisman Trophy on them. I didn't see that.
So that's why we're suing. So people like that who didn't pass those physical tests got $2.75 million in back pay.
Right, because such injustices were done there.
But wait, there's more.
What?
The written exam, the police officer selection test, included 4 components: math, reading comprehension, grammar, and report writing skills. To pass, candidates had to achieve an aggregate score of at least 70% on all sections combined and minimally 70% on reading comprehension, grammar, and report writing skills. So I don't know if you guys can think back to high school, but 70%.
You need a C grade.
You need a C- to get the win. to become a cop. A C.
Jesus Christ.
A C- average, or as MSO is calling them, useless sows. Useless sows. Dustin. I can't put that one up on the screen, buddy, because I'm not sure. But thank you for the $4.99. After reading Nick's timeline, I'm convinced he duped you and April into his swinging masterclass. Yeah, I mean, they didn't. We knew after that they were into that. We knew the rumors.
Yeah, dude, I was hearing stuff about, like,
when we started hanging. Yeah, like I heard the rumors from Alex Stein and other people, but they didn't actually admit it to us until
they were ready to bring you into the fold.
Dude, no, a month in.
Oh, wait, so you were in some folds before they admitted it to you?
No, yeah, we didn't. They didn't admit it to us until like a month in. And even then, they kind of, judging by this chart that we're not going to do today because people paid. Well, actually, you guys haven't paid us not to. We're still $25 short. So
Yeah, we could go into it to torture you.
I'll do that at 10:30 if we haven't knocked out that 25. And the people who want to see the chart chip in. Actually, we're at 20 now because of Dustin. I'll fucking go late and I'll do the chart at 10:30.
Well, now I'm curious. So if you go late, I'm willing to hang out. I don't have anywhere else to be today.
If you guys whoever knocks out that 20 either gets the chart or doesn't get the chart. But you guys who don't want the chart have not won yet. The people who do want the chart, if we knock out that 20, we're fucking doing it in 10 minutes or as soon as that 20 gets knocked out. Just on your super chat, on your Rumble rant, on your PayPal, on your Streamlabs, just write what you're throwing the money in for, what your vote is.
Yeah, and then we'll know.
And we'll go that way. So nobody's won yet. But yeah, they didn't tell us until after. Like Nick didn't tell us until afterwards. And even then he wildly understated. Wildly understated.
I had people threatening me I've seen pictures of his flat white ass. You have to too. And I'm like, no, I don't. No, I do not.
So, but it was funny because when he was telling us, I did stop him. I went, dude, I know. I don't need to hear. And he went into details too. He started going into.
Why are they always so happy to share?
I know. He started going into details, and I was like,
Not even just the wife, it's just everything. Some things are for you.
I'm good. I know. I understand. Well, I just want to be fully honest. No, I know. Thank you for your full honesty. I appreciate it. Helgi with $5 says, "Show us the chart."
That's how you do it.
Well, now we're $15 away. Again, whoever wins, whoever comes in and knocks out the finality of it, their vote gets to count. $15.
It's like the election. Only one vote matters, and it ain't yours.
Exactly. $15 away from doing that and staying a little extra today.
And that's a one-off. Anybody could pop that. Hell, I'd do it, but
15 is nothing. Just knock it out because you like this show, for fuck's sake. So, by the way, King TL with with $1.99 says chart.
Chart.
There you go. All right. A little under 15 away, about 14 away now. So the lawsuit for these cops that needed to get 70% on the intelligence test to become police officers.
I'm sure they cleared that.
91% of the white people passed the test. 71% of black applicants passed the test.
That's not so bad.
No.
It's only 30%.
Why is it that just your skin color alone is the thing that decides why you didn't pass the test? If anything, again, this is the federal government being racist more than anybody else.
Right. You're too stupid to learn, black people.
Right. It is just kind of oh, well, they're black and they didn't pass as much as the white people. It must be racism. What? I don't think the black people are saying it was racist. I think just less of them passed. It's like the woman part. 50% of women pass the physical test. I'll be honest with you. 50% of the women trying to be cops passing the physical test tells me one thing. We need to make the physical test harder.
Right? Because I'm sorry, but too many of you ladies are getting through the system.
Yeah. King TL with another $1.99. He says chart. Small town MN gal with $1 for the chart. Mild says $2 for the chart and Johnny. Anders,
thank you, Mild.
Anders with $10 says give us the chart. Let me count this up. 20, 40, 60, 140, 280, 360.
You got it either way.
410, 1210. Yep, we got it. We've knocked out the 15. Cover timeline, says JB. There it is.
I guess I know what we're doing here. Let's get this.
You guys made the haters
pie chart up.
You guys made the haters wait a little longer today to lose their mind, but you got it. We got her to 0. Good job, guys. Let me unpin these from the chat. Anything you guys send in from now on goes towards tonight. So thank you very much. So it looks like we're going to go over overtime.
All right.
By a little bit, just because of how long it took us to get there. But we will do the chart now. The chart that was done by Housecat over on Kiwi Farms. We'll go grab that in a second here. I'm still, because I'm trying to unpin the message on YouTube.
You can't get it unpinned?
It says message pinned still on the fucking thing. It's insane. It's remarkable how fucking long this thing just sits there like a cunt. There, undo, unpin, boom. Got it. All right. Let's go grab this. Sam Show says, not going to lie, I was hoping you would give overtime for free and screw everyone out of the chart. So close. MSO says 12% of the population, 80% of the dumbass. Jesus. All right, let's go into this. I will do the parts of the chart that I can do. And the rest of it, and the parts that kind of pertain to us, so to speak. Let's go in, scroll down. Here we go. If you'd like to follow along, here are the links. Boom and boom. There we go. All right. So I'm not going to put all of this on the screen because, again, there's certain things I can do. I can talk about certain things I cannot talk about. Now, I am going to tell you which of these items to me would have been red flags that I didn't know about before I ever met this guy. And Kiwi Farms has tracked the whole thing and made the Ricada degeneracy timeline chart. It's as far as the parts that I know about go, it's pretty accurate. The only 2 corrections that I wrote in with that I had to make were very, very minor. And it was like dates being off by like 3 days or the social media platform that a thing was on. I mean, really small time stuff. So this whole thing starts in 2019 with a Nick Twitter ban for body shaming. Now it is the start, because at this point, Nick was being the law tube guy. Mm-hmm. Like he was, I'm a lawyer. I'm doing lawyery things, just I'm a humble conservative Midwestern trad dad, by golly, by gosh. November 11th, 2021, the Rittenhouse trial. November 19th, the Rittenhouse trial verdict. And he made a fucking killing during that Rittenhouse. Now, if he just takes this November of 2021 arc that he's on and he just holds right there, we're talking about one of the biggest names out there in the YouTube world. That's kind of where the sadness of all this is, not in the fact that this arrest happened. And the thing I'm maddest about, and I'm really upset with some people who have forgotten this part, and they're not mad about this part. This should be the part you're mad at, and that is doing this around children and a 9-year-old testing positive for cocaine. That, to me, is where the anger starts and stops, is right there. Because everything else is degeneracy, it's shitty behavior, it's fucking disgusting. We're all fucking pigs for doing it. But it's the involvement of innocent parties that makes this a crime with victims.
See, for me, the crime is you had that YouTube channel going so good. You could have just kept it together, my friend. You would have been fine.
But the victims in this are the children. Everyone's victims are the kids. So April of 2019 to November of 2021, things seem to be going pretty well, right? Things seem to be going all right. Then we go into the year 2022. A lot of these are skippable. Not that big of a deal, but you kind of see the trad dad thing kind of slip. And you start to see more degeneracy start to, like, maybe there were warning signs now that we look back. February 10th, 2022, Kiwi finds evidence that Nick knows of a gay bar in Dallas called Mr. Mister. Tweet was from June 7th, 2022. So not a lot of, like, trad dads going to gay bars, right?
No, I don't think that's usually what they do.
Not a lot of Menards dads, hitting up the gay bars in Dallas, okay? February 18th, 2022, Nick tells Adam Krigler on his show how he might have been roofied in Dallas at the Cowboy Red River Bar, loses 6 hours, vomited in the bathroom, and woke up with bruises. Nick says he was with several Blaze employees, including Savannah Hernandez, a Blaze personality. Brittany Venti may have also been there as well. So a lot of these conservative people who are like God and country and morality and, all these libs to them. All of these libs are these disgusting, degenerate assholes. And America needs to return to its conservative roots. Well, here you have Nick saying that a bunch of people from the Blaze, which are, pretty morally conservative people, here they're at a fucking bar where people are getting roofied and vomiting and puking and throwing up. Not against the rules, not against the law. I have no problem if people want to get fucking hammered at a bar. Certainly I have in my life many times. I don't like the bullshit of being trad dad conservative guy. I think what's saved me a lot of grief in this thing, and believe me, I've gotten my share, but I've saved myself from a ton by just openly saying, here's what I did. I'm fucking garbage and I'm trying to do better. What a piece of shit move. I've never said I was a moral guy. But when you
did have a Proverbs book, though.
That's true. But I had a lot lower perch to fall from a moral standing, because I've always said, don't look,
piece of shit.
Don't look at me for angel wings. Don't look at me to be a good guy. The problem with this fucking guy is that he had the whole world snowed thinking that he was some kind of good, decent, moral guy, and he's fucking coking and drinking and puking and getting roofied and, kind of soft snitching on people at the Blaze. Now, November 20th, this is 9 months later of 2023. We're into 2020. Oh, no, we go back to 2022, but this is a follow-up to the Dallas thing. Nick later talks again about being roofied in Dallas, but this time confirms he was roofied.
Okay.
So there's for what that's worth. April 7th, 2022, Nick shows he has knowledge harnesses for pegging with Joe Goodlogic and Elijah Schaefer. Elijah seems very stimulated. So we're talking, again, moral dad, trad dad, conservative guy. You don't talk about harnesses and pegging.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this. Most trad dads aren't taking it in the ass.
I think where a lot of this chart is going to send you is down the road of, why didn't Nick just admit he's a piece of shit? And I think the reason you can't admit you're a piece of shit is because you decided to have 5 children.
Right.
And when you decide to have 5 children, you can't be a piece of shit anymore. That's why I think the point a lot of these sweepers are missing, a lot of the people who still, for some reason, have these people's backs, is that a lot of them don't have kids, and a lot of them don't understand how easily you can fuck kids up with shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the problem lies. April 11th, 2022, the Depp Heard trial begins. Now, I think a lot of people thought that Nick was still trad dad guy during the Depp Heard thing, but as we're seeing here, the warning signs were already there.
It's just most of us hadn't really heard about him until the Heard thing. It was
Right.
it's the Rittenhouse one and the Amber Heard one that really, projected him.
Right. Dustin with 199 says Nose Candy Twister isn't a normal adult game.
You tell me that now.
Thanks a lot, Dustin. So then
Right,
in May or June of 2022, as we continue with this thing, Nick's worst day happens. Now, Kiwi Farms talks about this worst day where Nick said the worst thing ever happened between May and June of 2022 during these months. I don't know what the worst day is. I have theories based on conversations I've had, but I don't have any confirmation. So I'll leave that to speculation. June 1st, 2022, Depp versus Heard verdict. So we wrap up the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. Takes about 2 months. Big money days. Big money days. And he's streaming all the time for it. Then I got to make sure I can read this one. Okay, I can read this one. June 13th, 2022. Nick has a grift stream in which Nick discusses wet, dripping vaginas, Amaranth's anus, the size of his penis, his love of ejaculation on faces, etc. Slips and reveals pre-swinger resort that he's going to Jamaica and he's heard of the hotel. Now, of course, we know he stayed at a swingers resort. Discusses the worst day, blames friends, extended family, and God in that order. Says he made between $200,000 and $250,000 during the Depp trial. And then we also get the Mandy stuff. Now, I don't know if you know about Mandy.
No, what's up with Mandy?
There was a woman on Nick's OnlyFans who called herself Mandy and would post pictures of her tits and naked photos and shit like that. Nick said he'll sign her tits at Anime Matsuri. He would sing to her during his live streams. He would hit on this woman aggressively, talk about all kinds of sexual shit with this Mandy. Guess what, Johnny?
Mandy was a dude?
Mandy was a guy. And we'll get to the Mandy arc a little bit later when we get into 2023.
Oh, God. That is so worrisome. I feel Nick for that one. Like, when you hook up with someone online until you meet, you're like, what if it's a dude?
Right.
What if it's a dude? Like, I was so glad when I pulled up to the airport. I'm like, it's a girl. It's the same one I saw all the pictures of. Nailed it.
By the way, Meg with $20 says chart, so we're going to put that 20 towards tonight. Thank you, Meg. So we get the first Mandy sighting or mention. June 13th, 2022. And, here's another thing. Here's those red flags I was talking about where if I had known this shit beforehand, I would have never hung out with this fucking guy. That Mandy thing and, like, the clips of him singing and, like, all this shit, I'm like, I'm going to stay away from this guy. This guy seems like a fucking weirdo. Like, this guy seems like a creep, like a total fucking creep. If I would have known about the Fair and Balanced DMs where he was propositioning Fair and Balanced, and by the way, I can now say Farron called me in May or June and confirmed that all of that was true. That Nick was trying to proposition Fair and Balanced. I talked to Farron. I told her we'd have her on the show sometime. Now's not the time. But she did confirm that all of that was true. And that she tried to cover for Nick after because she was afraid of the amount of pull that he had back then. The amount of influence that he had. She didn't want him retaliating in some way. So Farron said, no, it's not. The DMs aren't true, whatever, move on. She called me back in May or June. She said, it's absolutely true. All of that happened. Keanu was on the phone with me. It was a group call. Keanu's a witness to it. Keanu was on the phone with us and Farron when she said that all that stuff is true. So, again, if I would have known the Fair and Balanced thing, I would have never fucking hung out with the guy because it's just creepy, weird. I don't hang out with, like my friends are not guys like that. Creepy, weird, fucking strange. Like, it seems like the guy got famous on YouTube just so he could work out his kinks and weird shit and use that influence to be a fucking creepy guy. I think he was always a nerdy, creepy, lusty, couldn't get a girl kind of a guy. And then, money, YouTube influence.
Now he's got the ability to
Right.
pull people in.
Yeah.
I mean, you told me earlier like that he became a cheerleader to get close to the women he liked or whatever.
I can't talk about any of that stuff, but yeah. July 4th, 2022, Nick endorses moms doing OnlyFans. Now, I think if you have a partner, you shouldn't be doing OnlyFans because you're lusting after the attention of men and whoring yourself out there for money while you've dedicated yourself to someone else. I don't think it's right. I don't think you should date a woman with an OnlyFans. I don't think a woman should have OnlyFans while she's dating a guy, especially not married to a guy. I think it's a form of cucking in a way.
I can see where you get that. I also personally like if it's just like pictures and shit, I don't give a fuck. If you're doing like customized stuff for people, then I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute. At what point are you just a digital girlfriend?
Right. July 4th, 2022, Nick talks about pegging and cucking. Now, that to me is projection, clearly. July 4th, 2022, again, the worst day comes up, but it isn't discussed what happened. July 22nd through July 31st of 2022, Nick's YouTube channel is suspended and restored. Then I'm going to skip around here because I just want to do the ones where, I have any take or anything like that because this is very, very long. August 1st through the 12th, 2022, his trip to the swingers resort in Jamaica. September 20th, 2022, Nick admits to having done cocaine while on vacation. September 21st, that's where Nick talks about his sex swing to Good Logic and Fair and Balanced, and then you have the Nick and Farron drunk stream. October 7th, suspended from Twitch. That doesn't really matter. October 26th of 2022, Nick sings Oh Mandy to Mandy on Locals. Mandy later posts her tits in the Locals chat. As we said before, Mandy's a dude. Mandy's a dude. November 8th, 2022, Nick reviews the baldo, the thing you shove your balls in to make it like a dildo. It's just fucking gay and troubling. Again, if I would have known about it, probably wouldn't have hung out with the guy. This is the start of many
Do a
fans.
hot tub stream with him, though.
I did. This is the start of many fans questioning his trad dad ethics. December 11th, 2022, Nick meets April on Simpcast for the first time. That's when Alex Stein was calling out Nick for all this shit. And Alex turned out to be right. I'm just looking for stuff that I would say would have been red flags. January 2023, Nick first discusses a sex dungeon. Fucking weird. That's something a couple months into us being friends he had told me about. I was like, that's fucking like, there's just so much shit that he's creepily into that I'm like you've known me.
That's not for sharing. Like, if that's what you're into, that's like a you and your partner thing, and you two keep that to yourselves. Like,
Well,
you don't.
Not only that,
bring others into it.
But it was also like, you know me. I'm not like build a sex dungeon guy. I'm not like obsessed to that level. I've had very unhealthy sexual appetites.
I just want to blow loads, dude. I don't want to get fucking weird.
Like,
all right?
I want to fuck. I want to fuck. I like girls. I love girls. But like, just the degeneracy of it all and like the degradation and all this other stuff. It's like, you're fucked up. There's something wrong in here. And there was a lot of stuff that he'd tell me about that I just kind of, okay, moving on. Like, maybe I should have gone, this is not a guy you'd hang out with. In fact, I know I said that while we were hanging out. I said, you aren't a guy that I would normally fucking chill with and hang out with. Like, you're just not. But we're in a weird situation here. January 5th, 2023, some woman on Locals exposes Locals wine mom's porn pictures and sexual chats sent to Nick. See, now, I don't know a woman I've ever been with who would be okay with that shit.
What? Porn pictures
Women
and sexual
sending
chats?
me porn pics, like women sending me shit.
Right.
On my Locals and stuff. Not cool. So, January 6th, 2023, Josh from Kiwi Farms weighs in with a warning for Nick to pull up. Now, that's fucking good advice, especially finding out where it went.
Right.
Josh then lectures Nick on the dangers of locals' nude pictures. Absolutely. Nick streams with Camelot February 21st to 28th during a Las Vegas trip and talks about how they are not swinging. So it's not the hot tub stream was not the first time that
people
lied about that whole thing. Camelot later recalls meeting with hookers in Las Vegas. Stephen Gosney recounts Nick acting gay with him in Las Vegas. Interesting. So then we get to March 1st of 2023. Fair and Balanced DMs are leaked. Hedonism 2, Sex Dungeon, and swinging allegations are confirmed. Nick responds to Fair and Balanced Twitter response saying he is monogamous and Farron must have got it wrong. We hear that a lot. Oh, they must have just got it wrong. No, it was...
You were trying to lay your buttery nuts all up in that lady.
Yep. Then we get some speeding ticket stuff. May 13th, Nick talks about how he's still trying to build a sex dungeon, details that when he tells contractors what they're building for him, they never come back once they find out. No shit.
See, that's like a hint, Nick, on how people feel about that.
That's another one. If I would have known that this was a guy who had contractors over to his house saying, I want to build a sex dungeon, I don't hang out with people like that.
You tell them you want to build a basement room for your own personal hobbies. They don't need to know what.
Right.
If you're really committed towards a sex dungeon, I feel like you've got to take on some of the work of making it yourself.
That's just it. He would brag to people about these sexual things he was into, not realizing people find this disgusting. People don't find you as like a cool dude who gets fucking pussy. Nick is kind of that classic guy we talk about, the nerd in college and high school who like is creepy with girls.
Right.
He doesn't know how
he
to
saw how the
act
jocks do it, but he doesn't get it.
Exactly.
So they're like, oh, man, I'd love to fucking bend her up. Yeah, and then I'd like to tie her to a table and put a ball gang in her mouth. Like, whoa, buddy.
May 13th, 2023, Nick confirms he has a St. Andrew's cross on stream. I didn't know he had one of these fucking sex crosses until he brought it to the hotel for his birthday in December of 2023.
What the fuck is a St. Andrew's cross?
It's just a cross that you put someone on and you do weird fucking sex shit to them.
Jesus Christ. Literally.
I'm telling you this. When he busted that thing out at the hotel, that was another one where I was like, what the fuck? Who does this? Like, who's bringing this shit places? Like, this is fucking, like, I remember numerous times thinking, I don't hang out with people like this. And then it becomes from I don't hang out to people like this to like, this is the only guy I'm hanging out with. And it's like,
yeah,
that kind of fucking sucks.
Some of your other friends were like, wow, what did I do wrong?
May 13th, Nick talks about how his Kiwi Farms thread has gone off the rails. Yeah, it's Kiwi Farms that went off the rails.
It's their fault.
May 29th, 2023, Nick gets extremely drunk and lusts over Mandy on stream and later takes it down. Yeah, then Kiwi Farms discovers that Nick befriended some Ricardo and Romaine, a couple of bulky employees from Hedonism 2. Odd. Now as we go to more of these are just him being hypocritical on sex shit. That's not something that would have really, like, to me, it's just the general creepiness of who he was and how he was.
The openness part weirds me out. Like, again, I don't know, man. If I had those kind of skeletons in my closet, I don't care how long I've known you. I'm not really going to just whip those out in front of you.
Yeah. Then October 21st, 2023, we have the Chrissy Mayer, the comedy show that we were all at. And
where it all began for some of us.
I think a lot of it was just there was a streamer in Minnesota, and I was a streamer in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And
that was kind of the whole point.
Yeah,
like,
it's just you hang out with people who do something similar, and I think that's where I started to realize I don't have a lot in common with these fucking internet people.
Especially these ones, apparently.
Right. December 2023, Aaron talks about going to a strip club and doing cocaine for Nick's birthday. Yup. So December 15th, so the day before we go out for Nick's birthday, because I think the 16th was a Friday or Saturday. December 15th, Kiwi Farms finds out Mandy is a man and that Nick has been catfished. I did not know about this, and I'm fucking hanging out with the guy. I didn't know about this Mandy thing or anything else.
He's sharing all these other facts. I feel like this one ought to come out too at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of this is all accurate. December 19th, Aaron and April stream from Nick's house. Yes. Then the rest of it's just Nick talking about sex and marriage and shit like that. Tattoo convention. April gets a speeding ticket. Hot tub stream. Oh, here we go. February 8th, 2024. I can shed some light on this one. April walks off Steel Toe morning show set, visibly angry, in tears, upset with Aaron saying she had to deal with a personal issue. April does not return to the show that day. This is the first time when Aaron confronts April on stream about missing shows in the morning, and she says, quote, sometimes she needs to sleep in. She was in the most heightened throes of cocaine dependence at that point. She was doing coke and barely sleeping and doing these shows with me, taking lots of breaks, showing up to the show late. Just a fucking mess. And if you guys thought that the moments on stream were tense, me trying to talk to her about this stuff off the air was a fucking nightmare for me. I mean, I got called every name in the book. I got told what a piece of shit I was. I mean, anytime I brought up drugs, you talk about trying to get between the addict and their drug and the things they're willing to do in order to get back to that drug, they will fucking beat the piss out of you, gaslight the fuck out of you to the point where you start to believe it because now there's, you know, her and him were both doing a shitload of it.
Right.
April and Nick are both doing a shitload of it. So anytime I try to get involved, they're trying to get back to the cocaine, gaslight the fuck out of me. I'm starting to think that saying we shouldn't be doing cocaine, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like
when you sit with someone doing that long enough, you eventually like, hey, wait a minute, maybe I'm the issue because everyone else seems to be fine.
They get you to believe it. And man, I tell you, with her, sometimes she needs to sleep in. I was biting my tongue so hard on the air. There were times where I was like, man, you need to talk about this on the air. And then I was like, no, that's not. If I would have known how it was going to end, maybe I would have done like a public kind of a thing. But I would confront her after the show, and man, she would just, it got verbally abusive. It got verbally fucking abusive with the kind of shit I had thrown at me. I mean, she would involve the kids, like, those aren't my fucking kids and shit like that. And like just anything. And like, just because I was saying you need to stop, you need to cut back on the fucking cocaine. The drugs aren't good. I remember telling her in December, she fucking went off on me in December upstairs in the bedroom. We were up until like 4 a.m. We were up for 4 or 5 hours because I said, you're coming home too late. The kids are home. You're not putting the kids to bed. I'm leaving you to go pick up the kids, waiting for you to get home, and you fucking don't get home till after they're in bed. That's fucking bullshit. And I would think that I had a good point to make. I would think I'm right to be upset about this.
Yeah.
And she would just turn it on me. You're a fucking monster. You are a piece of shit. You are this, you are that. Those aren't even my kids. It's not, your last name isn't even my last name anymore. And I'm like,
holy Jesus, man.
This is just a person fucking coke raging out at me and saying horrible, evil shit. And just like, again, I've had to talk to my therapist about it because I'm like, did I do something wrong? They're like, no, that's verbal abuse. Like you were being verbally manipulated and abused because this person wanted to get to their drugs. And it's just, and that's just one in December that we had. And I remember warning her during that fight. She's like, it's just a little bit of coke and I'm having fun and it's a good time. It's like this much at a time. And I told her, I said, it's going to go from this to this to this to this. And it's going to become every day. And it was that happening. And by February, when she's walking off the show and she's oversleeping and shit like that, the lines were longer. She's separating nostrils. She's doing that fucking shooting that can into her nose to clear out her sinuses. And that's the fights were just getting terrible. And by late February, I was done fighting because I couldn't take the abuse anymore. And yeah, I would confront her off the air. Remember that show where she took like 8 breaks and she would come back all geeked each time?
I don't quite remember that show, but I'm assuming it happened.
I'm pretty sure he was giving her something to keep in her purse because I forbid it from being in the house because I got fucking kids here and I don't want that fucking shit in my house. Yeah, that was like reading this timeline really brought back some shit that I'd forgotten about, like trying to confront her about drugs and just being fucking destroyed for it. Which made me a worse guy too, because you're getting the shit beat out of you like that. You're going to fight back. Right. And you're going to yell back. And that made me an uglier person. And I didn't like being that guy. February 9th, 2024, Nick skips his usual locals post stream on February 8th. He posts a cancellation notice at 3 a.m. saying he had a client call with a serious issue. He didn't have a client call with a serious issue. Nick would cancel shows all the time because we were upstairs. He was doing coke and we were doing karaoke.
We were having fun.
He would cancel shows just for that. Aaron gets my 2 speeding tickets. In the first cut of this table, Housecat does say that I stopped going to Nick's house because of these speeding tickets. That's not true. I just was more careful driving. April's DM, February 27th, 2024. April's DMs are leaked by fan Lemmy. Well, actually, Lemmy leaked them back in May or whatever, where we see the first signs of April not happy with Aaron. This was weird because this was kind of a weird manipulation game she was playing with Lemmy and I. So she was DMing Lemmy about the stuff like, I don't even like doing the show anymore. And a lot of it was because I would confront her about, again, this goes back to confronting about the cocaine use. But then what's weird is April would then show me her DMs with Lemmy. She wouldn't show me the parts that she said. She would go, Lemmy's bothering me about this. Lemmy thinks she can fucking invade my life. Like she would show me this stuff and go, Lemmy thinks she can give me fucking advice. Why are these fans so obsessive and feel like they can overstep like that? So then I would get mad at Lemmy. That would create heat between Lemmy and I. Because April's because April's telling me that like this girl, she's getting too close and she's saying this about you and she's telling me all this shit that Lemmy's saying about me. And I'm
she's not telling her what she's saying to Lemmy.
Exactly. And I'm like, well then fuck her. What a bitch, all of this stuff. I didn't know that April was gassing Lemmy up. And then April was then using what Lemmy said to show me and then get me mad at Lemmy. And it's like, that was not the first time that shit would happen.
And it sounds like it's kind of part of a pattern.
Yeah. April would tell Nick that I said something or did something that I didn't say or do. And then I would confront April about it in front of Nick. And every time we would have those conversations and Nick would be in the middle, April would say, well, you said that. And Nick goes, April, Aaron didn't say that. Or he would go, April, no, what Aaron's saying is that. Like he's like getting my side. Like there were 3 or 4 times where this happened. And I remember pulling Nick aside and going, hey, do you think that maybe when you see us interact like this and you see that she's pulling that bullshit, do you think that maybe when I'm not around, she might be doing the same thing?
Like to you or me or anybody else?
Right. Speculation starts about April or ceiling cats being in the room while Nick is streaming March 1st. I mean, yeah, she was in there. Then Nick's speeding tickets. Aaron and April stream from Nick's basement. Nick comes in shirtless and licks Aaron's face. Nick was all greasy as fuck and he was on drugs that morning for sure. April 1st, Aaron and April admit Nick took them to a gay bar for Nick's birthday. Aaron and April start to get backlash for bikini super chats, hot tub streams, and titty streams by their own OG fans. Aaron goes on a fan stream and is confronted with being a sellout. I mean, I had to defend a lot of shit we were doing back then that wasn't okay. And I apologize to the audience for that. And I'm sorry. I violated your trust in your fandom, so to speak.
Our eye sockets with some of that hot tub stuff.
April 5th. April cleans out her closet and leaves Aaron's house. This is not said by Aaron on Steel Toe, but we find out on the May 23rd stream. That is the date she left. And then she writes to me that talk about manipulation. Like, I'm ready to just call it quits and be done. Like, you don't fucking do that. My fucking kids walked in and saw that shit. And she didn't announce it to any of us. Didn't say a word. And that really pissed me off, and I was ready to be done. She sends me this long text where she goes, we can move into their house next door and you and I can work on things. This isn't the end. You and I can rebuild this. We just have to buy that house and this and that. I'm like, no, that's manipulation. I'm not fucking, you don't get to pull something like that and then say, I'm going to do this. Like, as a man, I couldn't respect myself if I would have done that. Like, let somebody pull me around like that and fucking, I'm like,
just,
no.
Come on. Just move into, neighbor's house with an incredibly rusty bathroom. And
oh, God, when we walked through it, dude, I was like he offered us that house for $350,000. I didn't think it was a bargain at that price for what kind of fucking shape it was in. That is problems, dude. April 11th, Nick cancels his stream that evening last minute. If that's a Friday, that's because I told Nick and April I wasn't coming back. And he just went fucking retard ape shit. That's where he told me to cane myself, and he was so mad. And I kept telling him, I'm like, I'm the one not doing drugs, dude. If I'm the fucking buzzkill, if you guys are going to gaslight me about me confronting you about cocaine addiction, you should be happy. The fucking problem's gone.
Debbie Downer's done. Party on.
Yeah. That was the weirdest part. Like, I was like, I feel comfortable saying I'm staying home. I was at my house. The kids were out in the backyard playing with their friends and their cousins. My cousin, a buddy of mine, my neighbor, everybody was over. We're on the deck having beers, having a fire. And I'm like, this is what I want to do. I don't want to go hang out in a house and be weird and be fucking gross all the time. I want this. I want fellowship. I want family. I want all of I want fun. This is what I want. I want to have a beer on the deck with neighbors and friends and family members. That's the life I want. I kind of had an epiphany at that moment, as much as it hurts to cut this all off and leave this behind. This is what I want, and I just have to do it. Because I thought maybe April would come to her senses at some point, put the drugs down, and we'd have our life again. But she was gone. She was gone, and she wasn't coming back. And I'm like, I'm going to have to do this without her then, because I can't do that. No fucking way. This is too much. So that was the stream where Nick comes on to stream for under 5 minutes, possibly close to tears, staring at April in the corner, and he was, saying he had to cancel his show due to a serious personal issue. And that serious personal issue was me saying, I'm fucking out of here. I'm done. April 14th, Aaron announces April is no longer a co-host of Steel Toe. Nick no-shows April's speeding ticket. And I have to admit, I was laughing my fucking balls off on that stuff.
The no-showing the speeding ticket?
But you know what? I was making fun of it on the show, too.
Right.
By the way, Housecat, Housecat, amazing job with this. Johnny, I told you this was crazy, and I'm skipping a lot of stuff.
Right. He did a lot of work here.
Yeah. I wasn't meaning you stopped going to Nick's because of tickets. You said on stream you just started going there less because of drugs. Watch that video link later. Okay, I will. I started going there less because of drugs. Yes and no. I started staying there more and doing shows there more instead of driving back and forth all the time. That's for sure. Aaron reveals on Steel Toe how the Ricada kids were often hungry and how he would cook them SpaghettiOs. Well, I cooked them, chili and spaghetti and shit.
More
like
than
that.
just SpaghettiOs.
Yeah, exactly. I was a goddamn...
I heated up anything in a can. All right.
Yeah. Hearing those knocks at the door and hearing, I'm hungry.
That would fucking kill me, dude. Like,
well, I got up.
Trouble saying no to my daughter when she wants a snack after lunch.
Every time I got up and I went out there, because I'm a dad. I'm like, you hear a kid say they're hungry, and I'm like, I'm not going to shoo you away or say go away. I'm coming out there and I'll grab you something to eat,
If that doesn't fucking pull on your heartstrings a little bit, you're kind of a cock. I mean, I'm sorry.
Right.
It's a little kid.
I was always just different than everyone else. Like when it comes to April and Nick and stuff, I was just always different. The way I handled shit, the way I saw shit, I was the square peg in the round hole. Terrible choice of words. Aaron
who got pegged?
April 30th. Aaron starts to crack on Steel Toe, addresses a number of things, including corner demons, cocaine cookies, and Kiwi Farms, and how Kiwi Farms is usually right. I will say that. I used to tell Nick, and he hated hearing this, and I didn't realize it, but I told him, I go, dude, because I finally found out how to fucking use Kiwi Farms. I said, Dude, they're nailing a lot of this shit. In fact, I said, let's do the hot tub stream to make the idea of the things they're saying so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That they won't say them anymore. It did not go well. They sniffed it out like a bird dog. But he hated when I would say that. I go, dude, they get a lot of shit right. And that should have been a red flag to me too, that the stuff they were saying about him was probably right too. Yeah. Then May 13th, Aaron announces he and April are getting a divorce. Nick gets reported by pastor. May 20th, Aaron gets angry. I forgot about this one. Aaron gets angry on stream reading a local news story about parents bringing drugs around their own children. Aaron says he needs to move on to the next story before he says things he shouldn't say. I remember that. Then you had the Coke stream. You had me spilling the beans about drugs and everything. May 22nd, Aaron describes the day April officially moved out. I called April's parents the day after Nick's Coke stream. And I told her, I go, look, it's a divorce. We shouldn't be talking. I get that, but you need to get her the fuck out of there. Like after that Coke stream, I said, you need to get her the fuck out of there because that's a bad situation. Like I couldn't, I told them, I go, I tried, I couldn't. And I was in Al-Anon.
And don't you feel like a dick now looking back on it? How wrong you were.
I was in Al-Anon at this time, so I didn't blame myself anymore for not being able to get her out of there. I did for a while. I did for about a good 2-3 months during and after. But once I kind of got into Al-Anon and the support of that group and everything, that helped me a lot. Realize that, you just can't save people from
Can't save people.
Yeah. So I called her parents. And I said, you need to get her the fuck out of there. And her mother was not responsive at all. She was just angry. I talked to her dad for a long time that night. We talked about things and he understood and he got it. And unfortunately, 2 days later, they were arrested. So what are you going to do? Then you got May 26th, me spilling everything. Now, here's the thing that I'm not asking for a correction or anything, but May 27th, Aaron and Nick DM each other on Twitter for the last time before Nick blocks Aaron. Nick and I did not communicate with each other past the April, whatever that Friday was that I said I wasn't coming back, April 11th, April 12th, whichever it is. That was the last time he and I ever communicated on a platform. It was on Signal. And that's when I told him, I'm like, I'm gone. You should be happy. The guy who doesn't do the drugs and the guy who gets, up your ass about drugs all the time. That's, one of the times I confronted him about drugs was where I got the speech about the stress levels and cocaine lets you handle more of it. And I'm like, you sure don't do a good fucking job. But that's where he told me to K myself. And I wrote, okay, addict, and then blocked him. So I will say to House Cat that I don't know if I said something and I just told the story wrong or what, but no, there was there was no May 27th communication between the two of us. The rest of it is stuff that really played out in public.
Yeah.
That we all saw. But there's a lot more of it. Check it out. It's really something. It's on Kiwi Farms. It's the, Nick Rekieta Descent into Degeneracy timeline. I'm putting the links in the chat right now. That is... Wow. That's impressive.
That is a lot.
Hats off to House Cat for putting that whole thing together. That's incredible. Somebody says, had to be weird for you to listen to all the listeners say she was coked out looking like shit and you constantly denying it. Yeah, lying like that takes a toll on you. You feel bad, but you also feel like if the lie's for self-preservation and the preservation of someone you thought loved you and that you loved them, that it was worth it.
And it was important.
But I don't think once that coke hit her nose in life, I don't think I was loved anymore. That's not true. In Vegas, we had a great time. That was our last hurrah. And then it was just, for her, it was just partying. It was just doing cocaine and degeneracy and all that shit. Not saying I didn't, whatever, but yeah. I'll tell you this about drug addiction. People die and become somebody else. Bapa Shab says, explain the gay bar. Gay 90s is actually a fun place, and I like karaoke.
Yeah, dude.
So.
No offense. Like, gay 90s might be a gay bar, but it's also a good hang.
Yeah, it's a fun hang. It's compartmentalized too. Like, I didn't go to where the gay stuff was, and the gay stuff, not for me. But the karaoke room was fun. I will say that. Los Federales, thank you for the $1 on Rumble. I'm not going to put that up on the screen just because it's about kids and stuff. It's not, no reason. All right. Well, I think we got through that. That was good. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Al L, thank you for the $5 super chat. Dustin, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I can't put it up. I'm sorry, but thank you for it. We are about $30 into tonight. Nice. I'll count it up officially, but thank you guys very much. We did over an extra hour to get that done. Alyssa Clip, sorry I gave you a lot of work to do today and everybody else, but I hope you got some content out of that. Johnny, thank you very much. Your show's on at 2 today?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The egg chair back at 2.
To the rest of you, thank you very much. I had a great time. And Johnny, we balanced the people who didn't want that shit done and the people who did want it done. We just had to work a little
we worked
longer.
it right to the end. So if you had a problem with it, you fucking hung around. That's your issue.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you again soon. 7 o'clock tonight with Matt and I.